it all went way too fast.
Yes,
would that be an idea?
absolutely.
Yes. So yeah, c4 e5, yeah, that's very traditional. And after knight c3, the provocative move bishop b4 in the world championship match. I think it's the very first time that we see this in the world championship match on the board.
And now knight d5 is the topical response. I don't know if, Peter, during your career, there was a time when this line was really popular, and now bishop e7. A5 was previously played by Gukesh, but this is, I think, the most theoretically sound move as of 2024. And here, knight f3 is, I think, far less popular than the immediate central strike with d4.
Yes, because d4 has a... Yeah, let's just show a couple of moves to understand where does this lead us. So after d4, e takes d4, queen takes d4, knight f6. I think the problem, the reason why Ding didn't go for this line is that this fourth sequence of moves, knight takes e7, queen takes e7, bishop g5, knight c6, comes with a tempo. And after queen c3, d6, I think, yeah, something like this. And then they trade on f6, and black's pawn structure will be spoiled. But at the same time, yeah, takes. He gets a lot of activity. Yeah, quickly bishop e6, targeting that pawn on c4, going long castle, eventually also maybe breaking with d6, d5, depending on the circumstances. The theory has established that this is a very solid position for black.
Anytime you see correspondence games and they end in draws, you know you're safe. And there's a couple of different versions of this line. White can start with knight f3, but the upshot is that this is nothing special, and Gukesh would be more than happy to play a position like this. So instead, a move knight f3 is played. Gukesh responds with d6, and after g3, the immediate c6, which is less popular than knight f6, and also, let me just double check here. Knight f3, d6. Yeah, even here, Peter, d4 is the most popular move. So they keep deviating from the most popular line. And by the time we reach like the sixth move, there's only a couple of games in the database. And now the move f6, which is a novelty. Again, it seems Gukesh is ready for any curveball that Ding throws his way. And it seems Gukesh's strategy here is, okay, if Ding goes for something ultra solid, I'm okay with that. But if Ding gives me an opportunity, I would love to play an unbalanced game. Gukesh doesn't care if he's playing black or white. As he himself said, he loves chess. And if he smells blood, he will most certainly play for a win.
Exactly. I also feel like this is a very special kind of decision. Yeah, his team, this is kind of a match strategy that when they are thinking about, okay, what we're going to play against c4, and then when you come up with e5, bishop b4 as an idea, it clearly signals that you don't want to kill the game. You're actually trying to provoke your opponent also for playing for advantage and then to counter it. Very interesting. I think we can get quite a lot of info from this decision by Team Gukesh.
And in today's world, to have a position never before reached, potentially in human history, I'm sure this position has been on someone's chessboard, virtual or physical, maybe yesterday evening. But it just speaks to the richness of our game. And this is not a structure or a material imbalance with white possessing the bishop pair that I ever recall seeing before. It's honestly amazing how bottomless the game of chess is, how unexplored so many corners of chess remain, even despite our best efforts to exhaust this game. Its beauty remains in many ways untouched. It's awesome.
Yeah, it's. I also have a very personal story with this c4, e5, knight c3, bishop b4, because my very first professional coach, Tibor Károlyi, taught me exactly this system when I was like 11 years old. Again, c4, e5, knight c3, bishop b4 is a good system. And then when I started to train 1-2 years later with the legendary Hungarian grandmaster András Adorjan, then Adorjan's first thought was, Peter, you have to forget about this. This is not sound. And ever since I abandoned it. Yeah, so it's kind of a mixed feeling. That's why I was very interested ever since 1993, I became a c4, c5 player. Yeah, I'm always playing the symmetrical English. But deep in my mind, I was always following the developments of this c4, e5, knight c3, bishop b4. Where does it lead in modern theory?
And, there's almost a moral obligation, one could say, to respond to c4 with e5. My coach would always say, yeah, you can play the King's Indian. And that's the beauty of the King's Indian. You can play it against literally anything. One b3, which I thought we were going to get from the ceremonial first move, one c4, one knight f3. But if you really want to be a principal player, then c4, e5 is, it's a reverse Sicilian, and it is the topical way of meeting the English. Now, a big decision for Ding here is not just does he start with short castles, but what pawn structure is he going to choose? There's moves like b4. Of course, there's d4, which we spotlighted earlier. There's d3. So it's actually, Peter, I think, a more committal decision than it may appear right now for white. Even e4, I suppose, has to be considered, although I probably wouldn't spend a long time considering it.
Yes, if e4, then black can play c5. Yeah, then black blocks the center. And then having got rid of the dark square bishop, I think it's kind of a good scenario for black. Then you just rely on this very firm control in the center with knight bc6 and so on. White wants to stay flexible. White would love to stay flexible. The big question is, how do you stay flexible here? And when do you castle? Yeah, this kind of thoughts are very tricky over the board. I think probably if you consult the computer will tell you, you can castle without any problems, and maybe black has nothing better than to castle himself. But over the board, when you don't know and your opponent use the move order f6 to invite you to castle, and who knows, maybe I'm not going to castle myself. That's the moment when you feel like, okay, I also want to refrain from castling if possible.
Yeah, and we spotlighted the term decision fatigue yesterday. It would be kind of a nice meta game if Gukesh instantly responded to short castles with short castles. And he says, well, the joke's on you. You spent 15 minutes making this early decision. And these are the ingredients of the psychological battle that is waged. The more decisions like this you have to make early in the game, the less time you have, and the more fatigued you are for the more important decisions later on. But let's put short castles on the board. And is there a downside for black to start with bishop e6? I don't think so, Peter. And my question here would be, what is the best way for white to defend the c4 pawn? Is it b3 or is it d3? What is your intuition?
Well, it's kind of tough, yeah, because I'm somehow tempted to play with b3 and then try to go for d4. But at the same time, I'm still not sure that I'm happy to go d4, because this d4 e4 structure still remains the same. I don't want to get this locked bishop on g2. But you asked me, yeah, what I would prefer. I don't know what I would prefer. Yeah, the other move d3, it's a natural move, but then, for example, you play this queen d7, the plan that we already kind of discussed, setting up the idea of going bishop h3. How do I stop that? Do I waste the tempo on rook e1 in order to be able to play bishop h3, bishop h1? But aren't you then maybe able to attack me with h5, h4, like
Absolutely.
In a dragonish style? It's many strange questions in a very early stage of the game.
Why not? I mean, black has this incredibly well-protected pawn on e5. My King's Indian brain and my bullet brain are combining to just point out one trap. e4 is bad positionally because of this move c5 that you pointed out, Peter, but it's not because of bishop h3. This is a good trap for people to know. This succumbs to knight takes e5. This trap does exist on the reverse side in the King's Indian same-ish variation. Black has this trick, queen h5 check, and suddenly the bishop is picked off with interest. So the problem, of course, with e4 is positional. The problem with a move like e3 is that it's just yucky, and black could just reinforce the threat of bishop h3 and simply start with h7, h5. And of course, the king could go to the queen side if the opportunity calls for it. So this is nothing to joke about, this possibility of a kingside attack.
Yes, and the worst point for white is that actually maybe if you make sure that, okay, there is nothing to be afraid of any of these attacking possibilities, but black can still just castle short, yeah, after which he has an absolutely normal position, yeah, so you are burning time, and I'm really loving Gukesh's choice. And what I have been saying that I'm afraid that we will see a quieter game today after yesterday's storm. And we have short castle on the board. Okay, great. It shows also that Ding is fearless.
Ding says, bring it on, Gukesh. And I'm assuming we're going to get a quick response by Gukesh. Now, after bishop e6, the computer also points out the option of queen to c2, preparing a quick d2, d4, and of course trying to prevent, in response, black advancing the pawn up to e4. So that is also something to consider.
But wait a second, Danya. Ding has played short castle, and I think Gukesh has made up his mind instantly. I also have the feeling that he castles short. Why aren't we getting the moves? A little bit concerned.
So am I. There's some action there in the background. Hopefully it is related to fixing the war transmission. Are we sure that he made a move?
And he played bishop e6. Okay, and he played bishop e6. The mind games continue.
All right, hopefully, I mean, I'm making the moves manually right now, but hopefully the actual moves come in momentarily. And now the big decision, b3, d3, and the move queen c2 also has to be considered very seriously.
Yeah, with queen c2, you are trying to stay flexible yet, trying to go d4 maybe at some point, as quickly as possible. For example, against queen d7, then d4, rook d1, or rook d1, d4 idea would be very natural.
Now, is it an option for black to play c5 voluntarily after queen c2? I saw Fabiano did that in a similar position.
Yes, well, if at some moment, then I feel like after queen c2, c5 is very much justified.
And then perhaps white would try to force the move d4 through by playing e3. And we could get an incredibly tactical struggle early in the opening, essentially before move 10. This is, I'm liking this. I'm not complaining.
I think the only one who doesn't like it is Ding. Look at, yes. And I can fully understand him. After yesterday's roller coaster game, we finally have the white pieces. It seemed like with one c4, he showed ambition. Yeah, that he came to fight. Yes, but he wanted to fight in familiar territory, right? That, okay, I have some game plan, I have a structure, I have a setup in mind. And all of a sudden, your opponent surprises you, forces you into a very specific structure where the intuition or all the great knowledge that Ding has gathered throughout the years doesn't mean anything because it's a completely fresh position. It's a wonderful choice by Team Gukesh.
And it seemingly shows that, as I said earlier, he's prepared for every curveball because the breadth of, and as we get the relay working again, now I can put the official position on the board. It seems like no matter what Ding throws at him, c4, e4, really the only time that Ding was able to drag the game onto his own territory is that Italian game, which is why I mentioned that probably was an option on the table before the game yesterday night. But you just never know the flow of the game, right? You have to decide on something. And now, once again, Ding is taking this early long think. Peter, we saw that in game 1 on move 6 when he ended up playing a5. Now we see it on move 9 as he's already 20 plus minutes down.
Yeah, and this is very tough. Yeah, people speculating about playoff, tie breaks, whatever you call it. I feel like this is completely premature because I'm so happy that we have 14 classical games ahead of us. I have played this World Championship match against Vladimir Kramnik, and it was also 14 games. And I did feel during the match that what a big difference it makes, 12 games or 14 games. It might, by numbers, look like, okay, you get 2 extra games, so what's the difference? No, when you are fighting for your life, when you are completely exhausted and new challenges are coming, you are working like 10 hours a day like a madman to try to find ideas. Those kind of last meters during that marathon match are super tough. I lost the last game, so I know it can hurt, and that's how Kramnik equalized the match. But I'm still very happy that I got the chance to play 14 games because I know what it really means.
I mean, the press conference yesterday, it ended something like 11:15 p.m. local time. You can imagine, the players have to eat, they have to relax. By the time they get to bed, it might be 1:32 a.m. and the game starts at 5 p.m. local time. So there's physically not a lot of time to prepare, and let alone kind of the physical preparation, getting yourself into a state of mind and your body in a state of mind. That doesn't make sense, but you know what I mean? Where you're ready to sit back down and play chess. It's the exertion is absolutely crazy to think about. I'm very partial to Queen C2. The more I look at this position, Peter, I think Queen C2 is principled because you really need to try to make a claim in the center as quickly as possible before Black really gets moving on the king's side.
And then wait a second. So after Queen C2, if I go Queen D7, do you start with D4, Rook D1 first? What is your take?
If Queen D7?
Yes.
My instinct is D4.
Yeah. I also think like you don't have to waste any time. You don't have to worry about Bishop H3 because now you're also threatening eventually to go C4, C5, breaking Black's construction. Yeah, Rook D1, C5. It can be very bad for Black.
Yeah, here Black seems to get overextended on the D file. You're absolutely right. I mean, B3, Bishop A3 is also on the docket potentially. So in response to Queen C2, is Gukesh now going to say, all right, joke's on you, now I'm going to castle short? Or can he consider a move like C5?
Yes, well, it's very interesting because if you castle, then White can also play D4 again.
Mm-hmm. And there it looks like White's a smidge better. I like White's position here.
Exactly, yeah, because then, first of all, Black has to be very careful, but then goes B3. Okay, B3 is a flexible move, but I'm also with you that Queen C2 was maybe more... and D5 blitzed
instantly.
out.
Okay.
Incredible.
Is there anything this guy doesn't know about this opening or about any opening?
And this is now so psychological. Yeah, imagine the effect on Ding. Yeah, he played the move B3. He would like to relax a little bit, lean back on the board, psychologically gather himself, and wait, for example, for a move like short castle, and the game will take a slower character. And all of a sudden, direct confrontation with D6, D5.
It's so annoying, especially sometimes you try to get up from your chair and your opponent immediately slams down the next move. And I talked about this yesterday. It's a lose-lose situation because if Gukesh starts thinking, you're like, so I must have made a move that's not in his file. And you know what these files look like. There's like the top 11 moves, which means I probably didn't make a very good move. But if your opponent is blitzing out the moves, it means you're following one of the main lines, which is also annoying because then, you're the one making all of the decisions. Now Ding has to decide, does he play CD? Does he play D3? Peter, my instinct with White would be to keep the tension and play a move like D3 and maybe try to deploy the bishop to A3.
Yes, maybe you have to. We should also just mention that if White captures on D5, then after CD5, Black Knight will automatically develop to C6, which is a lovely square, yeah, even more strengthening the center. I'm also not a fan of releasing the tension. Yeah? I feel like White should play the move D3 because we are not worried of D5, D4.
And? Ooh. Spicy.
Wow.
Bishop A3 right away. The Ding Gambit.
This is very interesting. Okay, I'm loving it for the fact that Ding is fighting for advantage. He's fighting to punish Black's play. Yeah, he's not going on defensive. Like Gukesh had fantastic preparation, so let me try to be solid. No, he goes for the most principled move, Bishop A3, and quite quickly.
All right. And Gukesh, his response is not instant. Of course, we have to look first and foremost at what happens if Black accepts the gambit. Something tells me that White's got some juicy compensation there in the form of perhaps of a move like D4. But should I quickly put this on the board, Peter? DC, and look at that.
Yes.
BC.
Yeah, put it because I'm also very worried for Black. I don't think you can take the pawn.
I wouldn't even calculate this. I mean, even a simple move like D4 or Rook B1. I mean, look at White's activity. His position is just breathing here.
Exactly. Yeah. So probably after bishop a3, the right move is simply to castle. Yeah, because it's obvious that once white activates with bishop a3, you have to take care of your own king.
I'm just going to quickly show for players e4, knight d2 forks the bishop and the pawn. No, this is horrible. And you're saying short castles.
Yes.
Uh-huh. So CD once again gives the c6 square. So perhaps I'll play a move like d3. And will you put your knight on d7 or your queen on d7?
Well, or play a move like rook e8 or queen d7. Yeah, I feel like somehow queen d7, maybe also some a5, knight a6 setup could be natural, but definitely the queen should go to d7.
Well, bishop a3, I think an encouraging sign for Ding fans. He is showing tremendous fighting spirit throughout this entire match. But, not willing to just softly allow Gukesh to have his moment in the sun. John Sargent, this is the kind of spirit that has produced games that have kept us on the edge of our seats, as Gukesh, following the sage advice of Peter Lecco and castling to the king's side. Mr. Sargent, your turn.
This is a familiar story, but perhaps being told in a way I wasn't expecting. Some interesting moves and novelties out of the opening. Some preparation causing our opponents to go into a deep think, except once again, it is Dingley Wren that ends up being nearly half an hour down on the clock, despite starting with the white pieces here in this round. So very interesting stuff there. And Gukesh, the depth of his preparation is absolutely insane. I don't know how much he was expecting this particular line yesterday, but it certainly looks like his prep is just game-changing, and it's unbelievable how much he has got in the memory banks against anything that Ding could throw at him. But speaking of game-changing, before we hop to our first break of the day, it would be rude of us not to mention ChessUp, who are the record-breaking company taking the gaming world by storm with their brand new ChessUp 2. It's a physical and electronic board which syncs to your chess.com rated games, and you can save them and analyze on chess.com. It's got built-in Wi-Fi, a touchscreen, and touch-sensitive pieces as well, and it can support beginning players, players in training, or even just casual games between friends and family. For a limited time, you've got $50 off your ChessUp 2. Just head over to go.chess.com/ChessUp2 or use !ChessUp in the chat to unlock this offer and take your game to the next level. We're going to be going for our first break. Both players in the opening now. Gukesh in preparation, despite the fact that Ding came out with a new opening for the World Championship, 1c4. Gukesh seems to be ready for everything. Let's see what they do after this.
This is chess. Chess is an experience. The excitement, the joy, the devastation, the undeniable drive to play again and again. Chess is an experience that's meant to be shared. What if you could experience chess in a completely new way? On a real chessboard with the power of AI at your fingertips. This is ChessUp 2. Take everything you love about playing on chess.com and experience it on a real chessboard. Play a blitz match against a random online opponent. Conquer the bot you've been stuck on for months. Or challenge a friend halfway across the world. ChessUp 2 is always ready and always connected with built-in Wi-Fi, Never miss a move with full piece recognition. And review all your games right on chess.com. Chess Up 2 is more than a chessboard. It's a chess trainer. If you're new to chess, Chess Up will teach you. If you already know how to play, Chess Up will teach you how to really play. With patented AI assistance, you can balance a match between players of any skill level, or hone your skills against one of the built-in AI coaches. The makers of Chess Up 2 are the same team behind the original Chess Up, the best-selling smart chessboard in the world. So whether you're a beginner who wants to learn and improve while you play, or a chess pro who wants to go deeper into the world of chess, experience Chess Up 2 and level up your game.
This is the Google Pixel 9 with Gemini. And this is Dan, suggesting some places to meet up and watch the game tonight. But you know what's better than a list of places? Knowing how close those places are. Which is why you're just going to ask Gemini to put these places on a map. Whoa, how's that for teamwork?
This December, the world's top chess minds clash in the heart of New York City at the Fide World Rapid and Blitz Championship. Witness world number one Magnus Carlsen and other stars from across the globe. Rapid and Blitz, chess in its most thrilling form, unpredictable and unforgettable. Fast moves, tactics and blunders, and moments that will keep you on the edge of your seat. Witness the pinnacle of chess excitement. Get your tickets now at worldrapidandblitz.fide.com.
We're back with game number 8 here of the Fide World Championship. Both champion and challenger locked in at the moment, but Gukesh in particular absolutely blitzing out these moves. And Danya, before the start of the match, we were talking about how every single time a World Championship match has been level after 7 games. The World Champion has successfully retained their title. But again, it feels like now the pressure is being piled on Ding as opposed to Gukesh, and I'm honestly just not sure how much the stats are going to reflect reality anymore.
Yeah, that's the thing about stats, is you can find a stat to fit any situation, but streaks kind of are meant to be broken, and 7 times, not necessarily a large sample size. It's like the old Russian joke. It's like a man comes home to his wife and says, "I have great news, I just became the vice president of a company." She says, "Well, how many employees are there?" 2, the president and the vice president. So, okay, 7 times. I don't think that Gukesh's team is, combing through the record books, coming up with reassuring stats. That's really, it is what it is. But I'm a sucker for, old world championships, and I have some interesting factoids to share throughout the game. But we've got lots of moves coming in, and we've got some action on the board.
Exactly. Yeah. Let's We had no moves for a while, but quite a few coming in now. So, Peter, I'm going to hand it off to you this time. Talk to us about what you've seen in the last couple of seconds and what you make of the position now.
Well, the last move a7, a5 was the move I also mentioned, that I somehow feel that black probably wants to get the setup with queen d7, knight a6, or knight a6, queen d7, and before placing that knight on a6, you definitely want to get your pawn to a5. It just feels much more harmonious. Eventually, potentially, we might be also seeing some b7, b5 idea from black, fighting against this bishop on a3. I guess that everything is going according to the demand of the position, because white is making useful moves. White has activated the rook to c1. Black makes sure to keep the harmony and not change the structure of the game. He relies on this d5, e5, f6 pawn formation.
And d4, is that on the radar at any point? I keep mentioning this structure, d4, e4. So with the inclusion of a5, does that make the move d4 any more tempting?
Well, let's take a look, because it's a very tough question. It's always on our minds. So d4, black will definitely answer it with e4. That is for sure. Then the first question, where does this knight goes to? E1, d2, where you want to place it?
My instinct was knight e1 to potentially maneuver the knight around to e3, although it is quite slow.
Yes, so okay, knight e1, logical. For example, black also continues with knight a6, developing.
Okay, let's say knight c2.
Knight c2. Now the big question, is the idea of b7, b5 a good one? Because I can try to lock the position with b5, b4. Or will you take cb, cb, bishop c5,
bishop
and then
c5.
try to... Yes, exactly. Let's put it on the board.
Takes, and you want to shut me down. I'll throw the bishop into c5.
Yes, and now let's just highlight this beautiful knight on c2, because it's a wonderful prophylactic piece. After knight takes c5, d takes c5, suddenly the d4 square opens up.
Transformation of the position. And knight d4 can be pre-moved, even in response to knight c6. So this hole is kind of annoying. Maybe f3 at some point. This is an idea, but black can always respond to that with f5. So the big drawback of all of these positions is the bishop on g2 is out of the game for the foreseeable future.
Yes, but basically with the black pieces, I certainly don't want to give this cb bishop c5 option. On the other hand, what do I do? Queen d7 would be the thematic other move. For example, just to play a move like queen d7 first.
I guess I could complete the maneuver with knight e3. I'm not, in love with white's position. I don't really see a plan of increasing the pressure in the center in a meaningful way, to be honest.
On the other hand, now with bishop on a3, then you also have a natural little move, queen d1 to d2, targeting the pawn on a5. How does black defend this? It's a little bit awkward. That was also the reason why intuitively I wanted to go b5 with queen on d8 to hurry up with this setup.
And knight c7, white could still play bishop c5 and try to get the bishop into b6.
Basically I feel that the knight should stay on a6. I don't want to move that knight to c7. That's why it's all the more awkward if you touch the pawn on a5, because I don't have a good defense.
Queen d7 back to d8. And the move b6, of course, is better avoided because white could even potentially consider c5. It just creates a lot of looseness on the queen side. So actually, d4 is a serious option. Of course, I think the sort of default option is to play d3, but then, why did he start with rook c1? Knight e1 is his choice. This is some very deep positional play.
Basically, he hasn't given up on the chance of going d4, but he's also hoping for some knight d3, knight c5 idea. Let's just show this idea because it's such a special one.
Wow, knight coming to d3. So should I put knight a6 on the board? What is black's sort of most natural? What is a good way to illustrate this?
Maybe queen d7. Let's just illustrate that, for example, queen d7 is very unfortunate because knight d3, and then we are stepping into knight c. Of course, we can still go knight a6. It's not the end of the world, but somehow it's a very special kind of By the way, also it's nice that with bishop on h3 we stop any bishop h3 ideas because the bishop targets the e7 knight as well.
I really like this knight on d3. And you know what it reminds me of? I know that I think Ding ended up losing this game. And let me track this down. Maybe I'm crazy, but in Tata Steel, Ding played a game against Anish Giri where he carried out sort of a similar type of maneuver. Yes. Can I very, very quickly show how that game went? It was one knight f3. So this is
it was
Ding
from
Giri.
the 80. Yeah.
And actually, he got a great position. This is the thing with games that you lose. It's easy to conclude, oh, the opening must have been bad, but you have to separate, the grain from the chaff. Castles, bishop e7, c4, short castles, Catalan. Nope, just kidding. Ding played b3. Anish played d4, e3, c5. And instead of the sort of automatic bishop b2, the relatively fresh move knight e5 was played by Ding Liren. And the point is not to keep this knight on e5. It is actually to drop the knight back to d3. So in general, this is a bit of an unorthodox placement, Peter. It's a totally different position, but I just wanted to show that it's happened before in Ding's practice, and I really like this kind of creative, original play.
Yes, however, we have been praising knight d3. Maybe Ding has completely different ideas behind the move knight e1. However, certainly knight d3 is always there. The ideas that you already mentioned with d2, d4 are also there, f2, f4. It's a very flexible move. I actually feel that Ding reacted in a very interesting and creative way. I'm loving what I'm seeing.
And so far, it's sort of been White who's had to choose the structure, right? Choose between b3 and d3. Choose where to deploy the bishop. But now suddenly it's Gukesh who has some decisions of his own to make. Of course, I assume the d4 is a serious candidate move. He's got to figure out where to put his knight, when to play the move queen d7. His pieces there's a sense that they're kind of stumbling over each other a little bit. And White does have the bishop pair and a lot of dark square control. So Black needs to keep an eagle eye on his central construction to make sure that it doesn't start to collapse.
Yeah, exactly. And I feel like Black should try to keep everything intact as long as he can. Because if you play the move d5, d4, then suddenly the bishop on g2 comes to life. Yeah, it's and also maybe this idea of knight d3 and knight c5 and opening up the position with e3 is then just one model line that came to my mind. So, for example, d4, knight d3, knight a6. Yeah, it's logical. And then when you go knight c5, maybe you don't have to, but you also have f4. F4 is very strong. Just f4 is very strong.
Goodbye pawn chain. Goodbye pawn chain.
Exactly.
Oh no, he takes f4, rook f4. This plays right into White's hands. That's a great spot. That's the ultimate curveball. White's not going for d4 at all. He's going for truly hyper-modern chess. So rook e8, I suppose, is also a move to unpin the knight. Not sure exactly what it does, but maybe it's a good idea to wait for knight d3. Peter, is there any universe where Black develops the knight to d7, or do you think that this square should be strictly reserved for the queen?
Very hard to say. Intuitively, I would say that especially the move a5 signal that Gukesh wants to get the knight a6, queen d7 setup. Yeah, it fits into a5. But of course, things are changing. Yeah, the move knight f3 to e1 forces him to think. But knight a6 looks the most natural, isn't it? Let's just put knight a6 on the board.
Mm-hmm. Let's say that I respond with knight d3. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, knight d3. And how much do I have to worry about this knight? Yeah, and go rook e8. Yeah, just prophylactic rook e8.
Rook e8, make sure that the knight is not pinned. And f4 is probably effectively met by e4, now that the knight has already reached d3. Although...
And as long... And also, as long as we have the pawn on d5, we have the control of the e4 square.
And there's a very important detail. Maybe it's not that important, but f4, e4, White, I don't think has the move knight c5. Or maybe because I was going to say queen b6.
Queen b6.
Is there d4, ed? Wait, how is White not losing? Oh, there's c takes d5.
CD.
Exactly, but still, it's very uncomfortable. It's very uncomfortable for White. CD, CD, and I think Black is quite happy here.
Yeah,
pressure on the
also at
knight.
some moment that knight from a6 can jump to b4, right? It
Even
can be
maybe on the
very
next move.
unpleasant. Yes.
And again, this bishop is out of the game. You got to be very, very careful if you're white. If this bishop ends up out of the game permanently, you're going to be strategically much worse. I like knight a6. Very much in the spirit of the position.
Yes, I think knight a6, rook e8, because since we are not settling with queen d7, the move bishop h3, then queen d7 is a little bit pointless. Yeah, rook e8 is then much more natural.
Let me point something interesting out. If white plays d4 in this position, and then black plays e4, we might transpose into a line that we've already analyzed, because I voluntarily brought the knight back to e1, but it was in response to e4, right? So here I played knight c2, and queen d7, queen d2 we've already looked at, but through a completely different lens.
Yeah, it's a very logical move. So basically when knight e1 happened, I felt like, yeah, knight e1 is a super smart move, keeping all the options open depending how black sets up his pieces.
Wow. Flexibility is the order of the day. I think that's the key word. I'm also just quickly looking at a4. It smells premature to me, but I suppose it has to be looked at.
Yeah, but then already some cd5 and then b takes a4 possibly comes to mind.
Mm-hmm. And then I get the c6 square, but with the extra pawn and pressure on the b file, I agree. I think Ding would be very, very happy there. And then he would play knight d3, knight c5, perhaps.
Exactly.
God, what a difficult position to make a decision in. Not because it's tactical, but quite the opposite. It's such a vague position where it's not entirely clear where any of the pieces are supposed to go. I don't envy the players here.
And also just visually, also very interesting, yeah, that white made sure not to touch the d and e pawns. Yeah, it's both the center pawns are intact. And in fact, based on this, he's using the situation to be as flexible as possible, yeah. If white would have committed the move d2, d3, his possibilities would be so much more limited. And also this extra one tempo would mean a lot.
That's exactly right. It's almost like it's a challenge. How long can you go without pushing one of your central pawns? It's almost like the guy who wrote an entire book without using the letter E, I think, which, yes, actually is a thing. So Ding might go a couple more moves without pushing the D and E pawns, especially if he does jump in with the knight. This is true 2024 chess. Imagine showing this to Steinitz. Actually, as an interesting statistic, guess who had this position after move 3 on the board first? It was in 1872 by Wilhelm Steinitz with the white pieces in a consultation game where you played in teams. He was playing with a guy named Potter, British chess journalist who he later fought with. And Steinitz did indeed come up with d4, except that game went off the rails really quickly. He takes d4, bishop f4. This move has not withstood the test of time. But anyways, back to the live position. Crazy how much ahead of their time these early world champions were.
Yeah, and it was a consultation game. I believe that also Steinitz felt like the need to say that, okay, come on, you cannot develop the bishop to b4, allow me to go knight d5 with tempo, now you are retreating the bishop to e7, I'm gonna punish you with a center back d4. I can even hear this conversation in my mind.
Yeah, and Steinitz had, incredibly strong opinions about his openings. In an interview with The Sun from New York, 1891, Steinitz says, this is a quote, "Now, I have never in my life played the French defense, which is the dullest of all openings, and only once, as far as I can remember, the Sicilian as the second player." So Steinitz believed that his openings were the best and that the French should be forbidden. So he might have stopped watching the World Championship after Ding's very first move.
Yeah, chess changed completely. We know that every single day, every single year, day, minute, it changes. Yeah, because the people are analyzing with supercomputers. Every grandmaster in the whole world. That's why the development of the openings are going at rapid space, and so many new ideas like this f6 was brought by Teodoru into fashion. Yeah, now rook e8 on the board, the professional move, protecting that knight on e7.
Mm-hmm.
I like it. I like it because it also gives white now the choice. Please show me, do you go knight d3 or do you go d4? And based on this kind of moves, I'm going to set up my pieces. Maybe I go knight a6, maybe I don't.
Who flinches first? Who puts his cards on the table first? And Gukesh showing with the speed of his play that his preparation extended past just, pressing the spacebar a bunch of times. There was a lot of conceptual preparation as well. I think he's displaying deep knowledge of, as I said, where the pieces belong, which is sometimes the hardest kind of preparation to do. Waiting for white to reveal his intentions. Does Ding go knight d3? Does he go d4 before committing a place for this knight on b8? Very nice play. And my big question here is, in response to knight d3, what is his move? Does he then play knight a6?
Yeah, I think so. I think it's very logical. Yeah, that. But knight d3 is also from white side not an easy move because yes, it's good. Yeah, it looks good to place the knight on d3. However, you lose flexibility. Then you don't have all these d4 ideas anymore. Mm-hmm. I believe that Ding will take his time now. It's a very important decision.
And rook e8, I guess, is also aimed against the move d4. I think he's discouraging Ding from playing d4 because here I would imagine that after e4, I assume e4 is the move. Peter, I guess dc probably should be calculated, but doesn't look great after de. So if white goes with the same idea, knight c2, is there a particular benefit to having started with rook e8? Because we had this position on the analysis board with the knight on a6 instead.
Yeah, I feel like black has more options, but how exactly? For example, knight f5 is an extra option, which we did not have before due to the pin. Mm-hmm. And I'm stopping your knight e3. Does it make sense? It's a move, but I'm not sure if I'm... Because what is my next move? You can also play f3 or queen d2.
Yeah, I would be inclined to play f3. I guess queen d2 already maybe black can consider... Yeah, but a4 positionally is quite dubious. Maybe just knight d7 next. Mm-hmm.
But okay, that's also one argument why black would maybe prefer not to place the knight yet on a6, just in case, hinting at a potential a5, a4. Yeah, more possibilities.
Yeah, keeping white guessing. And also, if white plays f3 immediately, which is quite a thematic move, here black can play f5 without, I was going to say, without having to fear that there will be a rook trade on f8. There's also, of course, e takes f3, and I'm actually curious, or knight f5. Maybe that's the idea. Maybe knight f5 here.
Exactly, knight f5, and we might transpose with knight c2 to the same position.
Yep, all roads lead to Singapore, as the expression goes.
And one little question, because we went very quickly and I was very harsh telling you that right after d4, d takes c4 is definitely not an option because it feels wrong. Can we just tactically calculate for a second, that d takes c4? Because I'm not sure that I really have to worry about d takes c5. Then I can trade on d1 and take on b3 maybe.
Yeah, and then bishop e7, rook d8 is not dangerous. White doesn't have enough pieces.
Yes, but I also feel that something like just b takes c4 is possible, and then sacrificing the d4 pawn, because we get knight d3, we get also the dark squares, and this d4 pawn might be captured later on.
And long-term pressure on the b7 pawn as well. So let me just put this on the board. I mean, queen takes d4 just looks nasty. So let's say e takes d4. And maybe white can even win back the pawn here. Or is that not the priority?
I feel like I have very nice options. Start with knight d3 or maybe go for the pawn. Computer maybe likes to go after the pawn. But certainly white has possibilities.
Yeah, knight to d3. I mean, I can double check. Knight to f3 is indeed, of course, typical engine play, immediately restoring the material imbalance. But it makes sense because knight f5, there is already the move g4, just chasing the knight back. And black simply will not be able to keep the pawn. Your point is very well taken. Probably black has to play queen takes d4. I just can't see Gukesh after all this amazing deep preparation, begging for equality and playing right into Ding's hands. This is what Ding wanted when he played the move bishop a3. By the way, twice in the match now, he is hyper fianchettoed the bishop. Not to B2, but immediately to A3. Kind of funny.
Yes, it's true. It's very funny. And also Gukesh in the very first 3 games played G4 move from the white side. Yeah, it's kind of a thematic match. Yeah, G4 versus Bishop A3.
And it's crazy. This is just one of many rabbit holes that we could go on. I mean, this is all after white plays D4. Let's also not forget there's this idea F2, F4, which perhaps the move Rook E8 is also in some ways aimed at discouraging. But I don't envy like the decisions that Ding is making here. They're a lot more positional than they were in the previous game, but they could still lead to pretty acute time pressure.
Yeah, what we have like 12 moves so far. Ding has already burned more than 40 minutes. We know that yesterday the game took a lot of energy and emotions and everything. Yeah, absolutely. And also I don't see the tendency that white can really speed up because the situation clarified or simplified. It's a very complex position with a lot of tension, lot of maneuvering, lot of finesses. How do I find one more prophylactic move, not showing fully my cards, but making a very useful long-term move? Extremely complex strategy battle.
Well said. And there's no bailout option, right? There's no option, or maybe there is. Maybe bishop takes c7 and c takes d5, but then you run the risk of being slightly worse for a very long time. And when there's no eject button, you're basically, there's no way back. You have to participate in the fight. And again, that quick glance up at his opponent as Ding has now spent about 7 minutes on this move. Way too early to talk about the time situation as anything resembling deciding influence, but a couple more of these 10-minute things and suddenly, boom, you're right back where you were yesterday.
Yeah, we talked about that 91 was flexible. However, how long can white afford to be flexible? Because white will need to make up his mind, how do I confront black's construction? Now, black hints at simply developing with knight a6, so white has to show, do I go d4 or do I develop the knight to d3? And both are very tough decisions because there is no way back. Once you take the path towards one of these directions, then you have to live with the consequences.
White is in Zugzwang as Ding considers his options. Let's throw it out to Mike Klein, who's standing by with Satvik Kapoor, who used chess to find strength in difficult circumstances. Mike, live on scene, take it away.
Thanks, guys. We have quite an amazing story here from local Singaporean player Satvik Kapoor. Satvik is the under-20 Singaporean champion as of a few days ago. Congratulations to that. But you have an interesting story about how you got into chess. Can you tell our viewers why your story is so unique?
I had cancer when I was a kid, and during the end of my treatment, I was physically weak, so I couldn't play any sports. So I resorted to playing chess, and that's where my passion grew.
I also understand that you were using chess as a way to get the stress out of your life, your father told me. I consider chess kind of stressful, but was your enjoyment of the game one of the things that helped you get through your recovery?
Yeah, when I started playing chess, I started seeing progress, and that really motivated me and relieved stress.
Great. And so tell me, you're at this World Championship match now, right? And they came to you. So tell me about some experience you've had here. Who have you met that you've always looked up to?
I haven't been at the World Championships.
You've been playing the Singapore Open?
Yeah, I've been playing Singapore Open.
Okay, but you're at the World Championship now, so when the interview is done, who are you going to go meet?
Vishwanathan Allen for sure.
Okay, I'm sure he'll be happy to meet you, okay? Yeah. So Satvik, you have this great story. You're now in remission, which we are very thankful for. What message do you have out there for other kids who might get diagnosed with cancer?
Just don't give up on your dreams, and no matter what difficult circumstance you might have in your life, you can still accomplish something great.
Satvik Kapoor, a very inspirational story, a national champion. We wish you well and best of health.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Back to you guys.
Thank you, Mike, and what an inspiring story. Big shout out to Satvik and best of luck to him on a long chess career. And we join our current game at a perfect moment. Move 13. Will it be lucky move 13 or the contrary? F2, F4, the delayed bird. Peter, this keeps getting
Wow.
complicated. Let's add some salt and pepper to the mix. Let's add some Tabasco sauce. It's getting spicy in Singapore.
Yes, so, well, f4 is a very principled move, but also a very risky one. Yeah, white is fighting against the center without moving the pawns. Yeah, just look at visually this position. Yeah, this pawn on d2, pawn on e2, intact. At the same time, the h2, g3, f4, and a2, b3, c4 pawn formation fighting against the e5, d5 pawn chain. Incredible. Have you ever seen a pawn structure like this?
I, I'm just visually, it's like those studies where they show that if the position makes sense, then a very experienced player can reconstruct a position on the board after only 3 or 4 seconds of looking at it. But if the pieces don't make any sense, like if the kings are standing next to each other and it's just a jumble of pieces, then a player with zero chess experience has just about the same luck remembering a totally irrational position as a master. And I'm just like, what's going on here? If I close my eyes, I don't know if I could even visualize the position on the board. This is awesome. And now the ball very much in Gukesh's court because he has to decide between e4 and knight d7. And speaking of courts, Peter, this kind of reminds me of I think it's called the Clarendon court. It's like the opening where white plays d4, black plays c5, and then meets d5 with f5. I remember Mamedyarov played this against Yasser Seirawan and got crushed with black. That's all I know about this opening.
Yeah, don't try this at home. Certainly not. The one that we have on our live board has much more fundament. Yeah, because white has the pair of bishops. White also has a good development. Yeah, all his pieces are already developed. The knight on e1 makes perfect sense. Yeah, he still keeps flexibility. Because if black plays the move e5, e4, then white has two ways of fighting this transformation, with knight potentially going to d4. Exactly. However, in this regard, then do we eliminate that knight from e7, which can jump to f5 or not? Many questions. I'm still not having answer to all of them. And another potential break with d2, d3, but it runs into some queen b6 check with knight f5 somewhere. Yeah, for example, knight f5 to start with. Crazy complications.
Oh my gosh, this is like the Benoni, but on the king side, right? You go c5, d5, e6. So here white goes f4, e4, d3. I've told this story before, but it's like the story about Ratmir Holmov that my coach said. Ratmir plays d4, f5, knight c3, e6. I'll just show it on the board. It always makes me laugh. So Holmov comes to the board in an old Soviet championship and plays these moves with black. And a horrified Tal or some other GM comes up to him, Radmir, what are you doing? What do you mean what I'm doing? Have you never seen the Najdorf before? It's on the other side of the board. So it's very risky to flirt with your kingside pawns like this. Of course, Gukesh, okay, forget everything I was about to say. E takes f4, and I will admit, I was expecting e4. This somehow wasn't on my radar.
Wow, very interesting reaction. And this case, also we can praise the move rook e8. How important it was to play this prophylactic move. Because normally now after e takes f4, we would expect white to capture with the rook. Yeah, rook takes f4.
For sure.
And then all of a sudden you have moves like knight g6, hitting that rook with a tempo.
So maybe take on e7 first. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but then you give up your dark squared bishop. Do you take on e7? Yeah, it's another big question on Ding's mind. Normally, I think you would love to just automatically recapture on f4, but it runs into some knight g6 ideas.
I would be too emotionally attached to my bishop pair. I mean, this is the whole raison d'etre of this bishop a3 idea. To go bishop e7 is a bit of a, I don't know how to phrase it, not a moral loss, but it's a sign that Gukesh is maybe gaining the upper hand in this opening battle.
Yeah, it doesn't send a good message if you give up the bishop. On the other hand, after rook takes f4, knight g6, not that this bishop will end up hitting empty air. Besides, black has very direct play and very nice development.
Well, our hardworking producer is pointing out the resource rook d4.
Wow. Okay, that's Probably it has to be played. Yeah, the rook has to stay active, because if the rook retreats to f2, which would have been the thematic move, then black is maybe taking over the initiative. It's a passive move. No, rook d4 is a nice kind of resource, putting pressure on the weak d5 pawn, because it's the only vulnerable spot in black's position.
Queen b6 e3 is a nice defensive resource as well.
And then c5, rook takes d5, right? Exchange sacrifice, and we would be super happy.
Absolutely. I mean, even bishop takes c5. But yeah, no, rook takes d5 rules it out.
Yeah, wow.
Oh my god, what does black do here? What is black's move? I mean, maybe queen b6 should be played, and then you start thinking.
Yeah, or maybe you even don't need to play the move knight g6 if there is this potential rook d4 move. Yeah, that's I have to admit I missed this rook d4 move.
I'm right there with you. On the other hand, let me play devil's advocate. If I play, I don't even know what I'm trying to say. If I play a move like knight d7, allowing cd is bad, I assume, right? Because then the IQP is beautifully blockaded. Like the rook is on a dream square.
Exactly.
Can't believe this. Like then everything comes out beautifully. No, horrible.
Yes, no, this we can't do.
Can I just go knight c6, please? Can you get rid of this darn pawn on c6? So annoying.
That's why it's so important to keep the tension. Rook takes f4 on the board. Let's go back to the live position in order to see how Gukesh will react. Will he blitz out the move knight g6? Then we're gonna see rook d4, or is he maybe sensing and definitely over the board you sense that rook d4 is unpleasant? Then maybe you want to look for an alternative like knight a6 first. Just develop, get ready, because with the knight on e7, I'm not afraid of rook d4. Yeah, then we will have plenty of options to react to.
And it's like the same idea, this knight remaining on e1 for the same reason, keeping its options open. The knight on e7 might do very well to keep its options open. And I wouldn't even rule out the move d takes c4. I know it looks like a serious concession, but maybe opening up some squares in the center works to black's favor tactically. I'm also looking, of course, always at the king on g1, the bishop on a3 being undefended. So this at least must be seriously considered, even if it's too big of a positional concession to give up the entire center like that.
Yes, somehow intuitively I feel like d takes e4 only if you can justify it by tactical measures, which I'm not yet seeing. So for example, dc, bc, what exactly you have in mind?
I haven't decided that yet. That's way too far into the future. Maybe knight g6 now.
Yeah, and then rook f2. Okay. Rook f2. And maybe knight e5.
Knight
you
E5?
play direct. Exactly. Direct chess. Move pair move, yeah? DC knight g4 hitting the rook and going for the ec square.
Oh, let's dance. Knight g4, queen d4, and suddenly white starts to pay the price for that bold advance of the f-pawn. So where could white deviate? White has the move rook e4 here. Very much, taking a page out of the rook d4 playbook.
Yes.
But I don't know if this is nearly as good, because it also allows black to maybe push his own f-pawn up the board.
Yeah, no, this case then d takes e4 already is a serious candidate, yeah, if there is so much dynamic. And on the board, d takes e4 played.
So quickly too. And again, I have to point out, bishop takes e7 exists, it's available. Maybe now's the time.
Yeah, but it's a bailout. Bishop e7 is a bailout. Then you take queen takes e7, b takes c4, and with this c6, b7 pawn structure, you are still beautifully restricting the bishop on g2. You get all these knight a6 dynamic possibilities. White's pawn structure on e2 will be vulnerable. I don't see white giving up the bishop. But what?
If you put on...
Okay.
Ding is thinking. He's taking his time. If you put on your Tigran Petrosian hat, is there any possibility of an exchange sack, like the rook for the bishop? Is that something you would be actively looking at here in some situations?
Well, if I get a favorable circumstance to do that, then yes. But at the moment, I don't see it yet being a factor. I think that b takes c4 looks like the thematic move. Ding was also about to make a move. Now he's pausing again.
Yeah, hesitating. I mean, BC knight g6, rook e4, f5, that line we looked at, maybe there rook takes c6 can be considered, but I'm with you, just doesn't seem like enough.
Yes. But also, okay, this f6, f5 move is, maybe I can just play rook e3. I know that we have never ever seen a rook on e3, I think, in this kind of opening, but if you provoked this f6, f5 weakness, then maybe the dark squares in the long run can play a role.
Man, it's just like we play as beginners, a4 and move 1, and then rook a3, rook e3. It's like what the second world champion Lasker said. I spent the second half of my chess career unlearning what I learned in the first. We see principles being violated, but as my client said, don't try this at home. This is for world champions and world champion challengers only.
And the knight has not yet developed from b8, yeah? So black made sure that with rook e8, and now we can appreciate and understand how deep this move, rook fe8 to e8 was. Yeah, that this gave black the chance to, and the justification to go for e takes f4, d takes e4 possibilities.
It's a complete game changer. If the rook was still on f8, white might even have in his possession the move rook e4, just skewering the minor pieces. And by the way, rook e4 is possible here, but I don't see any benefit in starting with rook e4 because it just gives black more options. And if black plays knight g6, you're going to have to play bc anyway. So unless you're afraid of something other than knight g6, which I don't think you are, Ding is probably deciding between b takes e4 and bishop takes e7.
And I think the reason why this e takes f4, d takes e4 reaction came as a total shock, I think, to Ding. He did not expect this. And look at his body language. He shows nervousness. And we talked about it, yeah? White was the one who challenged black center with the move f2, f4, with the aim to try to weaken the center and to fight against the center. And all of a sudden, black voluntarily releases the tension. He takes e takes f4, and then he takes d takes c4. Again, a reaction which I think from 100 times, at least 95 times it's wrong. I don't want to say 99 times, because we know that there are all these exceptions, but it's very much a case for exception.
Oh, absolutely. I take all the intuitive principles and throw them out the window. And I'm even looking at lines, Peter, like BC, knight g6, rook f3, knight e5, rook b3. I mean, these types of maneuvers, I don't think I've executed them a single time in my classical career. Maybe, as a 900, and now we're watching just incredibly insightful ideas on both sides, creative chess, original chess. But it seems like Gukesh is just more confident. He's building up a big time advantage on top of it.
Yeah, and Ding is faced with a very tough decision. Yeah, he is under pressure on the clock, so he has the temptation to make a quick decision. And what else could be a very natural move like recapturing that pawn on c4? But even he is posing because he senses the danger. There are crazy motives in the position.
So much to think about. John, I know you must be at the edge of your seat. We're only on move 15, and it feels like we've already lived a lifetime in this position. So complex are all of these ideas and deviations and twists and turns that await us in the next several hours of play.
Exactly right. And seeing the possibility of the rook lift to f4 potentially going all around the board gives me some flashbacks to yesterday as well in the endgame. It's a little bit early to be talking about that right now, though. Assuming that Ding plays b takes c4, we're then asking ourselves some questions. Well, an open board, white with the bishop pair. There's a lot of fundamental principles that look okay here. And with Black's knight still on b8 and the pawn still on b7, the theme of this world championship, perhaps, Peter. There are some questions to be asked in this position, but ultimately, this just looks quite unclear to my untrained eye. This isn't your typical classical opening where all of the principles appear to be adhered to. There are some serious problems being posed for both sides.
Yes, I think it's very important to highlight that this b7 c6 pawn structure is the soul of Black's construction. Yeah, that the bishop on g2 is kind of blocked. Black is solid. The same pawn formation G7 F6 also gives a lot of stability for black, covering all the dark squares. And then this rook on E8, this sleeping piece, it looks like it doesn't do that much, but it opens up the way for that monster knight from E7 to jump with on G6 with a tempo hitting that rook on F4. And all of a sudden, black gets very dynamic play against white's pieces before white can consolidate. Because if white consolidates, in long terms, it can be dangerous for black. It's all about momentum.
So finding time to consolidate and get that momentum is going to be Ding's greatest challenge heading into this middle game. And in the meantime, while players settle in to have a think, just a quick reminder, your daily reminder actually, that this particular event, the World Chess Championships in Singapore, it's not the only elite event that we have going on in December. So don't miss your chance, because you're going to get the opportunity as well to attend the Champions Chess Tour Finals live and in person in Oslo. From the 17th to the 21st of December, we've got 8 of chess's greatest players, including Magnus, Ali Reza, and MVL that you can see on your screen here. You're invited into the room with them. Alongside the high-stakes chess, you can also get perks with your ticket like hand and brain chess, simuls, photo opportunities with the players, and a whole bunch more. If this sounds like you might be interested and you want to be there in person with these players, use !CCT finals in the chat or visit go.chess.com/CCT finals 24 and grab your tickets now. Back to the action in Singapore though. Dingley Ren, Gukesh Domaraju fighting for supremacy in the middle game. Both players asking some very important questions about where they would like their pieces to be in the long run. Dingley Ren looking to consolidate. Gukesh looking to place more pressure on the clock. We'll be right back, folks, with all of the action after this break.
Hello from Oslo and the venue for the final of the Champions Chess Tour 2024. As you can see, a lot of construction still going on, but if you turn around, there's already a lot of fun stuff that has happened. We have one of the bleachers set up where you can sit and watch 8 of the best chess players in the world battling it out on stage. You follow the broadcast. On this big Jumbotron, for the first time, you can actually sit inside the arena and watch the broadcast live. You can hear the commentators, you can get the reactions, you can see the analysis, everything while you see the players live on stage. And you hear everything on silent disco headsets, meaning that the players won't be disturbed by the sound going on. And here, the players won't be disturbed by movement inside the arena where the audience is sitting either, because we're going to put up many more of these plexiglass screens where it's going to be a mirror effect, meaning the players won't see anything that's happening here inside that part of the arena. But here, 8 of the best players from December 17th to December 21st going to battle it out to decide who is going to be the winner of the Champions Chess Tour 2024. You can also be here. You can enjoy all this excitement in what we think is probably the most exciting chess venue ever built. So get here and join the fun with us December 17th through December 21st.
Has this ever happened to you?
Oh, shoot. Another mouse slip.
What about this?
Oh, well, holy bishops en passant. I think I'm getting carpal tunnel. If only there was a way to play online chess with a real-life board.
What if I told you you can with Chess Up 2? That's right. With Chess Up 2, you can now play over the board online.
Wow.
Simply connect your chess.com account to our state-of-the-art Chess Up 2 and get a game started. Every time you move, our revolutionary board will transmit the data online directly to your opponent. And as soon as they move, squares will light up, signifying which piece is going where.
Well, shucks. This Hikaru guy seems pretty good.
With Chess Up 2, mouse slips and sore wrists are a thing of the past.
My carpal tunnel is gone. Well, this sure is fun. I'm playing online against my new friend Hikaru. Who needs a family? But I sure do miss clicking on a piece and seeing all of my available moves, like they have on chess.com.
Well, Danny, you're in luck. This feature is totally available on the Chess Up 2 as well.
Wow. Well, I'm convinced. But hey, what if I don't just want to play an opponent online? What if I want to use one of chess.com's other great tools?
I thought you'd never ask. With Chess Up 2, you can fully take advantage of the chess.com integration by playing bots, analyzing your offline games, and even using our optional AI assistants to visualize the quality of moves with color-coded hints.
Well, holy Chess Up, you did it. You made IRL chess cool again.
You got it, Danny.
And how do you know my name?
Play chess today on the board of tomorrow.
This December, the world's top chess minds clash in the heart of New York City at the Fide World Rapid and Blitz Championship. Witness world number one Magnus Carlsen and other stars from across the globe. Rapid and Blitz, chess in its most thrilling form, unpredictable and unforgettable. Fast moves, tactics and blunders, and moments that will keep you on the edge of your seat. Witness the pinnacle of chess excitement. Get your tickets now at worldrapidandblitz.fide.com.
Hello from
We're back with game number 8 of the Fide World Championship in Singapore. We're coming at you live. We're going to be heading back to the action very shortly, but first, we're going to take a ride with Mike Klein as he heads across Singapore to ask people on the street how much they know about the World Championship that's happening pretty close to where they are now. Take a look.
Well, we are here on the complex of the World Chess Championship. There are tourists everywhere going to the theme parks, and it's time for us to see whether or not they are aware that the world's most important chess match is taking place right here on the complex. I'm genuinely curious because they kind of look like they're just here to have a good time. Does that include chess? I don't know, but we're going to ask a few people. We're going to find out. They're all taking selfies, so I'm trying not to interrupt too much. Excuse me, sir. The World Chess Championship is taking place like 100 meters away. Are you aware of that?
No, sir.
Are you a chess player?
No.
Do you care?
No.
Okay, that's fair. Thank you very much. Hello, friends. Can I ask you a question? I'm here with the World Chess Championship. It's taking place 500 meters away. Are you aware of this?
Can you speak slowly?
Yeah, sorry. World Chess Championship is taking place right over there. Do you play chess?
No. You know Vietnamese Lê Nguyễn Quang Liêm?
Yeah, Lê Quang Liêm. Oh, you're from Vietnam?
Yes, I'm from Vietnam.
Oh, I know Lê Quang. He lives in St. Louis.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, so thank you very much. And Cameron, for your time.
Okay, yeah, thank you. Thank you.
Are you aware that it's taking place 500 meters away?
No.
Okay, where are you from?
We're from India.
Okay, did you know there's actually an Indian man playing in the tournament?
No, no.
Okay. Do you think he might go to the World Chess Championship?
No, we've got less of time.
What are you going to do today?
We're going to the aquarium.
The aquarium. Okay.
Yeah.
Maybe dolphins, then chess?
Maybe.
All right, enjoy the aquarium.
Thank you.
You know, let's do one more. We've got to find somebody out here that's heard of the World Championship. Excuse me, miss. I'm a reporter with chess.com. Did you know that there's the World Chess Championship taking place 500 meters away?
Oh, yeah, I heard about that.
Oh, you have? Okay, well, what more do you know about it?
Well, you know, in round one, Gukesh unfortunately had a pretty shaky opening, and Ding fully capitalized on it. And, you know, with that information, Gukesh maybe would have wanted to prepare a little bit better in round five, but he played into the French and played the French exchange of all openings. And I just can't say that that is an opening you really want to be playing with the white pieces against the current world chess champion, you know. But since then, since round five, last night, he actually had a really interesting game. I think he had amazing winning chances. He did swap out of the French, so maybe move one knight f3 is more up his alley. And he had really good winning chances. He found rook to a5, almost won the game, but Ding held on. And I think it's been a really exciting match so far.
Yeah, that pretty much sums it up. Thanks for your time.
Okay, thank you, bye.
I don't know what else to say, but I think she's a fan, and she looks a little familiar. Can't say from where. Anyway, back to you guys.
Love it. She could have just said yes, but absolutely wonderful stuff there. Thank you very much, Mike, for that. We've got a couple more moves on the board now. So to avoid being like the VT, where I'm going to be asking these wonderful gentlemen, can you please speak more slowly? I'm going to go ahead and pass you back with the capable hands of Peter Lecko and Daniel Naroditsky, who will be doing a far better job than I ever will of understanding this position. Gents.
Peter, I don't know about you. I don't know about that. I'm totally clueless, and it's getting more and more fun. I have a small little historical deviation, but first I want to get your opinion on this latest move, because we did mention rook e4, and now the intuitive response f5. Gukesh currently deep in thought. Your kind of instincts on what we see on the board, and then I'll quickly share a little historical tidbit.
Yeah, my intuition is that Ding took his time to capture back with the pawn on c4, and it was absolutely justified because he had to foresee the consequences of the move knight g6. We have already analyzed that just retreating the rook back to f2 would have run into this very strong knight e5. So White had to understand that actually he needs to play on the principles of this concrete position, forget about general rules, and the move rook f4 to e4, I believe it's kind of the best possible move. If black plays the move f5, then I'm retreating that rook to e3, or you think like we can already sacrifice?
My gut instinct is it's not feasible just because White's pieces aren't active enough, but I'm trying to make it work, like rook e6 and then knight d3.
Yes, this knight d3 jump, but I'm not sure yet. But if for example, we forget about the action sacrifice, just f5 rook e3, I have provoked that pawn to f5. I feel like if you give me one more move, knight to d3, then actually f6, f5 will become a premature move, because strategically opening the long diagonal, the dark squares, that bishop on a3 might actually retreat to the long diagonal to b2. And then this weakness with f6, f5 could come back to hunt black.
And the thing is, I think you pointed this out too, f5, rook e3, f4. It looks really scary, but even g takes f4 is in play, and something like rook d3 in that position, let's not forget, black does not have his queenside developed yet, so definitely that must be on Gukesh's mind, and maybe a cooler, calmer move like knight d7 is the order of the day. It's all about the timing. When do you press on the gas pedal, and when do you dial it back a little bit and, take care of the necessities in your position?
Yeah, now the big question that comes to my mind is that if, for example, we give both sides 2 extra moves to consolidate the position, then who will benefit? And my feeling is that if White consolidates, then thanks to the pair of bishops, White should be better. Yeah, White should have the upper hand, which gives me then the feeling that black has to rush. And how can you rush in this position? This is the big question. Yeah, that f6, f5, I don't like strategically speaking, but maybe one has to forget about the strategical feeling at all and go with the flow of the position. Or do we just play something like knight a6 and rely on the fact that we even against knight d3 sometimes have this knight b4 idea? Yeah, there are so many questions. It's a very tense situation.
But your point is well taken, because knight a6 or knight d7, White can play either knight d3. Of course, White can consider the move d4. The problem with pushing d4 with your rook already on e4 is that then black can play f5. Your rook is well, unless you're sacking the exchange, which maybe then is a more serious idea because it can be followed up with d5. But the point is, if you play rook e3, you're kind of walking into f4, maybe in kind of a better version. And the move d4 does create some weaknesses in the center. So I guess the move f5 has to be calculated first and foremost. And after rook e3, Peter, black is not obligated to play f4. I think we should point that out. Maybe there's an alternative, but having said A, you have to say B. I think the expression would apply here.
Yeah, f4, rook d3, and then the big question, where do you place your queen?
Do I want to give you a check and induce c5? Or do I want to go... Yeah, that's kind of my instinct is queen b6. Also, maybe just knight d7, honestly. Yeah, why not? Knight d7.
Okay, so you give me the chance to place that bishop on d6. Okay, I'm going to use this possibility. Let's go bishop d6. And you might start hunting my rook or bishop g4, bishop f5. Yeah, the situation is too loose. Yeah, I needed one more move to cement that bishop with c5. I might not get time for it.
Is it Toulouse or is it Lautrec? Okay, bishop f5, rook d4, queen f6. I mean, I have no idea, but it's scary for sure. G takes f4, I think you pointed out, also is a serious resource. It should be at least calculated.
Yes, okay, every single move has to be calculated. But okay, yes, G takes f4, knight takes f4. I'm somehow afraid from this monster knight.
Maybe?
And we can survive. Knight takes g2 and we are not getting mated.
I'm afraid. Yeah, I definitely would not like to have this with white. I'm just proposing it for a more capable player like Dingley Wren to handle this situation.
Yeah, again, if, for example, white has time to get bishop back to b2 and rook to g3, white is the one attacking black. Yeah, so it's a very complex position. But we do see developer claiming black's advantage, which isn't obvious to me at all.
Knight a6 on the board in the meantime. A big decision to not play f5, but instead opt for the second option. Good call. Knight to a6, completing the development on move 16.
I feel like knight a6 is the more professional move, yeah, because you feel like you have kind of a natural, normal looking position. Let's continue the development before going for this f6, f5 adventure. We have to see if this is necessary or not. I think that over the board, first developing the knight, having this knight before resource, also is kind of a very tempting possibility.
And maybe tied in a little bit with white's clock situation, kind of giving Ding as big of a menu of options as possible. Really, really interesting how Gukesh, sometimes you see him stepping on the gas pedal, like in the last game, we remember the move b4, when he could have just continued slowly improving. But in this situation, taking the alternate strategy, tying up, crossing his T's and dotting his I's before embarking on a strategically risky approach like f5. So knight d3, is that white's most natural move? And what is black's intended response?
I think it's the most natural, yeah, because the knight has to be activated. And fighting for the b4, c5 squares, it's kind of very important.
Okay.
And after knight dc, for example, the move knight b4, is that a good idea or is it simply desperate idea?
It was also my instinct.
Yeah, at least we have to talk about it, yeah, because it's interesting.
Wow, knight takes b4. Sadly, there's no intermezzo with queen b6 because of c5. And maybe it doesn't even, it doesn't win a piece. Like, for a second, I thought it won a piece, but white has c5. This darn rook on e4.
Exactly. So I have to probably just take on a2. And then I'm not sure if I really wanted this because you are getting quite some time to stabilize your construction.
Maybe queen b3. Queen b3, queen b6. c5. Oh my god. Look at that. Try assessing that position.
That's very funny. Well, it might just win for white on the spot, yeah, because I'm also pinned on the e file.
Oh, and you have bishop takes c6 at the end of the line, don't you? Queen b3, queen b6, c5, bishop e6.
Well, rook takes c8 check.
King f7?
Yes, and then you take on c6, yeah? Wonderful.
Wow. Takes, and you just win the game with this bishop takes c6 resource. And, of course, yesterday we saw Ding relying on an unstoppable pass pawn in one of the variations to save the game. Okay, so how did we get here? Where are we? We're in a deep dark forest.
Knight a6, knight d3, and of course that's why I even didn't know how to call this move knight before. That is it a good idea? Is it a clever move? Is it desperation? It's absolutely not forced, of course.
Bishop f5 comes to mind as well. It's kind of a vanilla move, but maybe just to release the tension.
Yeah, the question is, okay, so basically you are forcing me to take on e8, rook e8, queen e8, and suddenly that queen from e8 hits the e2 pawn, yeah, because I would love to play the move queen b3, hitting the b7 pawn. And then what's going on? You can take on e2, can I then take on b7? Intuitively, it feels that it should be good for black somehow.
Takes c2, takes b7, rook b8, queen a6. God, it's so... I mean, things can turn around in a position like that so quickly, but it does feel like black's king is quite safe and has the h8 square whenever it needs.
But on the other hand, I will have some queen d5 check, yeah, if we go along this line. For example, just quickly to show queen b3, queen takes e2, queen b7, rook b8, queen takes a6. The result that I saw for white, that if you take on d3, I take on c6 with the queen, and then we'll go for queen d5. Bishop on a3 is hanging. Okay.
And then the rook is hanging. That's the important detail.
Exactly.
But still, queen a5 here, I mean...
Bishop e4. Bishop e4.
Yeah.
No, not bishop e4. No, bishop e4 doesn't work, yeah. Okay,
but
it's too complex.
Bishop e4. I feel like black has the initiative, though. It's pretty clear. Even here, I don't see a move off the top of my head.
Yeah, no, but okay, it's just also an illustration.
I'll get the mate. Sorry, go on.
Yeah, it's completely crazy. This is absolutely not forced. But one has the feeling that, bishop f5, a very serious candidate move. Yeah, because if these complications seemingly seem to be dangerous for white, then strategically speaking, after knight d3, bishop f5, rook e8, queen e8, you're also setting up rook d8, bishop e4 ideas. Yeah, strategically we are doing fine.
I think for newer players, the move d4 is very tempting, but remember, there's a reason that Ding is leaving his pawns on their initial squares. I think d4, it's possible, but it's very weakening. It weakens the e3 square, and there I think bishop f5 would play white's position like a fiddle. I mean, it would force the rook trade, and then this weakness on e3 would cause white a lot of sleepless nights.
Well, yes and no, yeah. There are all these... Okay, the position is completely crazy, yeah. So let's talk about d4. Let's put it on the board. d4, bishop f5. For example, I trade on e8. You take back. I play queen d2, protecting against queen e3 check. You most probably play the move bishop e4. Yeah, that looks like the natural move. And I simply play knight f3. I say like, yes, you have a good position, but I also have the pair of bishops. The knight on g6 is suddenly not doing that much.
Yeah, Nimzovich taught me this is supposed to be good for black, but Eval Barzovich and modern Chesovich says that there are other factors at play here. No, you're absolutely right. Somehow I thought white's queen has to go to b3. I forgot that it can also just chill on d2.
Yeah, and finally white has some stability, yeah, for the very first time ever since all these crazy e takes f4, d takes e4 moves happened.
Okay, so maybe I'm not taking d4 seriously enough.
Let's take it seriously then. Okay, let's take a look.
f5?
f5. Yeah, f5, rook e3, and then you're going to go for f4 or queen g5.
Wait, bishop c4, is that a move?
Oh, wow. Yes.
Rook e3, queen e3. I mean, I don't know. I see a pawn, I take a pawn.
Yeah, let's just show this beautiful queen e3, queen a3 idea.
LPDO, loose pieces drop off. And this, now white pays the price for d4, the e3 square being weak. And still, it's not the end of the story, even at the end of the line. Queen b1, maybe.
Yeah, or knight d, yeah, queen b1 or knight d3 afterwards.
Jesus.
But okay, this should be good for black. Yeah, knight b4. You have finally you get this knight to b4.
Lots of hanging pieces. You're absolutely right. No, this looks great.
Yeah. Wow. Okay, so then d4 can be met by f5, and then maybe already white has to go for the exchange sacrifice with rook takes c6. What is this construction?
Okay, this will make me very, very happy. And now d5? Or is that
Yeah.
too forcing?
Yeah, but computer is not impressed. Yeah, it's somehow black has completed development already. Knight, we need the knight on d3. I think if white would have this extra tempo, the knight on d3 would be talking about serious compensation. Like this, we lack one move.
Yeah, here maybe even rook e3. There's a sense that too many dark square weaknesses. I think your intuition is well taken here. It's definitely something to consider, but not as juicy as I was expecting the exchange sack to be.
Yeah.
All right.
And Ding is taking his time. Yeah, we understood, yeah, that, okay, d4 leads to some crazy tactics after f5. You have to calculate in order to play it. I don't think that Ding will play it. Otherwise, he's looking for some stable move like knight d3.
Antidote to f5 by setting up the d4 square for white's rook.
Wow. But it also means that the knight on e1 will never go to d3 anymore. Maybe it's also an idea which white should forget about. The circumstances have changed. And another question, that is black threatening knight b4 or not? Yeah. So for example, if you play the move e3, can I just jump with the knight to b4?
I think it is legal in North Carolina.
Because somehow you weakened some squares, yeah, with e3.
Can I go queen b3, queen d2, and queen a2? And here we go again with trying to trap the queen and the impossibility of that. That's annoying. Okay, rook d4 maybe.
And okay, let's put the queen maybe to c7. Yeah, queen c7.
Such a nice square. You know, it's like sitting outside with a cappuccino. Yeah. Just the queen is protected from all of the violence in the world.
Yeah, and at some point black might play the move c6, c5, touching that rook on d4.
And it wins the game after that. Super important resource, by the way. Well
exactly.
Spotted. Okay.
Transformation of structure. Yeah, one needs to be extremely careful all the time.
And the rook would meet its grisly end at the hands of the c-pawn. Yeah, this is the huge drawback with e3, and it's what makes selecting a move annoying. Every move has an obvious drawback. So you take care of one problem, and you open a different Pandora's box.
Somehow my feeling is, if we go back to the live position, let's just go back to the live board.
Mm-hmm.
Because, okay, white has plenty of options. It's basically pointless to speculate what Ding will choose. What I want to touch upon, that it's probably easier to be black in this situation, because black has a very stable position. Black knows what he wants to achieve. And white is the one who has to solve some strange questions. Yeah, that what do I do? First of all, there is this funny rook on e4. It's not supposed to be there. White would love to just stabilize, cement the position, but maybe you don't have time to do that. And then how do you understand what is the position really asking for? Yeah, it's maybe one regrouping what suddenly came to me, to myself, that knight d3 and then knight f2. Can I, for example, knight d3, bishop f5, take on e8, queen e8, and knight f2.
Mm-hmm.
Can you put that on board? Maybe that gives me some harmony.
Because you're plugging the hole and maybe preparing. Actually, e4 and d4 is a serious positional threat, is it not?
Exactly. Yeah, this at least gives me suddenly, humanly, a good feeling, like I stabilized.
And black, maybe even in response to knight b4, I assume you would seriously consider just sacking, just throwing away that a2 pawn, because the central control is more important.
Yes, e4, d4, and then suddenly we speak about a completely different dynamic.
I guess black could bring the big boys into the center, but it still doesn't really prevent e4 and d. I'm just trying to discourage you from playing d4 and trying to meet it with c5. But it doesn't seem... White can play even e4 and then d3, maybe.
I understand, but now I'm happy with white. Yeah, I stabilized. This is the first position when the knight on f2 makes already good impression. This funny rook on e4 disappeared. There is less tension and more control for white.
And queen b3 is always an annoying resource. This pawn will hang. I share your intuition. Yeah, black would need to find something very decisive here. Not in the sense of winning the game, but in the sense of preventing the trend of the game from starting to favor white.
Yes, exactly.
And I don't know what that is. Knight b4, I don't like. It's a really powerful positional idea. Maybe knight e5. Maybe knight e5.
Well, can you? So after e4, you rely on bishop e6?
Yes.
Yeah, that's a very important resource.
And
Because
then,
now
yeah.
pawn is, and you are setting c65 to block the position and get a strategically winning position.
Ooh. Yeah, this c5 move comes at the most unexpected of times. If white starts with d4...
Then you have knight g4.
Yeah, and this lovely knight on f2. It's not that safe after all.
Yes, okay, of course, I have normal moves. I can just play something like queen d2 there and I'm perfectly fine, but I was already hoping for more.
I mean, queen b3 here is also a possibility, I think.
Yeah, queen b3. Since e2
I like
is not
this now.
hanging.
Still, I think white's position is quite comfortable. The king is safe, the center is fundamentally sound, and black hasn't been able to maximize this knight on a6.
Yeah, my feeling also tells the same. Yeah, that compare this position with the position that we have on the live board. Yeah, so I think also if Ding is guaranteed this position, he will immediately jump on knight d3. But does black have any other more direct options? Because bishop f5 looks so tempting.
Yeah, but because of this knight f2 idea, I'm back to considering f5.
Yes, f5 and then rook e3.
And then start thinking.
Yeah, but you already committed with f5. You weakened the dark squares. Be careful.
Knight b4 maybe? No, this is all very speculative. Knight b4 white can just take twice. What is black aiming for if f4 is not achievable? Queen d4, I just want to show. I know a lot of people
Bishop
might be
b2,
tempted by
yes,
this.
of course.
Exactly. Your old idea at the right
Exactly.
moment chases out the queen, and I know you're a happy camper with this diagonal.
Yes, absolutely. And then white knight
Get
goes
off
to
me.
yeah, c5, and we are winning the game pretty quickly. Knight f4, trade the knight on g6, then rook g3, and we are checkmating on g7.
All right. White checkmating black on the king side. Two can play at that game. Okay. So not f5. Maybe I just need to stop looking at the f5 square entirely. I'm not allowed to say anything to f5.
Yeah, we see the evil bar claiming that black is absolutely fine, but how exactly?
Well, bishop f7 seems like a... Computer says queen b6 check is decent. I think we've earned the right to check. But knight f2 here, and again, white is quite comfortable. Bishop f7 for some reason. To keep pressure on the c4 pawn, I assume, is the point.
Oh, wow, yeah, so rook e8, queen e8, and then if knight f2, knight e5 comes, then it already makes perfect sense. It hits the...
Or even, yeah, knight b4.
Knight b4, yeah. No, this is harmonious.
But the same position of the bishop on f5, I assume there's moves like queen b3, and black's king is actually safe. The bishop does the same thing that white's knight does. It's just two different pieces, two similar roles. Wow.
Yeah, wow, yeah. Bishop f7 is the... And we have a move.
Knight c2.
Knight c2, a move that we haven't touched on because I did not see it, to be honest.
I did not see it too. And where's the knight going? I mean, for some reason, we did point this out when Ding played knight e1, that knight d3 is not the only path that the knight can take. But somehow here I assume that he wants to prevent the f-pawn from running forward to f4.
And he
So
wants to get access to the d4 square. Yeah, you were also suggesting e3 with the idea rook d4 as a potential resource. And now also with the knight on c2, he has the same ideas.
But that's terrifying, isn't it? f5, rook d4, queen f6. I mean, I don't know. I'm not super confident in the structural integrity of white's setup here.
Yeah, because the knight on c2 is kind of a strange piece. Yeah, the rook on d4 will be hanging. Wow. But after f5, what else? You don't gonna play rook e3, then knight c2 was completely pointless.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, and it's would blunder this. This must be his idea.
Yes.
And of course, Queen B6 very tempting, but probably also bad because it's much more vulnerable square than F6. Now F4 is a threat, or at least an idea.
Yeah, very special position.
Rook D6 even is a move. I mean, you might as well, right?
It is, yeah, it is a move. I was just not sure. Rook D6, I'm gonna go Rook A8. I say, okay, I'm gonna trade your rook. Where are you going?
Yeah, I think I that part of the journey was not planned. I didn't purchase my return ticket. It's like a World Cup, I just assumed I'm going to win it.
Well, you need somewhere some D2, D3, yeah? Stabilizer, getting ready for Queen D2, harmony and everything. Do you have the time to do it now? It's a big question.
So again, there is E3, but then it would be weird to combine all of these moves. Then why didn't you play it immediately, right? He must have some concrete idea here, like Queen F1. But then again, this knight before at the right moment is super unpleasant.
Yes, knight before should not be forgotten. All right, but for the moment, knight c2 is the live board. Let's just see what are the options, because this is a very tempting option. We might be seeing this fourth sequence of moves, because if there is no other good alternative, then this is very natural for black.
Yeah, absolutely. And maybe Ding doesn't, have a clear plan after F5 Rook D4. He just wants to get all of his pieces on relatively defended squares. But this could get out of control. As usual, the eval bar, these small swings are totally meaningless. 0.1, 0.2. The fact of the matter is, if black pushes the pawn through to F4, or black gets knight before at the right moment, things could spin completely out of control.
Yeah, it's a very high stake position. Yeah, it's strategically speaking, the next couple of moves will be super important. It will set the tone for the rest of the game. That's kind of my feeling.
Other than F5, what else might be on Gukesh's radar?
Well, let's just speak about exactly the same move, bishop f7, like we talked about after knight d3, just to understand what kind of difference does it make. For example, I see that you can quietly play d3 and it doesn't really make any sense. I don't know, even with rook takes e8, queen e8, then d3. White has more stability now with the knight on c2.
Yeah, and the dark squares are defended. White could optimize this. Your point is well taken. Takes d3. Doesn't seem like Gukesh is extracting the marrow from this position in a situation like this. This knight is so well placed guarding e3. There's no bishop takes c4. This is his idea, prophylaxis against bishop c4.
Yeah, also protects against knight before. Now your idea, queen f1, queen f2. Yeah, we already highlighted this beautiful maneuver. Getting the queen to f2 would be lovely.
Or even king h1, queen g1. But that doesn't seem to meet the demands of the position. Bishop f5 also doesn't make any sense here, especially because the knight can just hop onto e3 with tempo at the end. Or same idea to play d3. Knight b4. What about knight b4?
Yeah, also doesn't look so attractive. Yeah, you can just take.
Take and take again, yeah. And again, queen...
Who shies away from such strategically weakening moves like f6, f5, but even my heart somehow says that, yeah, this is the right moment because knight justified. I understand why I'm weakening, because white is starting to stabilize the position, and with black you have to be energetic.
I completely agree. And he's got the luxury time preparing himself for the new phase of the game, because f5 will trigger a much more concrete. Finally, we will get some forcing clarity in the sense of pieces getting attacked and having to move away.
Yes. But yeah, knight c2, it's a very interesting move. Yeah, we didn't have it on our radar at all. We're trying all these knight d3 ideas, but knight c2 has fundamental stability. Yeah, I like the move. The big question, however, after f5, rook d4, queen f6, how to proceed, because there suddenly again white is lacking a bit of coordination.
Yeah, and there's a rook on d4 and move 18, which is sometimes a good thing, sometimes not. But just creative, original play, professional play. It seems like both players have sort of settled into their groove more. And again, it feels like Gukesh has the momentum in this game. There are some similarities to the previous game, time-wise, momentum-wise, but it's so unpredictable.
Yes, because the big difference compared to yesterday was that here white has a lot of long-term potential. Yeah, if white stabilizes and black is not able to use this moment when white forces are not yet coordinating enough, then black can get in serious trouble. And yesterday it was different, that okay, black was trying to defend but had no real perspective.
There we see the reigning world champion, Ding. 42 minutes on his clock. It's only move 17. How many complex decisions have already been made? How many hour-long recap videos can be made just on the first stage of the game, Peter? And the exciting thing is we have no idea what awaits us, what crazy twists and turns, what emotions and ups and downs both players will experience as we head toward the second part of the middle game.
Absolutely. I think, however, the good news for Ding and his fans is that, yes, he did spend a lot of time. I have the feeling it was absolutely justified, because if he finally gets stability, then his moves will become so much more natural. Yeah, so he can speed up. The big question, and that's why I like this f5 queen f6 construction from black side, that you ask questions. Yeah, you does not allow white to simply stabilize the construction, and then he will have plenty of reasons to spend more time on the clock.
Well, it seems 95 is a popular suggestion in the chat. And something tells me I should be taking it more seriously than I'm taking it. Instinctively, I thought 95 d3, but
yes,
that will remain forever behind the scenes. Queen c7 on the board.
But this is very good news for white. White gets time to stabilize. That's my gut feeling. We will have time to play d3. Is there any reason why we cannot stabilize with d3?
I'm really puzzled. Queen c7 was, I was in a different universe from this move. D3
okay,
what? F5 there?
But really, yeah, first going queen c7 to set up f5. My feeling was that Gukesh simply wanted to connect the rooks, and he is actually planning to move the bishop from e6, maybe to f7, and then be able to capture with the rook on e8.
There's a crazy idea, and probably I'm just playing for tricks, like knight e3, and I'm trying to set up rook takes e6 and bishop d5 in some situations, or even knight d5. Like, I'm just a little bit worried about this x-ray.
Yes, but whenever you go for this knight d5 trick, I can take and we'll have queen b6 check. Yeah, this is a good resource for me.
Very, very nicely spotted. That's exactly right. So knight e3 f5, maybe rook takes e6 and knight takes f5. Maybe that version finally gives white the compensation he's looking for. But you're not a fan of getting the knight to e3, I think.
Well, because my heart was screaming for stability, and I felt like, okay, queen c7 gives me the chance to give me the time. On the other hand, if I'm more ambitious, if I don't care about stabilizing but looking for my own chances, then maybe knight e3 is a move. But intuitively, I wanted to use this extra time that I got thanks to queen c7.
How do you lay the final brick here in terms of stabilizing white's structure? Knight d4 is also a move, by the way.
Yes.
And then the knight will just keep journeying around in circles forever.
Yeah, I feel almost like it's the first time that I like white's position in the game. Yeah, because before it was, after the opening, I wasn't really sure how white should play. Then Ding was playing very interesting chess, very creative chess, by not pushing his d and e pawn at the start, going for this knight e1 f4 idea, but kind of invited Gukesh's very special reaction. Yeah, this e takes f4, d takes c4. You remember your first, when you mentioned d takes c4, my automatic reaction was no, I don't want to do that. And then you quickly confirm me that yeah, but knight g6 is the justification. And ever since I'm worried for white's position, but now things slowed down and white should be able to stabilize.
It does feel like queen c7, a slightly vague move, maybe missing the opportunity train to play f5, and it might not come back to your station. I'm kind of partial to the move knight d4. Maybe my superficial thought process, because it's a tempting move, but the knight can jump on to f5. I'm just curious where Gukesh plans to move his bishop, because if he moves it back to f7, the knight will have access to f5, and at the right moment, white can play this very nice, as you would say, cemento move d3.
Exactly. So I'm a little bit puzzled. Also, look at the body language of Ding. I feel like it changed. Yeah, he's moving on his chair because suddenly he sees many nice possibilities. Yeah, he's spoiled by a choice. And before he was really tense because he didn't exactly know that how he will get the stability that he needs.
Yeah, it's queen c7 is like, the principal calling you to his office. You think you're going to get into huge trouble, and you just get an award. That's all you got. That's what visiting the principal's office entails. And knight d4 on the board, Peter.
Yes, on the board, and well, I even start to worry for Gukesh. Looking at the bar, one might say, okay, why am I worried? Well, simply the tendency of the last couple of moves, in my mind, favored white. And we spoke about this, that long terms, the pair of bishops and this mobile pawn structure, which if you can target it, then it's a vulnerability, it's a weakness, but it's also a very flexible pawn chain. Bishop f7 or bishop d7?
Bishop f7.
Bishop f7, that's the natural move, because bishop d7 looks very strange, only that it guards the f5 square. But you already scared me with this knight f5 idea.
But maybe not immediately. I'm also scared from white's perspective about queen b6, because you planted the seed in my mind, and you always have to watch out for it. On the other hand, as long as the rook is on c1, bishop is on a3, you can meet queen b6 with c5. But c5 is a serious positional concession, because it blocks the diagonal. It's not a move you want to make unless you have to. So my candidate moves here would be d3, obviously knight f5. But it's knight f5 just looks a little bit flimsy. The pieces in the center look quite loose.
Yeah, I would be tempted to punish it, but I haven't exactly seen the punishment. But I agree that black has different options, yeah, because you are hitting the d6 square, but you're also kind of inviting me for this knight's move, knight b4, yeah, shutting out that bishop on a3, and then this knight on f5 is not yet a stable piece.
Very true. Yeah, knight b4 is a bit of a positional threat. So maybe d3 to set up the option of queen d2.
Yeah, on the other hand, he played the move knight d4, which is an ambitious move. And also it took away the defender. The knight from c2 was nicely controlling the knight b4 option. Very interesting how Ding wants to justify his knight d4 move, yeah, because it's an energetic move. It should actually also be followed up with some energetic action.
Remember queen takes a2 yesterday in time pressure. Ding has shown that he does not mind the gutsy move, even in time pressure. So knight f5, if he doesn't sense the punishment, he might think, I'm the one inflicting some punishment on black's dark squares. I'm going to punish you for hesitating and playing queen c7. So knight f5, yeah, rook e4, bishop e4, queen e5 scared me for a moment, but at the right moment, d3, really stabilizes, cements these minor pieces in the center.
Exactly. And then you are setting bishop d6, so clearly black will have to jump knight c5 or knight b4. But that's already another story.
Well, to continue the story, we'll bring back our main man, John. What you got to say here as the tension keeps ratcheting up? Neither player taking it easy today. No, that is not in their dictionary in this World Championship match.
Exactly right. I feel like so much that I learned about chess growing up has been thrown out the window. And trying to understand this position while understanding that both of these players have to make 20 plus moves by time control really scares me right now. I love that after 18 moves, by the way, the E2 and D2 pawns, Danya, are still untouched. I thought that was ridiculous and a fun... I can't take credit for this. Our producers managed to dig this up, but a bit of chess history as well in the theme of what you've said. The last time this happened, after 14 moves, was in 1935. Max Yu playing Alexander Alekhine in the Fide World Championship. So a very, very long time since this has happened, and really unusual for this to be going on. Peter, what do you make of situations where the principles go out the window? The E and D pawns are on the starting squares for white. We're comfortably into the middle game. It's really hard for your average player to make sense of the underlying structures and principles around these sort of decisions. Presumably this is deliberate from Ding.
Yes, and I think we see the answer. Yeah, that even for the world champion Ding Liren, it's kind of very difficult to navigate this situation. This is a real challenge. He's taking his time. I think that he has done very well. He found this rook e4 idea that was kind of key. This knight c2, knight d4 maneuver was also very nice, but it comes at the cost of really going low on the clock. Yeah, we see that he's down to 34 minutes for more than 20 moves, and the position has not yet clarified. So it's not only challenging for newer players, even the world champion and Vivid Danya together are suffering to understand all the consequences.
So as we continue to settle in for, I think, nearly 5 minutes on this move now, honestly, I think time is going to become an increasingly scary consideration in this game number 8. But before we go any further in this match, I want to offer a quick congratulations to the winners of the Chessable giveaway. We were talking about this earlier on in the broadcasts. So the Chessable Pro members that have been selected are Vendis34, Vendis, Immortal Quail, excellent username by the way, and Zib the Dog. All three of you are walking away from this World Championship with a signed copy of Garry Kasparov's My Great Predecessors. The team at Chessable will be getting in touch with you to deliver your prize. So we don't just say prizes are on offer, folks. We are delivering on that promise. So well done to the three of you. We'll be getting in touch shortly, and congratulations once again. Plenty of tension still on the board. Some questions have been resolved. Others are going to get asked, and some of those questions are getting louder. Like, what are we going to do with a 40-minute time advantage where we haven't even reached move 20 yet? Are we going to have problems on the clock when we return? Stay tuned and find out after this.
Gemini, can you help me plan my 3-day vacation?
Generate a photo of a muscly capybara.
Explain the concept of supply and demand with OpenStax.
Hi Gemini, quiz me on the rise of industrialization.
Can you help me find an email?
Yeah, I can help with that. James Cantor III here, and we're back with Ding Liren's greatest game on chess.com. Let's dive right in. Of course, we have Chef's House with the white pieces, who is Ding Liren. And with the black pieces, we have Jan Krzysztof Duda going by Polish Fighter 3000. Modern theory so far. Second brilliant move of the game. What is that move? The move here is, you ready for this?
Bishop G5. And we live.
Oh man, that's sick. Big fella, don't block with your whole face. Let's see what happens after king takes g5. What is the move after bishop takes g5? What do we do here? This one actually is like a mate in 8. But it starts with queen g7. Queen g7 is first, right? You hit him with check. You have king h5 and king h4, right? So king h4, king h5, you have queen g3, especially if king h5 here, right? King h5, in many cases, you go queen takes f7 check, and then you come back around to h7. Then you go to g6, like it's a windmill in a way. Queen f7, king g5, queen g6, all right? Queen g6, king h4, queen h6, king g4, this is f3 check, king takes, queen f4 check, king e2, your king. I mean, look, that's too funny. But of course, that didn't happen in the game. After bishop takes g5, what happened is he was like, you know what, bro? I believe you. You going to the world champ? You know, you playing for the world championship? I believe you, says Jan Krzysztof Duda, and he steps out the way and says, have a nice day, right? Okay, we got some more combos here after king e6. Okay, queen h3, boom, take the bishop, check, right? That was 2 brilliant moves so far. King to d6, get out of the way. Now here, this is actually tough. As the player playing white here, you have to figure this out. You want to keep the initiative and keep attacking. How do you do that? Okay, the move here actually is rook takes b7, right? It takes the pawn. It also hits the knight, which is hitting mate here. Watch this vicious attack. Third brilliant move's coming up. After rook e6, okay, white has to play a very strong move here. It's hard to find. Let's see if you can find it, right? It's very instructional today, and I want you to really use your calculation and tactics as much as you can and think. Pause the video, really, and try to figure this out. It's white to move. Where do you go next? This was a difficult one to find, but not difficult for somebody like Ding Laurent, who plays queen f5, right? Queen f5, a very nice move. I mean, queen here, right? Bishop f4 check is coming as well, right? You're just getting closer to the action. You're also defending the bishop in case of a rook g8, right? Stuff like that. It's kind of annoying, right? But queen f5, getting the queen in the game a little bit more, a little bit closer. You also have queen f4 in some cases, right?
This December, the world's top chess minds clash in the heart of New York City at the Fide World Rapid and Blitz Championship. Witness world number 1 Magnus Carlsen and other stars from across the globe. Rapid and Blitz, chess in its most thrilling form, unpredictable and unforgettable. Fast moves, tactics and blunders, and moments that will keep you on the edge of your seat. Witness the pinnacle of chess excitement. Get your tickets now at worldrapidandblitz.fide.com.
Welcome back, everybody. We are live with game number 8 of the Fide World Championship. Chat, we willed it into existence. D3 has been played on the board, so the E and D pawns are not going to be remained unmoved for long. Peter, we went to break talking about the impact this might have later down the line. 20 moves to play with 30 minutes left on the clock in a game that is basically quite unusual and requires a lot of calculation. Are we going to be saying in 15 moves time, Gukesh's brilliance out of the opening is now leading to ridiculous amounts of pressure on Ding?
Well, yes, at the moment the time situation looks scary. On the other hand, I feel like Ding has really made tremendous progress in stabilizing the position, and if he gets the stability, then he will be able to speed up. I don't believe, unless Gukesh can find a very challenging way of disbalancing Ding again. Otherwise, I feel like Ding should have things under control. I feel like somewhere night before is not a question that how white will react to that, but white is also ready to play this queen d1, queen d2, just taking the dark squares more under control.
That's actually quite reassuring to hear. So many times we've had Ding more than half an hour down on the clock in this World Championship, and we've been really worried for him. So it's actually nice to hear that he's down on the clock and we think things are under control. A little bit of a different story today. In the meantime, Danya, I see you flicking through a book that you have in the endless library, not just behind your head, but inside your head, for anecdotes to regale us with on stream. I'm going to leave the floor to you as we take a look at what happens next in this game.
Well, I'll take this. Thank you, John. I'll take this last opportunity before the game, I think, heats up once again, and Gukesh makes a big decision to pay homage to the originator of the English opening, who I think would be very proud to see his opening on the grand stage. The English opening is named after Howard Staunton, and I think people watching might have heard of the House of Staunton, but might not know that Howard Staunton was considered the best player in the world before the rise of Paul Morphy in the first half and the mid-19th century. And he wrote several very influential books where he said some stuff that was way ahead of his time. I'm holding in my hands a second edition of his Chess Player's Handbook. This is from 1849. The original first edition was 1847. And two really interesting tidbits is he argues, I'm reading from page 371, e4, c5, in the opinion of Janisch and the authors of the German handbook, with which I agree, this is the best possible reply to the move of 1 e4. So he actually argues the Sicilian is the best response to 1 e4. And then a little bit later, on page 391, he for the first time argues that 1 c4 is actually a very decent move. And he criticizes the existing authors for saying that 1 c4 e5 is the same thing as 1 e4 c5. So my last quote here is the following: the move recommended by modern authors against c4 is e5. And we have then, of course, the same position as if black had commenced the game with e4 c5. But it seems to escape these authors that in this case you have the advantage of the move. Of course, it's the Sicilian with an extra tempo, and it's after Staunton that we name the English opening. They weren't that dumb back in the early 1800s. They actually knew some stuff, and we stand on the shoulders of giants. And indeed, two giants are battling it out here, Peter.
Yes, absolutely. It's a way of how you look at things, yeah? Because exactly, if you are a player with c4, e5, and you also love to play the Sicilian with black, then you think like c4, e5, I'm getting my beloved Sicilian with an extra tempo. This is fantastic. However, there is also the other angle that after c4, e5, black is not fighting for advantage because he plays with the black pieces. He's happy to just neutralize white's initiative. Yeah, so that's why the English opening is also taking a completely different turn compared to the open Sicilians. It's always a very fascinating kind of situation when you see this kind of also players, yeah? Someone believes that c4, e5 is the right move. I personally have been always playing c4, c5 because of the influence of Andras Shadorian.
And indeed, those are the two moves that Staunton analyzes, c4, c5, and c4, e5. So just really, really interesting, the passage of time. Black is still okay. And black is still okay, I think, in this position. But I'm with you. I think the trend of the game is moving in Ding's favor. And when he's low on time, Peter, I almost think he starts playing more confidently and sometimes like more incisively and strongly.
Okay, it usually, I think, also depends on the position. Yeah, that sometimes you spend a lot of time because you had so many challenges, so many questions to be answered in order to finally get to a normal position. And then when you reach the time trouble phase, then you are already in your comfort zone, right? Of course, yesterday we have seen also the opposite when Dingridam was in time trouble and was faced with very tough defense. Yeah, he had to save a very bad position. So yeah, different angles there. But my feeling says that right now he's happy. He finally got this d2, d3 move in. If he's able to handle the knight before jump effectively, nicely, then he should be happy. But to my eyes, what is your take? Is knight before really a problem, or how to assess the consequences?
Not anymore. I think knight f5, knight b4 was an issue, but after d3, knight b4 can be met with queen d2. And so Gukesh decides to activate his other knight. He jumps up to e5. Okay. Now, of course, my, knight f5, there's bishop g6, which is a really nice bonus. Actually, I would go so far as to say bishop g6 is a serious idea that white must contend with. And so sadly, knight b5 is never a thing, as you so correctly pointed out, because of check on b6.
Yeah, I feel that knight e5 was the principal move, because this strange looking rook on e4 remains. Yeah, the knight blocks this rook. Bishop g6 can ask a very unpleasant question. Where does this rook go? But okay, from white side, we can just play the move queen d2. I don't see the reason why we cannot just follow up in our spirit.
Let's put it on the board. Queen d2. Now black can keep the tension with rook a d8, but first I want to show bishop g6. Where would you go back to e3?
No, f4. I want my rook back to f4.
Rook f4. Okay, let's say I play rook a d8. Doesn't really threaten anything.
Yeah, but okay, just keeping the tension. Yeah, I would love to play the move bishop b2, but I'm a little bit worried of the knight b4 ac, knight takes d3 kind of crazy tactics.
Oh man, that's exactly what we need. Is more insanity in the center.
Okay, maybe we need, but I don't think if you ask Dingley then that he needs more of this.
Neither needs nor wants. Yeah,
Yes.
Take me away from that. That bishop will stay firmly rooted on a3. What do you think with king h1? Is that not a great use of white's tempo here?
Well, since one could give the argument that every other piece is already at its perfect place, then king h1 is very much a valid move, unless there is some tactic.
Not seeing anything, but the tactical potential in this position is huge, obviously.
Yeah, for example, okay, you jump with the knight to b4. Can you jump with the knight?
So if I take, and take?
Well, I wanted c5, knight b5, and I was hoping that something will work out.
Rook
but
d4.
Maybe it's wrong.
Maybe rook d4, and then c5.
Yes, exactly. I mean, okay, it felt like something should happen.
Boom. Yep, c5, this move. It always comes at an inconvenient time for white. But white doesn't have to. Well, I can take on b4 and then make some quiet move. But if I have to give up the bishop, yeah, it feels like it's a small strategic victory for black.
Yeah, there is maybe even some argument that, okay, you can take and push c5 and then isolate that pawn on b4. Is this a possibility?
Very much so. I'm looking for some tactical solution here, but I don't see it.
Maybe the bishop will now retreat to f7,
yeah? Same intuition, yeah. But then knight f5.
Knight f5, knight d6, yeah, thank you very much.
Mode.
Yeah, this is this is horrible. So much to play for. It's such a complex position.
Yeah, and this is just one of a million possible paths, because queen d2, of course, is not forced. But it's a very Dingley Wren kind of move, I think.
Yeah, I also feel that he will play the move queen d2.
Queen f1 is also possible, but as soon as you move the queen away, knight b4 becomes much bigger headache.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, this queen d2 controls everything. And I'm also loving that after bishop g6 I have rook f4. Yeah, so this strange looking rook from e4 will finally get back to f4 where we are familiar with. Yeah, this rook on f4 is already something we have seen many times.
Yeah, exactly. A semblance of stability and familiarity. And rook e3 is much worse because it leaves the knight unprotected, and rook a d8 comes with tempo. Yeah, that's very unappetizing. But he's under 30 minutes now, is Dingley Wren, and still haven't reached move 20.
Yeah, this is a very interesting moment. Yeah, that one would feel like, okay, you have played the move d3, you are under time pressure, and after knight e5, because nothing is settling, you would automatically play the move queen d2. It's a nice little move. You know that you need this move. but for some reason he's taking his time. What could bother him?
Yeah, the
And
question
shaking
is
and shaking his head. Did you see?
exactly.
He was shaking his head.
He just seems uncomfortable with like his whole expression. There's something annoying that he spotted, or maybe he doesn't like the position in general. But I assume it's something specific after Queen D2. Maybe Bishop G6 is annoying him. It's hard to say.
Yeah,
Rook
but
D8.
yeah, and also this knight before jump. Yeah, this is a little bit irritating from White's perspective that you always have to calculate the consequences of knight before, and they are never so easy to assess. Yeah, that you can take this pawn, is this c5 fork a problem, or all these tactical possibilities after taking on b4, knight b5 is working in my favor or not. Try to figure it out over the board when you know that it can happen in so many different circumstances.
Can we evacuate the rook preemptively with rook f4? Just get it away from there? Or is knight g6 a problem there?
It depends if you are very ambitious or you are happy to kind of provoke a move repetition. My problem with rook f4 is that I feel like black will automatically play the move rook a8 and ask the question that why did you lose this tempo?
Ooh.
Knight f3. That's a surprise.
Allowing bishop g6 and trying to solve the problems very directly with a series of exchanges would be nice, but does it work out tactically? Wait, bishop g6. What's he intending? Rook f4, I guess, still.
Yes, rook f4.
Feels a little flimsy, though.
And look at this. I think knight f3 came as a total surprise for Gukesh because it's a surprising move. It's a defensive move. Knight f3.
And I'm also curious, like knight takes c5, f takes c5 is a transformation that doesn't necessarily favor white. This knight was such an integral defensive piece. This trade is incredibly committal, and now black has several potentially enticing options. Even knight b4 is once again in play.
Yeah, knight b4 is very much in the game. For the moment, I'm a little bit shocked, yeah, because I felt like, okay, finally, Dingley then managed to stabilize with d3, queen d2, then king h1, and he makes these two moves quite quickly, gets some confidence. It will be Gukesh's turn to think and to prove that how he wants to continue. And all of a sudden, Ding burns more time on the clock and comes up with this defensive move, knight f3. Like John always asks me, Peter, what do you think about this time situation? Will it play a role? And when I see a decision like knight f3, I very much feel that this is connected to the time pressure. Yeah, that Ding feels like I need to change some pieces. I need to get more clarity. I don't want to keep the eternal tension in the position. And this is only connected with the clock situation.
No, it must be. And now Gukesh, the change in his body language, hands over his head. Now, the more I stare at this position, the more the move rook a d8 appeals to me, and it would be congruent with his strategy of sort of keeping the tension, making Ding, make all the hard decisions. And I'm really not convinced that that the exchange on e5 favors white, because that pawn on e5 could shift forward to e4 at some point and start, shattering this very fragile pawn chain that white has in the center. What do you think, Peter? What would your instinct be here?
Well, my
or bishop
instinct
g6, very tempting.
Yes, I'm not sure that we can even talk about instincts here, yeah, because it's such a special position. But you talked about this, so I even felt like, okay, we should put it on the board just to understand that what the players are also faced with. No, with rook a d8.
Oh, rook d8,
yeah,
okay.
Yeah, rook a d8, so that after knight takes e5, for example, f takes e5, just to get in this kind of dilemma that we are in. Yeah, we see some bishop g6, e5, e4 ideas, but I also feel like white should be happy in general that we got an isolated e5 pawn. I had huge respect for this g7 f6 construction with the semi-open e file. Are we worried of this?
Well, I'm starting to think about exchange sacrifices. Bishop b2 fails to queen b6 check, picking up the bishop. Can I play? Yeah, the question is white relying on the exchange sack, like leaving the rook on e4? Or is white preparing to meet bishop g6, let's say with the rook g4? So let's say king h1, maybe just get the king out of the way, tuck it to safety.
Yeah, or queen d2. Yeah, I thought like you had, queen d2 was maybe a more natural option.
Bishop g6, and you could stay in the center, or you could slide over to g4 and prepare to counterattack, potentially.
Yeah, because once you push e4, white still has d4. Yeah, and this is a possibility. I think now white shouldn't be worried of this.
Either direction should be fine. I feel like rook e3 is in your spirit, just stable.
Okay,
and
but
rook g4 would lose a classical game and maybe win a bullet game.
Yeah. Okay, or maybe just put it on h4 as well. Yeah, just not to be in any tempo.
Compromise. Rook h4.
Yes.
e4, and this is super
And
important.
then
What you
d4.
just pointed out.
Yes.
d4, yeah. And e3. Bishop drops back to b2, finally, having done its
Yes.
job. But be careful, because if you allow the knight to get into d3. But no, white is doing well here. White is doing well here. So what about bishop g6? Where's the rook going here? Also
Yes,
to
I
h4?
think that no. This case not. this case to f4, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah, that must be the idea. Rook e3 looks awful. Okay. But this, even here, rook a d8 is a much better version, isn't it?
Exactly. Yeah, because now, for example, knight takes e5, f takes
Yeah,
e5
yeah.
could be potentially tricky. Yeah.
It's just an extra tempo. And now these scary little ideas like bishop takes d3. It might be 6 a.m., but the tactical juices start flowing. Knight b4, our old friend. Wait
Yeah,
a second.
everything
this
is
gets
coming.
concerning.
Yes. No, bishop g6, very natural. Can we just go back to that? Yeah. Do I have a better move than rook f4? Hard to imagine a better move than rook f4.
I categorically would not want to put it on this diagonal for many reasons.
Yeah.
No, it must be rook f4, rook d8. But how bad is knight e5? Can white just force this move through?
Yeah, maybe anyway this f takes e5 we don't have to worry about. Yeah.
Yeah, queen e5 also very scary
Yes.
possibility, I think, isn't it?
Yeah, queen e5. Okay.
Ugh.
I have bishop f3.
Bishop takes d3, maybe?
Oops, bishop f3 loses. Wow.
Could I go bishop d3, queen e3, rook d3?
Yes, of course. Yeah. So no, because in my mind I placed the queen on d2 already. Yeah, this that white did not play the move queen d2 in the previous move. It just shocks me.
I'll just show people
Exactly.
that at the end of the line, this bishop on a3 is picked up. And if Ding had followed Grandmaster Leko's advice, the bishop would be on b2 a long time ago, and the queen would be on d2, and you wouldn't have to worry about any of this.
Yes, yeah, this queen d2 is missing from white's position.
So I suppose you would have to go rook f2 or something.
Yes, but it's not a happy choice. Yeah, then you have this bishop h5 idea. Then you simply have the upper hand strategy. Yeah, knight before is coming. It's
Huge
an ugly
initiative
situation.
there.
Yeah.
Yeah, bishop h5 I really like just to hit the backward pawn on e2. Ay. No,
I don't
think
really understand. Yeah.
Ding thinks he solves his problems with this trade, but in fact you just create problems by replacing the knight on e5 with an even stronger queen.
But bishop g6 not yet played. What did
knight d7?
Knight back to d7. Why?
Why?
Exactly.
What?
Don't get it.
I didn't know whether to say what or why, and I'm saying both.
Yeah. We had very much the same, exactly at the same moment, the same expression. Yeah, because it just doesn't feel right. It doesn't feel right. Bishop g6, rook a8 was such a natural way of playing and also putting some pressure on white. And knight e5 to d7 gives freedom. Yeah, I feel like okay, white can now again be very happy.
I was just checking where the knight came from for a second. It came from g6. And I was preparing already to say, you said bishop g6 hasn't been played yet. I saw him making a move, and I was about to say, until now.
Yes.
Pithy, like a pithy commentator phrase. But no, another twist, another turn. And I feel like Gukesh's team their hearts must have dropped seeing this move. This has to be a relief for Ding.
Exactly, because there is no pressure. It's also like a defensive move. Knight d7. Yeah, it's like setting up the idea of going knight a5 to c5. Is that the idea? I just don't really understand the benefit behind this.
When bishop g6 is a risk-free move, you play that move, okay, then force white to decide on a square for the rook, and then even in that position, knight d7 is probably better. Now, Ding doesn't have the luxury of celebrating this small relief. He has 25 minutes to make 20 moves. Would you trade and play queen d2?
Yes, you know me, I would, yeah. Just take queen d2 a tempo and see what's next.
You might not get another chance to guard that e3 square.
There is, however, a queen b6 check there. So I'm even not sure. Maybe take and rook b1, just eliminating any queen b6 checks. And then next I'm going to go queen d2. That's also an option.
Is your worry queen b6 and queen f2? And he does grab the rook.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, queen f2 suddenly worried me a bit.
Yeah, it's very hard to get that queen out of there. Weird. Although, queen d2, queen b6, I could play d4.
Yeah, but I was not sure if I want to commit to this structure. Yeah, so it's like a compromise to go rook b1 here. The rook anyway has nothing to do on c1. We are also targeting the b7 pawn, just in case against any kind of knight b4s. We are also much more ready. Let's play the move rook b1.
It's an excellent example of a multi-purpose move. Prophylaxis against queen b6, but also a useful move. I mean, the rook on c1 is simply unemployed, and he's played it.
And it's a bad move according to computer. Wow.
Why?
Incredible.
Why is the computer such a party pooper?
That's what we have to figure out. And also Gukesh will try, because rook b1 was such a natural move. Yeah, that okay, I make sure no tricks are coming. And computer disagrees.
So knight b4, I was thinking about, but I just didn't understand. Bishop takes b4, ab, rook b4. I don't see a follow-up there.
Yeah, unless it's a positional pawn sacrifice. Yeah, you just put the knight on c5 and you say that, you are very vulnerable. I have great compensation.
Also,
it could also be.
Could it be pawn c5 and knight b4?
Well, but then the bishop retreats and we're going to play a3 and it's a very committal decision. Yeah, c5, bishop c1, then bishop goes to f4, pawn to a3. No, this doesn't look good.
Yeah, b5. Okay, I mean, I have the chat open and I can see. b5 cb. I saw b5 cb, but I didn't understand why it's so good for black. Like queen b6 check.
And then queen b6 check, yeah?
But why is that so good? Like just c takes b5 and b4?
Exactly, and the a2 pawn is also hanging from the f7 bishop. And it will be played. That was the trick. That was the devilish trap by Gukesh, setting up with knight e5 to d7.
And Peter, let me just rewind because this is very important. Was queen d2 in fact, b5 still was possible, potentially. So the correct move was queen d2. You were correct. And after b5, let me just very quickly show people why this is so much better, such a better version. Queen b6 check, king f1 cb. The rook is on an open file. So like the cruel twist of fate is that the rook moves to b1 to seek a better future, and it ends up being the worst piece on the board again, shut down by black's pawns. Here, bishop b2, and the position is okay. In this version, after cb, queen b6 check, incredible intermezzo. Yes. Look at the evaluation. I mean, with the rook shifted and with the tempo lost, it's like borderline losing. That's crazy.
Exactly. Yeah, absolutely. And again, the victim, Ding Liren falling victim of the clock situation. Yeah, this rook b1 looked like a good idea. It's a natural move. Let's play it fast. Rook b1 pressure against the b7 pawn. And then all of a sudden, b7, b5 appears with a devastating... And look at Gukesh. Gukesh is so happy because he knows exactly that he achieved what he aimed for. That was his big trap.
But what an idea. And as a lover of tricks and traps, this is not a cheapo. This is the product of deep engagement with the position. The moment Ding played f4, it created the preconditions for a tactic that involved the a7 g1 diagonal. But to spot it at this precise moment, just when it seems like finally peace on the board, finally some time to breathe and stabilize and improve. Wow.
Yeah, and these are the moves that have devastating effect on the player's psychology over the board. Yeah, that you think like, okay, finally I stabilize, everything is fine, I can speed up, and then you are hit with such a bomb like b5. Very difficult to recover from. I also seen Ding very unhappy.
And remember, b4 in the previous game also came as a surprise. Now, in terms of how he does damage control, Peter, I think cb, queen b6, the king probably has to go to f1. You have to keep this e-pawn guarded and the f2 square protected.
Yeah, but how do you protect the a2 pawn in long terms? That's the big question. Yeah, then anyway, c takes b5 comes, b5, b4 will lock the bishop out of the game. The pressure, and let's just treasure and enjoy this bishop on f7. Yeah, it's such a stabilizer, and at the same time a monster hitting on a2 once black breaks white's pawn chain.
Yeah, Houston, we have a problem. I'll tell you what I would do in a blitz in a 3+0 game. I would play cb, king f1, and just jettison the pawn. Maybe just go rook c1 there. And white does have the bishop pair. White does have tactical chances. I would not instinctively play queen d2 and walk into a move like b4. I think.
Yeah, I don't know. I would be completely shocked, and I think that thing is also very much in the same shoes. Like, then look at this. Yeah, how could I allow this? Yeah, finally, when I was happy, I could have played queen d2, and okay, this queen b6 check. It was just some ghost threat because it was not really creating anything. It was not changing the structure. But the reason why this b5 is so strong, that it breaks everything that we were thinking before about the position. Yeah, this e2, d3, c4 pawn structure gave the stability for white. All of a sudden, when b5 opens up, the bishop on g2 is out of the game. Actually, this bishop does absolutely nothing in the fight for the queen side.
Mm-hmm. And Robert Hess likes to point out that his favorite part of sports is when a defense turns into offense, right? When the ball is turned over and suddenly, boom, you're going flying to the other basket. Suddenly, the players who are trying to score are trying to defend. And the same thing happens here. Suddenly, Gukesh seemingly adopting a defensive posture. But after b5, the landscape changes by 180 degrees. Peter, what do you think about queen d2? Maybe Ding doesn't take on b5 at all.
Well, in any case, what is terrible news for Ding, that he has to burn a lot of time on the clock to adjust to the new situation. Yeah, this is the most worrisome, and there is no increment, which means that he will be extremely nervous while he's thinking. So the big question is he able to think quietly, calmly, or emotions are taking over? Yeah, this is a very critical situation.
He doesn't have the luxury of taking 5-7 minutes to calm himself down. He needs to get down to business, roll up his sleeves, and find, the way to mitigate the damage. Is it queen d2? But then b takes c4. That's already a pawn. I don't know. I'm drawing a blank here.
Yes, absolutely. No, this is terrible news for Ding, and then we have to praise this knight e5 to d7 because psychologically it looked like a defensive move. Yeah, I also fell for the same trap. Like, okay, black goes knight d7, so black wants nothing, just wants to be solid. Yeah, stable. And then all of a sudden there was this devilish trap. Yeah, it just drives you crazy as a player.
Yeah, how dare you do this to me? But I'll take the Ding cheerleader position for a second. Queen to d2. If we look concretely, would you grab on c4, or is Gukesh's idea to play more positionally with b4?
Okay, first certainly we have to consider b takes c4. Yeah, just grabbing the pawn.
I'll take back.
Yes, and then you get access to the d6 square for your bishop, right?
And the d4 square for my knight defensively.
Yes. Maybe actually, practically speaking, maybe then queen d2 is bad. The cb5 queen b6 structure is so dangerous.
Yeah, the 2-on-1 and potentially 2-on-0. It just looks so unappetizing to me. I would try to find a way to use the pawn sacrifice and breathe some coordination into my pieces. This actually does not look that bad to me. Knight d4.
Knight d4, yeah.
No, this looks okay. Apparently not, but I don't know. Bishop d6 was also possible.
Yeah, bishop d6 was possible.
Queen a7 check and queen d4.
Yeah. This
So,
looks good.
I would not rush with bc if I was Gukesh. I mean, maybe b4 is a serious positional idea.
But yeah, b4, bishop b2, then how to assess this? Then it already, again, feels like a playable position for white.
Something tells me we'll see. We saw this yesterday. Queen b6 check maybe should be thrown in. Although I'm not totally sure. Queen b6 or queen a7. Is that a superior placement for the queen?
Well, also I think he takes, yeah, cb5,
takes.
yeah, but this is very scary.
I don't like this one bit. Queen b6 check will follow immediately. 16 minutes now. And king f1, I assume. Ding has to play it. Ding has to pre-move king f1.
Yeah, but still, yeah, basically one move, one minute per move in such a situation when you even don't have one single natural move. Okay, one could argue that, yeah, king f1, but then after c takes b5, you only have problems. Then b4, knight c5, because in order to protect the a2 pawn, you will have to play something like queen d2. But then where do you put your bishop? Yeah, you cannot rely on queen d2, bishop c1 passivity. That will certainly end badly.
That's the thing. And I want to point out for maybe newer players watching, the move d3, d4 would have just opened a different can of worms by weakening the c4 square. That was out of the question. That is why, Peter, I would play rook c1 after cb and focus on piece activity. But yes, it reeks of desperation. And black could still play b4.
Yeah, black can play b4.
But then queen a4 is a potential resource in some positions.
Wow, I'm now simply under this impression that Ding really needs a miracle to survive this. Knowing what happened yesterday and he is down on the clock in this super unpleasant position, things are heating up. Black's play is so easy. Yeah, for example, imagine Vishy Anand with black. Yeah, if Vishy Anand gets a position like this, I think there is no force in the world that can stop him. He just plays by hand. And Gukesh is very much like Vishy. He is also super confident. I don't know how Ding can survive.
Yeah, Vishy, of course, even looking at his games now, what the form is temporary, class is permanent. You can just see the incredible understanding. That's a great player to have in your corner in a position like this. But if I were to take the devil's advocate position, rook c1, if we look concretely, would you take on a2? And never mind, bishop b2 played.
Yeah, trying to meet bishop takes a2 with bishop d4. Is that the idea?
But why? But then maybe knight c5 and then rook c1.
Yeah, but it's so hard to believe. Of course, we are biased because we also see the computer evaluation. However, the whole scenario. Of course, if white gets one more move and plays pawn to a3, that's exactly what he needs. Then he has everything under control, nothing to worry about. So, in this regard, black is kind of obliged to take this pawn.
No, definitely. And bishop d4, queen b8 merits consideration. Just drop the queen.
Then rook a1. Yeah, but rook a1.
Okay. No knight b4 because of tactics. Wait, let me think. It smells tactical, but it also smells like a blunder that I just committed. Yeah.
Yeah, I somehow feel that, yeah, Ding has certainly something in mind. He kind of understood, if I just play normally, I'm going to end up in bad position, so let me try to go for activity. The big question is there's something that he missed in a move calculation. Yeah, that can easily happen.
Bishop A2, bishop D4, yeah. Queen where?
Not so easy because I'm hitting B5 and also A5 is a target.
Of course, knight C5 is also possible, but something tells me after knight C5, rook C1, maybe black can push the B pawn through, but you'd have to calculate that very accurately.
Yes. It's impossible to assess. On the other hand, it's a very principled line, yeah? If it wins,
Let me put this on the board. Sorry, go on.
Yeah, no, I don't know yet. I mean, I'm also not capable of calculating this in seconds.
What about... No, then I blunder the other pawn.
And also, which knight then to C5? That's also a very big question. Knight DC5 or knight AC5?
Yeah, I don't see any tactics like where you allow rook A1 and then go for some sort of a fork. I'm not seeing anything off the top of my head. And if you play knight C5, it's scary after rook C1. It is quite scary.
It is scary. Yeah, but okay, let's try. Let's analyze this board. This is our advantage. Let's try to understand. So knight DC5.
Okay, DC5.
Rook C1.
Rook C1. And some stabilizing move, yeah?
Yeah, okay. Maybe you can even play a move like rook C8. Maybe you can just afford not to rush, but it doesn't feel right.
I want to point out to people that queen D6 escaping the pin is a huge blunder because of takes, and queen C2. This is why it's scary, because the minor pieces are hanging. So rook C8 makes perfect sense. Maybe move the bishop away also.
Yeah, like bishop E6.
Bishop F7. Yeah. Or even better.
Bishop E6. I want to stop bishop H3 against rook C8 just in case. And also when I go rook C8, then finally when I get out of the pin, then my rook on C8 is protected.
Excellent. And then knight on A6, this is such an important point. As bishop takes A2 is played, and bishop D4, great call. A sip of water by Gukesh as he steels himself for a huge decision. Knight AC5. Look at that. The blue arrow is like, no, do not put that knight on C5. Put the other knight on C5. Because bishop H3 might be really, really nasty at some point.
Yes. Black has to go knight DC5. That's obvious. If he takes the courage or he calculates correctly that you can allow the pin.
Self-pinning. It's, in my experience, very, very often missed. A move that voluntarily pins one of your pieces, but you must protect your assets on the queen side.
Yeah, what a position. Razor sharp. So yeah, knight DC5, white has to play rook C1, and then at least bishop E6 guarantees us a stable advantage with black.
Yeah. Even bishop F7 there. And the rook has plenty of real estate on the C file, if necessary.
Yeah, so what's going on in the mind of Ding? Yes, he certainly expected this. He had to see the move knight DC5. He definitely saw rook C1. I'm creating some play, but did he miss? Did he overestimate the power of the pin? And he relied on his intuition. Yes, it should somehow work in my favor. I should be able to capitalize on this pin.
I'm trying to find all sorts of creative maneuvers. Knight C5, rook B2 is nothing, I believe. Because there's no way to apply pressure on the B5 pawn.
Yeah, it does not scare me.
Yeah. So rook C1 must be the money move. If there is one, but it looks like there isn't. And then the question will be, what is the most clinical retreat for the bishop, assuming you are retreating your bishop?
Yes. Okay, intuitively I want to put it on E6 so that I protect against bishop H3. Maybe it's not so important. Maybe this bishop on E6 steps into some bishop moves away from D4 and then some D4, D5 idea, and I'm in other pin. Yeah, there are so many different lines, but somehow I don't see that to be decisive.
Yep. I mean, if he plays knight DC5, the ATM machines will just give Gukesh money. He won't even have to enter his pin code because he's doing all the self-pinning he needs. So let's put this on the board for a second, if I may. Knight dc5, rook c1, and bishop e6.
Yes, let's put it. Yeah, that was mine. Can you put it on f7 just once to see if the Evel bar really means that this is decisive difference? Computer prefers f7. Interesting.
I don't know why it's my instinct to play bishop f7. But once you pointed out that bishop h3 is available, I can see why bishop e6 is appealing.
Yes. But yeah, maybe this bishop h3 is not decisive, yeah, because now you are already starting to go queen d6. And if we play queen c2, you play rook c8. Then after bishop h3, you anyway just move the rook to c7 and you're already threatening to unpin yourself.
Yeah, several different ways. But what is the difference then? That's the big question, I think. Bishop e6. The difference
here
is...
maybe some bishop g1. I was not sure if is that the idea to go d4, d5. Yeah, I was highlighting this tricky stuff for knight d4 something.
You're absolutely right. Bishop g1 preserves serious practical chances, whereas if black's bishop is on f7 and white drops the bishop back, yeah, I mean, d4 is no longer a serious threat. So black can just start pushing. Wow. Yeah. Well, look at this line, d4. I mean, any human plays knight e4. Of course, the computer, just look at this line, d2, b3. Of course, I calculated all of this. Bishop e3, b2, rook b1, a4. Black is winning. I mean, I don't mean to insult the intelligence of the audience by even putting this on the board. It's too basic, but I'm kidding,
yeah,
of course.
Computers are brutally strong.
Yeah, this is ridiculous. Enough of this, because right now Gukesh needs to find knight dc5. The difference in evaluation is pretty vast, and queen b8 is actually equal.
Yes, because then let's just show that if the queen moves, then rook a1 is just in time to hit the bishop, and then the pawn on a5 falls. Maybe even white can try to hope for something.
And this, of course, so easy to miss. You know, we saw the same types of tactics from black's side, but the moment a2 g8 diagonal was exposed, now white has the same types of ideas. Knight c5, what a move.
Yeah, knight dc5.
I think I'm allowed to say badass.
Yeah, and this knight on a6 actually proves also to be extremely powerful. Yeah, it protects everything. Did maybe Ding miss knight dc5 and was only thinking like if black jumps to c5, then it's knight ac5 automatically?
Yeah, it's one of those things. You really can't emphasize this enough. Once a move is put on the board and it's well explained, it seems like the most natural thing in the world. Like, why would you ever give up the a5 pawn? But imagine, you have no dark squared bishop. Your pieces are scattered about the board. White's kind of well coordinated. And you don't care. You put the knight on c5 anyway. This is kind of like a rook a5 moment from yesterday. He found the clutch move. Can he find the clutch move again? There's only one path to a potentially decisive advantage.
Yeah, now this is such an important moment, because yesterday Ding survived with a miracle. However, if he loses now with the white pieces, then what? Knight ac5 happened. What a missed opportunity. This is a serious mistake.
And to me, it was a kind of intuitive move to put the knight on to c5, because as I pointed out, the knight on d7 can be much more easily targeted, but maybe that's not the reason, Peter. Should white still play rook c1?
Yes, for sure. Okay, rook c1 is the idea, no?
And if bishop e6, again bishop g1?
Probably, yes.
Why would you, leave this knight as a liability? That's a huge issue. Bishop f7, there's bishop h3. Ay, ay, ay.
Yeah, and this match situation, now we are moving towards the second half. Yeah, the second half of the match just started. Every game is connected. All the emotions are connected. It would be so difficult for Gukesh to imagine missing another golden opportunity to get the lead. Yeah, it's knight dc5 looks so strong. I actually couldn't really believe. I couldn't really see a scenario how Ding could have saved the game after knight dc5. But after knight ac5, rook c1, practically speaking, this is tricky.
b4 is a move. It is on the list of suggestions. Maybe he's got this concrete idea of just closing his eyes and pushing the pawn to b3. But I don't think so. And bishop d5, just not convincing.
No, not convincing at all, yeah, because there are so many pins. Okay, we haven't talked about this before, yeah, because I remember when we originally thought about this position, your very first instinct was, can you maybe close your eyes and just go b4, push that pawn? And we never came back because it was too complicated and knight dc5 was a much cleaner solution.
Let's come back to it before he plays it. So b4, queen c2. Of course, the idea is if white naively says, oh, fork, I win a piece. No, but I win the game after b3. Because at the end, of course, the red carpet is unrolled. Although, maybe b2
you
here.
have b2. Yes, exactly.
What a resource. Because if you trade first, white has knight back to d2 with at least a draw. Queen c2, b3 anyway.
Yes, I have the feeling that Gukesh is thinking about these lines, and that's the reason why he opted for knight ac5, probably believing that b4 will work.
So queen c4 check, king h8, and still black threatens b2. Queen b2, queen d2.
Yeah, queen b2, trying to get knight d2.
Yeah.
So if you push a4, probably we can play knight d2.
And also queen a3 becomes...
Yeah, also queen a3, exactly.
And bishop h3, I mean, suddenly white's pieces come alive. Oh.
Yeah.
Sorry, keep talking. My headphones disconnected.
Yeah, I'm not sure why he let this happen. Okay, he didn't play the move b4 yet, but now he's pausing after knight ac5. Rook c1, he hasn't blitzed out his moves. Moves meant because b4, b3 would be connected. But this is a very murky, you can even lose this with black. Yeah, so this is a very committal direction.
God, so nerve-wracking that even my Bluetooth signal got nervous. But if we can quickly go down this safer path, well, relatively safer path with bishop e6, are we sure that bishop g1 is the reason? Wow, look at, I don't want to be, looking at the eval bar too much, but look at this.
I like bishop g1. No, it's apparently not, but yeah,
That's still scary. Why don't we start with queen c2 here?
Yes, of course. No, here we can start because after rook c8, the bishop from e6 does not protect the rook on c8. This is another problem. Now you are in this pin as well.
Because of this darn knight on b7. It cuts off the signal. And as you said, bishop g1, d4 is threatened. Knight d2 is also a move here. Your other idea?
Yeah, no, there are way too many possibilities for white. I don't know exactly everything. Okay, here queen d6. Here you are in time. Apparently not. No, it's
queen. I mean, it's super complex. We're throwing out moves to illustrate the sense of the position. Of course, Ding also doesn't have time. The move is bishop e3, apparently, for whatever reason, which is better than bishop g1. Probably because the rook is protected in some lines.
Yes, exactly.
Oh, actually, that's it. Yeah. Bishop g1. The difference is rook c7, knight d4. And black can just keep pushing with b4. But if you play instead the move bishop e3, and black does the same thing, in this position, white has takes, Peter. This is insane. Bishop f4.
Wow.
Forcing the rook back, and now you play d4, winning the knight. This is why it's so easy to say, of course, bishop e3, the most natural thing in the world. It's impossible to determine with an hour on your clock.
Yes, exactly. But that's why this knight ac5 was a horrible move, and it was played way too quickly. And Gukesh is not taking his time. He should have spent much more time a move before. Now things are getting out of control, and the lines are becoming so much more complex, and also the lines can really backfire. So it's not a free advantage for black or whatever. Okay, maybe he finds a very strong sequence of moves, and he will keep the control. But at this moment, it looks like anything can happen in this game.
It's chaos. It's open sea. I mean, it's just a complete anarchy on the board. And what's crazy to me is he was one decision away, right? Knight dc5, and then evacuating the bishop is relatively easy. And quite possibly, Ding would just run out of defensive resources. He would fight to the last drop of blood, as he always does. But there's only so much you can do when you've got this pawn avalanche running into your face.
Yes.
Now it's a new game.
Absolutely. Yeah, there are so many tricks. I don't know. I just feel that Gukesh maybe fell victim of trying to press on the clock. Yeah, this is a very scary kind of strategy, because when you have the upper hand, you think like you are close to winning if you find the right way. Then you should take your time. You shouldn't rush.
Mm-hmm.
Bishop b3 played.
Okay. So I suppose queen d2 or queen e1. Queen e1, knight takes d3, queen c3. Why am I being made to calculate at this hour? I actually quite like the look of queen e1 because it does insinuate queen f2.
And you still have knight d2 in the pocket, yeah, with the tempo.
Precisely.
Yes. I'm actually starting to getting worried for Gukesh. Yeah, it's a very scary kind of scenario. Yeah, with all these hanging pieces, it can really end badly.
I think queen e1 is very important. You must, as you said, leave the d2 square vacant for the knight. But Ding understands all of these ideas. This is why he went for this position, and queen e1 already blitzed out.
On the board.
Knight d3, queen c3 is quite important, I think.
Yeah, also queen d2. Also queen d2, yeah, was possible. Yeah, it's the same idea.
a4, what? Allowing queen b4?
Yeah, well, this will be very tough. Okay, and then queen e6 or something, yeah? Try to get active.
Or knight a6. Yeah, queen e6. My gosh. If it was white to move, what is white's next move? What is the biggest threat? Is it queen f2?
Okay, I think this combo of queen f2, knight d2. Yeah, because then I'm hitting the bishop. Because you have to play rook c8 against queen f2, and then you're also stepping into knight d2, knight e4. Pin.
And bishop h3. Let's not forget about that move as well. I mean, and what is the source of all of this? It's if you shifted even here the knight from d7 to a6, the problems would diminish by many orders of magnitude.
Yes. Well, I cannot believe, yeah, like after b5, it looked like Gukesh will win the game. He is up on the clock. He managed to trick Ding. And all of a sudden, a couple of moves later, I'm really worried for Gukesh. He needs to find a way to survive. There are all these crazy tactics, and all seems to be working in white's favor.
I could see myself losing this as black in 5 seconds. I mean, with either color, really. But can we test a move like bishop e6? Like, how does white break down the defenses after a move like this?
Okay, queen f2 to start with.
d8 forced.
Knight d2. No, knight d2 not. Okay, knight d2 not.
But it makes a lot of sense.
But hang on. Can you just play the primitive bishop e3? Can you just retreat the bishop and threaten d4, the same idea, like, because the rook on c8 is hanging?
And you spotted this idea a long time ago. It's that bishop g1 idea. And here you have just enough. One square is all you need.
Exactly. With the knight on a6, we can just sidestep with the queen to d6 and everything is fine. But
okay, rook c7.
Rook c7 still.
But
also bishop f4. Knight
Yep.
takes d3. Is that knight takes d3 option or not?
Queen takes b6, rook takes
Rook
c1, bishop
takes
c1, knight b6, ed. No, white is the only one playing for a win there.
Yes, but okay. Yeah, no, the position is horrible. Yeah, now all the tactics seems to favor white.
Yeah, knight d4, knight d2. I mean, I won't even say the move. I just checked briefly because it is literally the most impossible move of all time. Knight e1.
Oof,
I'll say
setting
it.
up. Yeah.
What is the idea? To play d4. But
play
what are you
d4,
preventing? You're preventing the knight from jumping to e4. Prophylaxis yet again. How crazy
And
is
after
it?
d4, knight b3, you go d5, yeah?
Yes, rook takes c1 isn't a check.
Yes.
Oh my god, the secondary idea is that in this position, otherwise black would take, but the knight blocks the first rank check. Beautiful, but also completely impossible. And it shows us how insane this position is.
And look at the body language of Ding. Yeah, he's now sitting there. He's very happy because he was so frightened that he will lose the game without any counter chance. And all of a sudden, he might not know that how good is his position, but he feels that now he's fighting and things are very tricky for black. And gets up from the board, yeah, also showing a lot of confidence.
I feel like for the first time in a long time, it's been Gukesh who's been getting up, feeling the momentum, pressing on the clock, pressing on the board. And yet again, we see under 30 minutes for Gukesh. I could easily see him spending 15, 20 minutes. The problems here are catastrophic, potentially, if you don't choose the right narrow path.
Yeah, basically, I think he now has to find the way to bail out if there is an option to bail out at all. He should just not lose this game because that would just be such a shock instead of winning. Losing, that's crazy.
That would be totally and completely devastating. Wow. No words.
Yeah, absolutely no words. And the problem is that you feel that the position is very dangerous for black. So many things are hanging in the air, but it's not obvious why one move is worse than the other. Yeah, and it's so difficult at this moment to work out all the details why things are not working. It's now much easier for Ding that he knows that his position has potential, and whatever Gukesh plays, it will be so easy for white to react to.
I've got half an ice cream bar that the position's suddenly gotten so hot, it melted the ice cream bar on my desk, but I have bigger things to attend to as Gukesh now. Under 30 minutes, you can just sense the change in body language. It's obvious to the naked eye. You don't have to know the rules of chess to observe the change in energy.
Exactly. And also the clock situation is now not important, yeah, because white has a very clear idea. White is... Queen e1 was a difficult move, yeah, but even Queen e1, Ding kind of blitzed out, yeah, he had foreseen it. And all this Queen f2, Knight d2, or Bishop e3 retreat, depending on the situation, is I think, quite easy for Ding.
Even the camera can't take it. Even the camera has to avert its eyes. And a4, I think the idea is exactly what you mentioned, Queen b4, Queen e6, or Queen b4, Knight a6. And I guess I should point this out, because I don't see off the top of my head what's wrong with Knight a6, Peter. Queen b3, ab didn't seem too appealing to me.
Well, is this some kind of a draw? For example, yeah, Queen b3, ab, Bishop b6, Knight b6, Rook c6, b2, Knight d2, Rook b8, Rook c2, and then you target the b2 pawn, and it's more or less equalish.
Also Rook b1 here, and Knight c5, d4. Rook c6.
Because this one is bad, yeah?
He's played Bishop e6, has Gukesh, so forget all of this.
Wow.
This will be for the post-game analysis. Oh my gosh. Here we go. Oh my gosh. Queen f2, it's the line we looked at.
Yeah, we looked at queen f2 and then bishop e3 and then this knight e1. Of course, knight e1 is such a difficult move.
Oh my gosh. But bishop e3 is findable and he might blitz it out, and he does.
Yes, of course.
Are you kidding me? But knight e1 is almost, to me, it's just absolutely mind-blowing idea.
Yeah, queen f2, bishop e3 was kind of natural. Yeah, knight e1 is the total shocker.
And of course, the big question is, if he doesn't find knight e1, how good is, the more pedestrian alternative? Bishop f4 looked incredibly powerful.
Yeah, but how does black stay in the game? Yeah, that's the big question. Actually, Gukesh is fighting for his life.
No move just yet. Obviously, for folks at home, d4 is the threat, and the point is knight e4 doesn't help. Rook takes c8 is a check.
Absolutely crazy. What a turnaround.
You said it yesterday. Some moments speak for themselves. The silence is deafening in the playing hall. But the hardest trial might be still ahead, Peter, for Ding. Let's not forget 10 more moves until time control and 13 minutes on his clock. If the situation gets chaotic again, that might be a deciding factor.
Yeah, but the good news for him is that he got a second life. Yeah, because he was really very scared of going down without a fight in a bad position and no time on the clock. And all of a sudden, all his pieces are activated. Black is the one who is pinned on the g1, a7 diagonal, on the c1, c8 file, in the c file. And d4 is a threat. Knight moving from f3 is another threat. Practically speaking, it is much more difficult to be black here.
And of course, depending on what happens, the storyline will be written differently. But no matter the results, just Ding's composure after missing this brilliant resource b5, it's incredible. He didn't have a single second to properly compose himself. He had to go straight into the difficult task of extracting, as much as he could from a difficult situation. He finds this practical resource, but if Gukesh ends up going down, Peter, he will consider himself the loser much more than Ding the winner. He will be blaming himself for not finding knight dc5. And you can simultaneously criticize someone fairly while praising the other player, in this case Ding, for setting up those circumstances to make it as difficult as possible for Gukesh.
Yeah, but really the reason why one should criticize Gukesh for playing knight ac5, that he did it like in 5 or 6 minutes. Yeah, that he had 36 or something like this minutes on his clock. It's a critical moment. It's kind of a decisive moment of the game. You have to spend 15 minutes, because if you make the right decision, then things will be absolutely clarified, clear. Yeah, you can speed up. You just can't take it here. The experience, I think, came. The inexperience. Yeah, he's not used to this. And also think about that. Yes, let me push Gukesh on the clock. Yeah, he has little time on the clock. I'm winning a pawn and so on. He fell into this clock trap.
Oh my gosh, does this actually work? Can I put this on the board? Rook. Oh my gosh, does this actually work? Can I put this on the board? Rook c7.
Yeah, please.
Peter, bishop f4. So knight e5.
Yes.
Knight e5, fe, bishop e5, knight takes d3.
Yes, this works for you. Woo. This is the same tactics like in the other position, but now, of course, the c1 rook is hanging with a check without protection.
And unfortunately, yeah, it's checkmate after rook takes c1, either way. But of course, white is not obligated to take twice. White can take once and play bishop e3. And what's wrong with that? Takes, and bishop e3. Rook f7.
Yeah, okay, but rook f7, bishop f3, it's just the beginning of the story.
Knight d3 here.
But hang on, you can also play knight b3. Can you play knight b3?
Oh my
Yeah, you
god, what
can.
a move.
Yeah.
What a move. Solving all the problems of the pin.
Yes.
And then the passed pawn should decide. So white should probably not take at all.
Yeah, but if not, then already better not to go for this bishop f4 business, yeah. And in this regard, very important that is knight e1 the only move, because this is super tough, or is some other move also good enough?
Knight d4 is also a pretty big advantage. And the point here is more straightforward and more findable, but to my eyes, much scarier. So the threat is knight e6, black has to drop back, and now you interfere simply with the rook's connection with the knight.
Wow, but then I take rook c6.
And interfere with the camera connection while we're at it. Bishop takes c6, queen c6,
Queen
bishop
c6.
c5, but it's terrifying.
Okay, but exactly, yeah. Here at least I feel myself alive with black.
But what does black do? Push?
If I would only have this h6 luft for my king, yeah, I would be super happy. But
rook c7 played.
Okay, rook c7, moment of truth.
Yes, we know. And knight d4 played. Instantly.
Knight d4 played. Okay, yeah, it's also the human natural move. Knight d4, this knight e1 was out of, it's not from this planet, yeah?
Yeah, it's from the Silicon planet. Yeah, if knight e1 is played in a regular tournament, as Ganguly said once, time to pause the clocks and find the arbiter.
Yes, absolutely.
And get the champagne out to properly compliment your opponent. Bishop f7, only move, I think.
Well, yeah, it's basically a forced line. Yeah, bishop f7, knight c6. If Ding has force in it, and he understood that he doesn't have to worry about all these long diagonal checks, then he understands that, okay, he is better. I don't think that he knows how big advantage he has, but he knows that he has nothing to worry about, and that's the most important.
But the worrisome thing is, after bishop f7, hopefully, I mean, for Ding fans, he doesn't get tempted by knight f5, because then your type of idea, like knight b3, or actually knight anywhere, the back rank is weaker than it appears for white. So knight c6 must be his intention.
Yes, it has to be.
Yeah, not a blunder. Knight d4 is absolutely not a blunder. I would not even give it a question mark.
No, not at all. Yeah, it was the second best move and a very promising move. I only feel very sorry that we missed the live camera. Or what happened? We don't see the players. This is very unfortunate, because can you imagine another tension between the players? Yeah, it should be crazy.
Yeah, impeccable timing by the governing chess body, but hopefully we get those cams back as ASAP, because I can only imagine all the shifting postures, and even for two players as stoic as Ding and Gukesh, sometimes you cannot help it. The emotions do start to show.
Of course, yeah, especially in such dramatic moments. Yeah, it's crazy turnaround. Absolutely crazy. But somehow my feeling is that, humanly speaking, this line that we saw with bishop f7, knight c6, it should be playable for black. Yeah, in a practical game, timetable approaching, maybe white is better, but I don't feel like it's the end. It's like a beginning of a new phase of a new game.
And for Gukesh, I mean, we've seen his fighting spirit on display time and time again. Let's not forget game one. He almost saved. He was maybe one move away, bishop c5, from saving what looked like a hopeless position. So both of these players they fight like lions. They understand the significance of the moment. And that final position, Peter, after knight c6, all of the captures and black plays b4, I wasn't sure exactly how white should coordinate his forces.
Yes, it wasn't obvious. I highlighting that if already black would have this h6 move, this one little move looked for his king, I would really believe that black should be fine. But one tempo matters in such positions, and I'm really worried that eventually this back rank issue will hunt black.
But Gukesh is taking a surprisingly long time. I was expecting bishop f7 instantly. Bishop a2, of course, also possible. But maybe he has some way not to move the bishop at all. Is knight e6 actually a threat? Wait a second, is this a threat? Because black can play knight takes e6.
Wow.
Can black play like b4?
Wow, that's insane. That's completely insane.
Such are the times we live in. But something tells me there's no way black gets away with this. No way.
Yeah, shouldn't, but also the reason why Gukesh is taking his time, yeah, he might actually rely on something like this.
Coulda, woulda, shoulda. Oh my gosh, there's some lines here that are just beyond crazy. Should I
How
show
do
it?
they go? Yeah, please, please.
Well, I'm trying to figure out. Knight e6, black is
Yeah,
black
knight
is
takes e6.
better. Insane. I thought rook c7, queen c7. I think for a lot of people, bishop d5 looks devastating, but is a paper tiger. Black can play queen e5.
Queen
This is
e5.
very important.
Yes.
Very important if black has this move, which means, does white go knight f5? Does white still go something to c6? Who knows? There's only one winning move.
But then we definitely win time, yeah? Then we win time. Do we have bishop f4? Yeah, bishop f4, yeah, now. What a timing.
Only winning move. And rook c8, again, I keep forgetting about this idea. Great spot, Peter. Takes d4. And the saddest part is, again, rook takes c8 is a check. But wait a second, knight e5 here doesn't work anymore?
Then already you can take on e6, yeah, because king gets... Hang on.
No, it said the queen takes the queen rather than the bishop.
Yes, exactly, yeah.
Wow. And knight c6 here already fails. It's winning for black if you go for the same idea. Probably because of b3. Bishop c5, b2? I don't know.
Yeah, but the tempo matters, yeah? This is...
Yeah, even this is good for black. Incredible.
Wow. All eyes on Gukesh, and Gukesh is below on the clock, yeah? He only has 12 minutes, 12 seconds. Now he really feels the pressure.
And if he notices that knight e6 isn't actually the threat, it's crazy. The threat is bishop f4. It's not knight takes e6, which is the most paradoxical statement.
Exactly.
7 minutes now of thought. Gukesh is down on the clock. This is a familiar story, Peter. He was up 45 minutes just like last game, and now he's down on time just like last game. This time, he risks losing.
Yeah. Absolutely. Because also now it's so difficult, yeah? Okay, this is completely crazy. Ever since this pin, ever since knight ac5 happened, yeah, all the tactics work in white's favor. Black is in a terrible box. Everything is hanging. Bishop f7 played finally.
As expected. And now for Ding, do not get tempted by bishop f4. It's no longer effective. Now he has to opt for knight c6.
Yes, and this somehow should be doable for black. My gut feeling, I see the computer evaluation. Computer was giving some +1 point something, yeah, knight c6 on the board. But I do believe that practically speaking, this shouldn't be so easy.
You know, if somebody gave me the position that we're going to have on the board after bishop takes c5 and said, what do you think the computer eval is? Yes. I would say no more than like +1.2, +1.3. And who would you rather be in a bullet game? Probably 50-50 with those passed pawns.
I think with okay, my bullet skills, I even don't know my bullet skills, but I would be black, yeah, because at least I know that I want queen b7, h6, b4 and everything. But yeah, it's funny.
Yeah. Okay. And here we go. This is a huge moment. I thought b4 was the sort of instinct. Of course, black has to be very, very careful now for his back rank. The bishop could drop back to e3. And you have to evaluate the queen trade as well. Queen h1 check. Let's not forget about that resource.
Yeah, but somehow it seems like black's queenside pawns can be very easily blockaded with this beautiful bishop on d4. The rook can get behind the pawns as well. I don't feel that that is a real problem for white.
10 minutes. Now under 10 minutes, no increment. It's only move 34. What should black try? What is the practical resource? Maybe you make some luft with a move like h5.
Yes, h5, h6, but it's a big tempo. But you have to, yeah, it's you have to create luft.
As painful as it is to make a quote-unquote slow move in a position like this, it might be a good investment for the subsequent madness.
Yes, also sometimes like queen h1 check, queen g1 and then retreating the queen somewhere makes some sense because the queen on g1 will be so much more awkward.
Even here, I'm picking up what you're putting down. Queen h1 and queen d5.
Yes.
I mean, white can repeat moves with queen d4, queen h1. And honestly, I would be terrified there with white, with those pawns staring me in the face. h6 on the board.
h6 on the board, yeah. I think it's a very professional move because queen h1 check is still available because the bishop on c5 is kind of loose. White most probably have to move the bishop and then we can give the check and we retreat with the queen.
And the cameras are back. Thank the Lord. And h6, 3-result game. Absolutely a 3-result game still.
Actually, do we know the draw rules? That is it possible to offer a draw after move 30 or there are no draw offers? Any news on that?
I think it's 40 moves, so I'll confirm that. King to e1. I was expecting king to g1. But Ding, with the excellent endgame instincts, taking the sting out of queen h1 check.
Yeah,
40,
instantly.
yes, move 40.
Move 40, yeah. Okay, so basically the reason why I was asking it that in all times it was kind of a common theme that in big time trouble, when the position was very messy, you don't know how to evaluate it, then you just throw in a draw offer. Yeah, like your opponent has no time, you don't know how to evaluate it, and the temptation of agreeing to a draw when the tension is so high and you don't know how to evaluate the position. But this trick does not work anymore here.
And Ding, he has, of course, received his criticism for bailing out when he's got chances, but here everybody knows that white is objectively close to winning, maybe already winning. What's the move, though? Is it queen d4? I would point out b3 is not as dangerous as it looks because the bishop could slide back to a3. So maybe time to centralize.
Oh, king d2 is also kind of a very natural move, but it might run into some queen a4 and then you suddenly get some counter chance with queen a2.
Maybe flying a little close to the sun. And the great thing about the e1 square is it's like black's knight on a6, where it will react to whatever check black makes, like queen h1 check, then the king moves to d2. But it's a very flexible spot.
Yes, however, I'm still believing that Gukesh saving this game is more likely than Ding winning it. It's, practically speaking, I see this question mark by the computer and so on, but I'm not buying it. I feel like in time trouble phase and still 5 more moves has to be played.
I would give this an exclamation mark.
Yes,
find me a single
exactly.
player who does not praise the practical value of b4. Take those computer assessments plus 1.1, 1.3. Those go out the window right now.
Absolutely, agreed. Yeah, it's even if you ask the players, they might think like, okay, yes, this is a very messy position. Why would it be? It's exchange, but And queen d4 played, all right. This also gives us the chance eventually to give this queen h1 check at some point and take the pawn on h2, or this is completely wrong.
Whoa,
Then we get
95.
checkmated.
95, the blue arrow shows us this is the only move that maintains the evaluation. Activating the knight.
Wow.
Sacking
Okay.
the a5 pawn.
Okay, and going for activity, because then queen h1 check, queen takes h2, for example, a king on d2 will threaten with knight f3 checks, bishop h5. Yeah, no, this 95 is very dynamic.
Can he find that? I mean, my instinct was queen b5, Peter. Just get the queen out of the pin, stabilize the pawns, but maybe black will get checkmated there. Once the bishop moves out of c5, there is a threat of a check on c8.
Yes, exactly. No, 95 is a super smart move by computer. Will Gukesh find it? It brings this new element, that it creates some real counterplay.
Total concentration. Just look at that scene. And by the way, our production team behind the scenes working their magic and finding a workaround for the camera issues.
Fantastic, yeah, because we need the cameras, yeah. With the cameras, we can feel all this suspense, yeah, all the tension.
Imagine the parents. Gukesh's father has invested so much in this young man's career. Ding's mom and his parents are on site. Maybe they're not even watching. I cannot even imagine what's going through everyone's head right now. 95,
Yeah,
he has to find it.
He has to find it, yeah, because it changes the character of the battle.
Darting his eyes to the right, maybe queen h1 check, but not immediately. The knight will hang, and that's the key logical element. Get the knight to a defended square so that queen h1 becomes an element of the position.
And keeping the queens on the board is so important, so vital for black. You need all this counterplay. You can't rely on your queenside pawns. You actually have to combine all these things.
And keep an eye on his right hand. That's the hand which will be executing the move. You saw it sliding. He's getting ready, darting his eyes from side to side. He's down to 5 minutes and 50 seconds for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 moves. My gosh.
Yeah, how difficult it is to adjust to the new situation. Yeah, he knew that when he played b5, probably he was very euphoric. Yeah, I'm coming, I'm breaking through, I trick my opponent, I'm up on the clock. There is so much to calculate. Yeah, that's it. And then all of a sudden, this big turn. On the board, 95. Gukesh is fighting back.
Clutch move. And that knight, it might be writing its redemption story, because that was the knight that should not have been on d7 to begin with, right? That was the knight which was targeted, and he put the wrong knight on c5. Now the knight says, I want to write another chapter. So the big line here, I assume, is queen d8, queen takes a5. Would you rule that out if you're Ding? Is it too dangerous to allow the check?
Exactly, yes. Then I feel like queen h1, queen takes h2.
I'll show it very quickly.
And we're going to go for mating attack.
Yeah. And there's also b3. This looks horrible. This looks terrible.
Yes. Yeah. Then white loses the coordination. And look at black's king sitting quietly on h7.
How about your idea, king d2? Is it time for that?
Yeah, but also then you have some queen g2 provoking me back to queen f2, and then you go queen d5, and it's total madness.
Maybe king d2, queen g2, queen e4 can be tried.
But there already I can trade the queens because I get access to the c4 square. Then your pawn structure is damaged.
Very true. But is there another move?
I just feel like knight e5 saves the game. I think Gukesh is fighting back. Now to the question, will Ding find a safe way for white? Yeah, in time trouble.
You are walking through a minefield if you are white. And in a time scramble, just the presence of a knight is a huge asset. It increases the blunderability for your opponent. It's so easy for white. One little misstep leads to catastrophe. King d2. What are the other candidate moves? Queen d8 and bishop e3. He's played
King
it.
d2. Yeah, king d2 played. I'm trying to make sense that is something like queen g2, queen f2, queen d5, queen d4 way of eventually repeating? Is that a logical way to conclude the time control?
I think it very well might be. And the blue arrow shows up again, which means Gukesh has to find another clutch move. And it is indeed your instinct, queen g2, setting up, of course, the threat of a fork.
Because I'm not sure that Ding actually thinks that he is better at all. Yeah, he knows that he's fighting. His position was so critical before, but with this king on d2 and all these dynamic possibilities.
Can Gukesh play for a win there with queen a2 check once the black queen lands on d5? And he's found another clutch move.
Yeah, queen g2. Okay, queen f2, queen d5, queen d4, queen a2, rook c2. Then I can still chase you. Yeah, queen f2 on the board.
Instantly. Queen d5 only move, I think. I mean, queen b7 seems a little bit too cumbersome. Queen d5 is juicier.
But you know, my feeling is that if queen d5, queen d4 happens, Gukesh might be tempted to play on. Yeah, because then he feels like, okay, my exchange sacrifice was actually enough compensation, and I want to press. It will be very interesting psychologically to see how the players will deal with this. Especially because it was like, it will be move 40 when they have to make a decision.
Again. Chapter 2 of move 40, queen d5 on the board. Time management, excellent. Enough time here, ample time to make two more critical moves. Queen d4, instantly the response from Ding. Oh my gosh. Queen g2.
Okay, it means that Gukesh is kind of agreeing to the repetition. Now all eyes on Ding. How will he make his last move? Because if he does queen f2 after queen d5, he has to retreat queen d4. And it's on the board. Queen f2 happened.
Doesn't think about the alternatives, cannot blame him. He can now get up and relax. Gukesh with 3.5 minutes to execute his 40th move, which will be queen d5.
Wow, finally, we might get a result with which both players can live. Ding surviving, and finally also Gukesh surviving a scare.
Are you sure that queen d4 will happen, Peter? Because after
Yes.
queen d5... Okay.
I don't see any human. Of course, time trouble will be over, but the body language from Ding also shows me that he is very relieved that he has this queen d4 opportunity.
There's a computer line, but this is exactly the thing. It's so easy to apply the logic retroactively, but it's completely unfindable. Queen d5, bishop d4. Some people are saying,
Yes.
Come on, knight c6 and bishop b6. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, no. Of course, yeah, one could argue that he will have half an hour, but I don't really believe that he will think about this direction.
And given his situation, 15 moves ago, when knight c5 would have led to him praying for a miracle, half a point, another save, another psychological blow for Gukesh is not the worst thing in the world.
Yes, exactly. And first of all, he does not know that according to Evil Bar, he has chances to play for a win. Yeah, he might be just very relieved that yes, black has wonderful compensation, and okay, I'm shutting the game down.
Man. Is Gukesh seriously considering queen b7 here?
No, don't do this.
It
It will be too much for our hearts. I can't take it. I love the entertainment. I love all the action, but I feel like, okay, queen d5, queen d4 draw is everybody can live with.
Man, and our very own Mike Klein reports that indeed Gukesh's dad was pacing outside the press room, watching the game on his phone, and it just sends goosebumps through your heart thinking about someone who's invested his entire life to raise someone as impressive as Gukesh. And of course, their main merit is Gukesh, his modesty and his personality. And all of that investment coming down to this. Oh, I can't even begin to imagine that, Peter.
Yeah, it's insane. But Gukesh is taking his time. All right, there is this one option that, yeah, he goes queen d5. I'm loving this decision. Yeah, he has to. He shouldn't gamble on move 40. And Ding checking his score sheet carefully.
9 lives, Ding Liren. What absolute incredible grit. Now, bishop d4 is not going to happen. We will get a draw.
Queen d4 on the board
already.
and the players are checking the score sheet.
Should I show bishop d4? Go ahead.
Yeah, no, I just want to highlight that actually, in order to claim the draw, Black has to write down the move queen g2 on his score sheet, stop the clock, and call the arbiter and tell him, I'm planning to play queen g2, and it's threefold repetition. But if you play the move, you execute the move queen g2, you already have no right to claim the draw. Then white is the one who can claim the draw with queen f2, or eventually think and try to play another move.
You're exactly right. This is one of the most commonly misunderstood rules. So as we're going to take advantage of the moment as the arbiter checks the claim, bishop d4 is just insanity. For one thing, it allows knight c6. And the point, I think, is to reposition the bishop on b6 and then to play queen d4. And this is completely inscrutable because here, queen g2, there is, okay, this is computer nonsense and apparently some sort of queen e3 and bishop d4, and it just goes on. And look at this, a4, bishop d4, knight c6, bishop f6, and this is where I'm going to stop and preserve what remains of my sanity. Ding might get criticism from the Monday morning quarterbacks and the geniuses who haven't played a world championship match, but Peter, you have, and I think that he does not deserve any criticism for deciding to repeat. Maybe he could have taken longer. What do you think?
No, I think it's absolutely justified, but now Gukesh is the one who is still thinking, yeah, because he knows that he can claim the draw with queen g2.
Wait.
And I'm assuming actually that since he played the move queen d5, he will repeat, but we don't know yet.
Let me ask you this, Peter. Queen d4 was a 3-time, so Ding could have stopped the clocks and ridden the move down. Is he deliberately provoking Gukesh into continuing the game with queen
No,
h3?
I don't think that it's threefold because the queen was on c6.
Let's see.
The queen was on c6. Yeah, so the queen g2 is the first time they repeated the position.
My apologies, I stand corrected. So it is Black who decides. Ah, how nice.
Exactly.
At least Gukesh has that move in his pocket.
And Gukesh doesn't know actually that maybe computer was thinking that it's +1, yeah? So he's thinking like, I had a chance before, now it's a very complicated position, maybe should I continue? So in fact, if someone might continue the game, it's Gukesh. I hope that he doesn't, but it just really, we also as a commentators, we care about the players, yeah? We know exactly how much it means to them, yeah? They are fighting for their life, they are fighting for the title, and Gukesh had the winning advantage at some point with knight dc5. I think if he would have played knight dc5, he would have won this game. Then Ding had the chance, and all these emotions, I feel that draw is the most just result.
My gosh, if we get 2 draws in these last 2 days, like you said yesterday, it is not enough just to look at the final result and say, draw, must have been a boring game. Sometimes a draw is the most interesting possible result. Now, the situation you were commentating with Robert, where Gukesh declined the repetition, dubious, but playing queen a2 check here would be even crazier, I think, than what Gukesh did there.
Well, I was completely shocked. I haven't seen something like that on the highest level yet, that you are under pressure. Yeah, you should be very happy that you survive a game and then you go out from the repetition. Actually, I feel that in this position, getting out of the repetition is much more natural, because here you see that there is an imbalance in the position. Yeah, there is big complex. On the other hand, there it was a kind of static position where only white could have been better, yeah, with the open d file. So that's why I felt it like no way. And Ding himself confirmed, yeah, that he was sure that his hand will write the move queen e7 down on the score sheet when Queen h4 appeared.
You did an excellent job breaking down that moment. And I want to also emphasize there's an emotional component here, which is that Gukesh knows he probably let the win slip at some point. And I think everybody can relate to this. I've lost so many games like this where you're internally tilted. You have the rational voice telling you that you should make your bed in the morning and that you should eat your vegetables and, you know, that you should probably take the draw because the chances of a loss are higher. But sometimes you don't listen to that voice. And sometimes you're rewarded for that. Sometimes not. Queen a2 check, and I will jump out of my chair if we see that move.
Yes, I'm very afraid. Yeah, my
Me
heart
too,
is
me too.
also.
I can't
Yes.
just, please decide already.
Yeah.
Should we analyze Queen a2? Should we just wait?
Yeah, let's wait because I think the situation is not so important. Just to get this feeling, the reason what I really like that he takes his time. Yeah, so he's not rushing his decision. Move 40 has been made. You have to calm down. Of course, yesterday we already have seen that with this Fide time control after move 40, it's not a classical game anymore. You only get 30 minutes with 30 seconds increment. Sometimes the game does not end logically because the time becomes a decisive factor towards the end of the game.
If Queen a2 is played after we settle our own nerves, we'll have plenty of time to analyze. This is a huge...
But he goes Queen a2. Yes. Oy, oy, oy. Oof.
Oh my gosh. And somehow I knew this. I knew it. I hate those people who pretend like I told you so. But Peter, I think you'll co-sign this point.
Yes.
Somehow everybody could just sense that he was going to go for it.
Yeah, his hand was actually signaling that he wants to make a move. Yeah, and we talked already about this, that in order to claim the draw, he should have written down the move. He wasn't looking at the score sheet at all. Rook c2 blitzed out.
Queen e6 will happen, and now we are in for a very long stage of the game. There might be a draw offer, but there's so much happening. John, I'll bring you in to share your thoughts.
When you jumped out of your chair, Danya, I was doing the same thing. I can't believe it. Gukesh, I believe in good moves, but maybe his emotions are getting the better of him here, refusing the threefold repetition. And now we go in for a big grind. Folks, we're going to go for a couple of minutes break while the players settle in to think about how they want to play their end games, but I think predictions are all off the table now. I've got no idea what's going to happen. We'll see you in a few for what promises to be a very exciting conclusion to Game A.
We're in LA. Today's the day that the Jaime Jaquez Jr. bot comes out on chess.com. Jaime, we love you. We love the heat. We open up chess.com app, choose Jaime Jaquez Jr. right there. We got a scotch, but he's playing main line. Wow. Oh my God, I just wanted my rook with check. Classic Jaime. Oh, that's actually a great chess talk. Like, oh, this is some of the best dialogue I've actually ever seen. But unfortunately for Jaime, so is defeat. And just like that, play Jaime Jaquez Jr.'s bot on chess.com. Peace out.
This is the Google Pixel 9 with Gemini. And this is Dan, suggesting some places to meet up and watch the game tonight. But you know what's better than a list of places? Knowing how close those places are. Which is why you're just going to ask Gemini to put these places on a map. Whoa, how's that for teamwork?
In 2022, Gukesh was on your team that won bronze at the Olympiad, and I know he mostly did his own studying and preparation, although he was obviously a valuable team member. I want you to compare your assessment of him then with now, because you gave an interview to chess.com 2 years ago, and this is what you said about Gukesh. Not even sure if you remember. You said, he's self-confident, he has daring play, a risky approach, a narrow opening repertoire, he defends well in tough positions, and you called his time management interesting. Now, how many of those are still the case, and how many of those has he improved on?
I think my views stand as such in all the aspects.
Okay.
So I still feel his time management could be better, and his opening repertoire could be broader, but he's getting there. Now, compared to 2022 Chess Olympiad, and now he's playing more openings, so he's gradually broadening his repertoire. That's very good sign, and he's not rushing it. So he is confident that he doesn't have to expand too fast and not have a deep understanding of the openings he plays. So he's taking it gradually, which is a mature thing to do. So I'm happy that he's handling these issues. But when you're taking it gradually, it takes longer time to achieve the objective. But my view on how this stands as such.
This December, the world's top chess minds clash in the heart of New York City at the Fide World Rapid and Blitz Championship. Witness world number one Magnus Carlsen and other stars from across the globe. Rapid and Blitz, chess in its most thrilling form, unpredictable and unforgettable. Fast moves, tactics and blunders, and moments that will keep you on the edge of your seat. Witness the pinnacle of chess excitement. Get your tickets now at worldrapidandblitz.fide.com.
Looking to deck out your closet this fall, or a gift for that person who loves chess? We've got you covered in our all-new merch store. Literally. Never forget that it's always chess o'clock somewhere, with clocks in a brand new colorway. And keep your mouse speed on point with a classic green or bubblegum pink mousepad. Oh, Mittens wants to say something too. She says, check it all out at chess.com/shop. And yeah, you might want to do what Mittens says.
Welcome back to game number 8 of the Fide World Championship. It's not over. We're still playing. And Peter, this raises, I think, more questions than answers at this point. Gukesh is the definition of being stoic. He even retorted back in the press conference. Was that on day 2 or day 3? I believe in good moves. I prefer to take the Fischer quote rather than the Kasparov quote. And then look at this, opting not to go for the repetition. Are we seeing him contradicting himself here? Is this emotions getting the better of us? Talk us through what must be going through his head.
Well, I think actually it shows his tremendous ambition. Yeah, and that's why he has so many fans, and that's why we love his play. It's incredible. Unbelievable. I'm speechless. The reason why I was asking for the repetition, because I felt like I have to be selfish. My heart cannot take this tension. I need a doctor. But now that things are calming down after move 40. And he opted for queen a2 check and going back to queen e6. It's a very interesting position. I'm also very interested of asking Danya that what is your take? How do you evaluate this position?
I'd like to point out, Danya, just quickly, we managed to swap the camera into the break room literally 2 seconds before we swapped into it. Gukesh was in front of the camera eating a banana. So if anyone wondering why we swapped and there was an empty room, Gukesh literally walked off camera a second beforehand. Sorry, Danya, I'll hand it back to you.
Not at all. Thank you, John. And there's so much to break down in the position. I'll keep my psychological comments brief. You know, definitely I was expecting a repetition. But I can never complain. I mean, for me, I feel empathetic to the players. You know, I feel like both of them deserve to feel happy after putting in, you know, a Herculean effort. But such is the brutality of chess that at the end of the day, only one player can be happy. It is ultimately a zero-sum game. But that is why we tune in to watch. And I feel so privileged to be here, to be a part of these huge moments, even though, you know, I am exhausted. You know, because of the start time, but also just following every twist and turn, but there's such a large payoff in classical chess. If you follow from the first moments, you feel like you're a part of these crazy decisions, these totally unpredictable twists. And with that, let's jump into the analysis. And my big question is queen d8, queen takes a5. What specifically is Gukesh cooking up there?
Well, my take is that he will simply rely on his very safe king on h7. Yeah, he hides that king on h7. He will push his b pawn to b3, which will be beautifully always protected by the bishop from f7, and then activate the queen from e6 via h3 or some other angle to try to hit white's weaknesses. I also have the feeling that actually black is not risking much at all because of this beautiful coordination of pieces.
I'm totally with you. I mean, look at that bishop on f7. We've sung its praises in the middle game, but in this final act, perhaps the bishop will have its moment in the sun once more. Queen h3, yeah, definitely an exciting move. But maybe white can play bishop d4.
Yes, bishop d4. Okay, it runs into knight c6, but maybe that's not a problem.
Yeah, happy that queen somewhere, queen c7.
Even queen c7 possible. I was thinking about queen c5 only. Queen c7.
Your guess is as good as mine. I'm not sure. Yeah, probably queen c5 is much safer.
Yeah, because now knight takes d4, queen takes f7, queen takes h2. How can you evaluate this position? It's crazy.
0-0-0.
No, apparently not. But why?
What queen d5 maybe. Queen d5. Queen e2.
And queen takes e2, king c6. Wow. Okay. Yeah, fantastic. Incredible stuff. Yeah, black should not lose the control of the center, but I absolutely agree with Gukesh. Now, looking at it, I don't feel like black is really risking anything. Yeah, with the king on h7, lovely center control.
Go there. Queen d7 yes. Probably better than queen d5 because knight c4 becomes a more serious threat. But here I thought king c3, and I wasn't sure what the follow-up is. Black is better now. But yeah, what does black do?
The point is, yeah, that black is not risking, and this is often the most important thing when you play a game, that if you see that I can continue and the pressure is, the decision making is probably more unpleasant for my opponent, and I'm not risking, then you are really willing to continue, and Dean goes for it.
I'm changing my mind on this position. You convinced me. At first I thought this is crazy, this is madness. Now I'm thinking this is a perfectly rational decision. This is not the product of tilt. This is a rational decision given the level of exhaustion and, of course, an incredibly risky decision. But it makes sense, Peter, actually. And I've appreciated the advantages here. And we're about to find out. Gukesh must have something in mind here after b3.
Yes, I think that he simply relies on this fact, yeah, that, okay, this b3 pawn will block white's rook, yeah, because, okay, normally rooks need open files to show their potential, yeah, and if there's this b3 rook b2 connection with the bishop on f7, then I don't have the feeling that the rook on b2 is more powerful than the bishop on f7, yeah. It's just so simple as it is. And also one should say that in chess, one of the least material sacrifices is the exchange sacrifice, yeah, because, yeah, materially speaking, the rook is worth 5 pawns, the minor piece is worth 3 pawns, but based on the character of the position, depending which, sometimes a minor piece is much more useful, and that's why this unbalanced, the famous positional exchange sacrifice by Tigran Petrosyan, also one of my absolutely favorite themes. And if someone asks me, Peter, what was your favorite book and what is my favorite chess book, it will be the lectures from Tigran Petrosyan. Yeah, that book made an incredible impression on me. By the way, b3 on the board.
Python strategy in English. I have that book in Russian. It's called The Strategy of Safety. And it's interesting because the word for an exchange is equality. You sacrifice equality. And I don't know how it is in Hungarian, but...
Yes, it's correct. Yeah, we have the same. If you translate the word, it's exactly the same.
Quality?
Yes.
Kачество, yeah. And rook b2 and the quality of this struggle as they make time control. And now the 30-second increment, of course, is implemented, but there will be no more additional time. Where will black's queen seek its fortunes after rook b2? And is rook b2 forced?
Well,
I'm sorry
for
for all the
us,
questions.
yes, for us it looked forced, but because we have the safety first approach, yeah, it's kind of we want to stop that pawn. But yeah, there is some argument, yeah, if you have good nerves,
Oh my god.
that rook c1 maybe, yeah, just so that against b2 you are ready to meet it with rook b1. Is that a possibility?
And if you have crazier nerves, or if you have a death wish, then maybe rook c3.
But rook c3 b2, how are you planning
c2?
to? Oh wow, okay, yeah, that. But then knight c6. I'm hitting the queen and the e2 pawn. Be careful.
Oh, I think it might be too late for that. Knight c6,
Yes.
queen a3, but I that's a beautiful geometry, and queen e2 only black can win.
Yes, exactly. That's what matters.
Although king b1 there,
Well,
it does not
okay,
look
but
promising.
yes, the structure is destroyed. Yeah, that's that's already enough for me psychologically.
Knight c6. I got to show that line. So rook c3, b2, and maybe there's even okay, but knight c6 for sure is good for black and refutes the line. But apparently there's an even better move. Is it knight c? It can knight c4, queen e2, and bishop g6.
Yeah, or knight. Yeah, I mean some sacrifice.
Yeah, no, this is ridiculous. But clearly, this is enough to convince you not to play rook c3. But you're pointing out, Peter, the move rook c1. Can you
Yes,
explain the logic?
Well, the logic is that after b2 I have rook b1, and then the pawn is getting lost because after queen b3 I have queen a3 move. Yeah, it's or queen c3, whatever. Yeah, it's already good.
For instance,
And yeah, and this means that after rook c1, if I don't have to worry about b2, then I very much prefer the rook on c1 on the open file. Anyway, yeah, you are highlighting that bishop retreats to d4, or at least this is the plan. And with the rook on c1, I feel much more safe.
So let's say I go queen d5.
Yeah, queen b4. Queen b4.
Mm-hmm. Bishop g6 comes to mind.
Then queen d4. Okay, I'm just like playing like in bullet mode. Yeah, I'm not thinking at all.
Nice.
Yes. Well, if it's not online, I used to play a lot of bullet in my childhood. Yeah, when we over the board were blitzing, and I was a big fan, and I was quite good at my online skills. My mouse skills are not good enough, I think.
Well, I like over the board bullet. I can play an unholy amount of it. But queen d4, queen g2, and again, same situation.
Yeah, and after queen f2, you even have queen a8, and suddenly you are coming with queen a2. Be careful, yeah, maybe it will win the game.
Oh my gosh. The pendulum swings again. Queen f2, queen a8. And now it's white walking on hot coals. King c3, queen a2, e4.
Oh, no.
No. Wrong direction.
I can't take this anymore. Yeah, no.
Black is winning.
It should be lost. Yeah, it should be lost. Yeah.
Anyway,
you have this.
So
Yeah.
I gotta show
queen a5 check, yeah, or b2.
b2 queen takes b2.
Yes. No, queen a5 check. No, it's strong. Go on.
Yeah, the d3 pawn falls. Very good. Oh.
Queen takes b4. Yeah. That was.
It's move 51 on the analysis board. On the real board, it's move 45. And Ding still has not decided where to put the rook.
It's a very tough decision, but it might be a very important one. Yeah, he's rightly taking his time. I always encourage players that when it's complicated, when you don't know exactly what is the most natural, you have to take your time. Because basically in a chess game, it's not like this that every single move you get such a difficult choice, right? And when you have this difficult choice, you take your time, you get inside the position, you understand why you make your choice that you made, and then you can speed up because the next couple of moves will be logical. But if you rush your decision, you might save time here, but then you are surprised with a move that you underestimated, and rook c1 on the board by Ding.
Great call.
I like this.
Peter, this wasn't, honestly, I thought of rook b2 and it was automatic. But this is such a smart concept to provoke b2, but to maintain as much activity as you can for the rook. I'm expecting queen d5 in return, and I wouldn't be surprised if Gukesh plays it quickly to try to keep that pressure alive on Ding's clock.
Yes, it's absolutely correct that now suddenly, and that's the reason why I always hated this Fide time control, that I have problems controlling my nerves. Yeah, so I'm kind of, it was normal that I was getting into terrible time trouble. So you have this very intense time trouble phase with all the emotions. After move 40, I want to have time to calm down, settle in, and then be ready for another 3 hours. Yeah, but just give me this little time. However, when your pulse and all the adrenaline is so high, and you are forced to immediately calculate, and you don't have really the luxury of resting for like 10 minutes, yeah, just calming down, then of course this time control is extremely tough. It's just so difficult to handle, and you have no right to carry the emotions that you had during the blitz period, during the time trouble with you.
The amount of baggage that you have to process is crazy, and that's why games used to be adjourned. It gave the players a chance to just rest and to come to terms with the new reality of the position. Speaking of the new reality, I'm also kind of looking at this bishop on f7, and I think there's a case to be made. I have a funny little concept. If the bishop was on g6, I know this is irrelevant, but still, I like pointing these things out. This would be, I think, an available move to draw the game. Just a funny little idea to play b2. Of course, Gukesh is not going for this in order to probably lose the game trying to write a tactics book. But bishop g6 and bishop h5 are for sure serious ideas, I think, especially because e2 is a backward pawn.
Yes, yeah, targeting one of these pawns. Because, okay, rook c1 is nice in a sense that the rook is not locked on b2, but at the same time, the bishop also does not need to protect or guard this b3 pawn. So trying to get a new job for that bishop with bishop h5 or bishop g6 makes perfect sense.
Let alone, not to mention, queen h3, always, a very direct idea. But again, I'm kind of a skeptic. I feel like the minor pieces are not capable of managing their affairs without the assistance of their babysitter.
Yeah, especially after rook c1, yeah, because after bishop d4, the rook opens up immediately on the c file. Also, white is controlling the c6 square, so black will not be able to have this knight c6 resource. The black queen has to stay in the center, and this bishop somehow should try to target the pawns. Basically, the line that we calculated was queen d5, and after you were also following up with bishop g6. This is a very logical sequence of moves as well.
What was white's response? Can you remind me after queen d5? What were we settling on?
Okay, we didn't settle on anything. I was just playing in blitz mode, queen b4 and then queen d4, queen f2, and you played bishop g6, queen g2, queen a8, and it was very tricky for white.
Yep, that makes sense. So queen b4, yeah, this is of course not the only move, but it's the most logical move, right? Get out of the pin. I mean, king c3, I think I pointed out in jest. But no, that's crazy.
Yeah, king c3 is too much.
Even for our nerves. And we're experienced. We're veterans of this back and forth.
Yes, well, I feel like basically for older chess players, yeah, it's the nerves. Yeah, that's what throughout the years are finally collapsing. Yeah, and keeping the tension always, it's extremely difficult. And I think this is also the reason that often the older players, surprisingly enough, are very strong in rapid and blitz, where you can rely on your intuition, on your knowledge and everything. And paradoxically, exactly in classical chess, when you a lot of time, but you have all this crazy tension, that's where the older generation then really suffers.
That's so true. My last disastrous OTB Blitz event about a year ago, I faced this GM Alonso Zapata. I know you had a famous game with him, I think. In
exactly.
Yes. King, C4, King C2.
Yes.
But he's in his 60s. He's, obviously lost a lot of rating. I get crushed. The next round, I face John Fedorovich, who is a local legend from New York. You smile knowingly in the 70s and 80s. He was one of the best players in the world. He plays the bishop e2 Najdorf, and it's like straight out of a textbook. d5 square, his knight's in the right place, and I lost 2 consecutive games to 2 GMs whose combined age is probably over 120.
Yeah, but they have the class, yeah. And Alonso Zapata, I know him well because I did play with him in the Capablanca Memorial in 1997 in Cienfuegos, and then in Jopal 97. So 2 consecutive tournaments within 1 month, and we had a lot of fun together. Very nice person.
Yeah, super sweet guy. He lives in Atlanta and has been coaching successfully for many years. Very dangerous player, and of course he's defeated Vichy. Was it Vichy who he defeaed in 5 moves?
Yeah.
I'm not going to repeat the story. No.
Yeah,
no.
don't tell it to Vichy. Poor Vichy remembers it very well.
Oh, absolutely. I would certainly not like my one bad moment out of a 40+ year incredible career repeated ad nauseum by some random commentator.
Yeah, so what's at stake? Well, at stake is quite a lot. Gukesh decided to play on. So in this regard, he also feels the need to justify continuing the game. Yeah, it will be very interesting how the game progresses, because it feels like he's not risking, but give white just a couple of moves, stabilizing, for example, queen b6, bishop d4, and all of a sudden white will be ambitious.
And imagine, of course, the weight that that Gukesh would start feeling if you feel the pang of regret. If the thought enters your mind, wait a second, my opponent might be taking over the upper hand, then you're going to have to start dealing with that regret. I could have repeated. I could have held the half point. Why did I do this again? So for Gukesh, very important not to let this get off the rails. Excellent job taking his time. I like queen d5 a lot. And here we go, into the rabbit hole.
Well, it's your move, yeah. Queen d5 was the move that you played against me, and I'm very interested if Ding will be able to find a better reaction than my bullet reaction with queen b4. What else is in store? What can white do?
Queen c3 looks very awkward somehow.
Yeah, queen c3, you might play the same. Bishop g6, yeah, setting up this queen g2 idea.
Yeah, and bishop g6 also prevents a potential queen trade on e4, which I know is not ideal, but with only one pass pawn, white would give up a kingdom and a horse to get these queens off the board.
Exactly. Wow. Okay, queen b4 looks so natural, but at the same time, when you see that bishop g6 comes, and black is threatening to sacrifice something on d3 and get access to white's vulnerable king, then already it might give you the feeling that let's look for some alternative.
Yeah, I mean, in such positions, there are always multiple moves that maintain like the even assessment, but usually they're random computer queen moves. And while Ding ponders his next move, this is a big moment. Let's have a quick look at how the current world champion handled the many hurdles that he has faced in preparation for this big event. Let's listen in.
Ding Liren made history in 2023 when he became the 17th world chess champion. His journey to get there was nothing short of extraordinary. Ding's rise began early, becoming the youngest ever Chinese champion at 16. His breakthrough on the international stage came in 2015 when he finished second in the star-studded Tata Steel chess event, behind only Magnus Carlsen. From then on, the chess world knew that Ding was a force to watch. Ding wasn't done impressing, scoring one of the most remarkable achievements in chess history. The Chinese star went on an incredible 100-game undefeated streak between 2017 and 2018, the longest until Carlsen broke it in October 2019. During the time, he entered the world's top 5 chess players and broke the 2800 rating mark. Another impressive achievement came in 2019 when he won the Singfield Cup with an undefeated score, beating Carlsen in a blitz playoff. Ding was the first to beat Carlsen in a tiebreak in 12 years.
Oh my god, you just made him. I'm hyped. I'm on the Ding train.
In 2022, the 32-year-old finished second in the candidates tournament, falling just short of a chance to challenge for the title. However, the reigning champion Magnus Carlsen then stunned the chess world when he announced that he would not defend his title. As a result, Ding would face Jan Nepomniachtchi, the winner of the candidates, in a challenge for the throne. The 2023 World Chess Championship was a thrilling back-and-forth match where Ding only clinched the title after a dramatic rapid playoff, as the 14 classical games ended in a 7-7 tie. That secured him a place in history books as the first male Chinese player to become a World Chess Champion.
It's over! Ding Liren is the World Chess Champion! This has been a fight of courage, of grit and determination.
However, life hasn't been easy for the humble grandmaster since winning the title. Ding took a 9-month break from tournaments and later revealed that he had struggled with his mental health. Entering 2024, Ding's form has taken a deep dive. His performance in tournaments has consistently been below expectations, and for the first time in history, a reigning world champion has dropped out of the top 20 in the world rankings.
At some moment, he started bouncing up and down. He's shaking, literally shaking, and he definitely doesn't seem like the same person.
He just seems to be off.
Despite his challenges, Ding remains positive and determined.
When I first get the title, I'm very nervous and I have some problems psychological, but now I feel much better.
His journey continues in Singapore, and his fans will certainly be eager to see him recover his top form and show why he has become one of the greatest forces in the chess world.
Ding Liren, the world champion, has faced so many obstacles and an excellent montage there by our hardworking team. And he has surmounted most of them. He has shown the best form that he's shown since he defeated Jan Nepomniachtchi. It's just incredible mental work by Ding Liren. But right now, the biggest hurdle might be facing him on the board. It's Gukesh's move. Queen b4 has been played, following Leko versus Naroditsky. And Peter, I will say one thing for your consideration. Queen e4 check, not really a threat, because black can take, play b2, and then rook b1, bishop a2 is a draw.
Okay, but who is playing for a win? I think from the white's perspective, I'm already happy to sign the score sheets. And I even find, now that after I was thinking a bit, I find an improvement. After your move bishop g6, I think the professional move is bishop d4. I just have to target this knight on e5. And after you play the natural move knight c6, I'm gonna smash it. Rook takes c6. Enough of all these adventures.
And he has
but Gukesh played a different queen g2, an ambitious move again.
But also a draw, right? Queen e4 check is a forced draw.
Yeah.
I think, because take, let me show this for the viewers. b2, rook b1, and now this very important resource, bishop a2. And I think having realized that Ding gulps down some water, a relieved Ding. He knows this is in his pocket, and of course, this will be an immediate handshake. Do you see Ding suddenly turning this back around? I would be even more shocked. I would fly out of my chair this time.
Absolutely. I believe that he will take the opportunity to bail out with queen e4, and it should be the right decision. Yes, so basically then queen g2 is forcing a draw. I was so much focused in our line with bishop g6, bishop d4, knight c6, rook takes c6 that I also wanted to seal with the white pieces the draw. I thought like, oh wow, Gukesh does something else, but yes, queen g2 is a silent draw for.
But is there anything concrete that white can try? Attacking the knight. Bishop d4 at least has to be calculated, or bishop d6.
Yeah, but stepping into knight f3 check, I don't think that you want to let that happen.
But bishop d4 or bishop d6 keeps open the possibility of queen e4. Knight f3, king e3. Knight g5, h4.
Sorry, so you play bishop d4 or bishop d6? Let's clarify that first.
I haven't even clarified that for myself. Bishop d6, bishop d6.
Yes, probably bishop d6 is safer, yeah, because knight f3, then you have king e3.
Yes.
That is your reaction. Yeah, that makes sense. And Ding is looking at Gukesh like, what do you want?
Maybe bishop h5 here.
Bishop h5, yeah, and then you force or provoke queen e4 again. But yeah, hang on, you are inside knight c4 fork. So queen e4 takes b2 wins.
Black wins at the end because of knight c4. Okay. But what are we missing here then? Why just play bishop e5 anyway? Just say, I don't care?
Yes, you might, but okay. I don't
exactly.
think black is risking. Yeah, black is risking absolutely nothing.
But how do you have to take with the queen, I think, because fe, queen e4 check.
Exactly, yeah. Queen takes e5, check.
No, yeah. This looks, maybe d4 and somehow the king hides, but I mean, this is a pass pawn.
Yeah, it is a pass pawn, but it's also a very vulnerable king. Black has this super solid, super safe king on h7. However, all eyes on Ding. I want to see his body language. I want to see if is he thinking about continuing the game. What do we read from his body language? Do we access to?
Man,
we lost access.
Oh, that was because of the arbiter who stepped in front of the camera.
Oh, don't do that.
What a wholesome reason.
Yes, we need every angle.
That's FIDE Handbook violation 31.2.3. During critical moments, the arbiter shall not move his behind in front of the main camera.
Or if it's not included yet, then it should be included, in the handbook.
The Leko-Naroditsky commentary rule, yeah.
Yes, well, yeah, because before we had this technical problem, I was very worried, not that in this decisive moment we again face some issue. And think about this, that in order to continue the game and not to bail out with queen e4, you have to calculate bishop d6, bishop h5, and then allowing queen takes e2 check. I don't know if the players have the nerves. No, queen e4, correct. Absolutely correct.
All's well that ends well.
We all can live with this outcome.
Yeah, I said it's a zero-sum game, but perhaps the predominant emotion will be relief. But after that, disappointment probably. More so for Gukesh. Although Ding was winning at one point with 91.
Yes, but it was an accident chance, while Gukesh can think like, okay, I again outplayed my opponent. Yeah, I got my trick. I had the time advantage and the handshake. Draw agreed. What a fight.
Incredible. And just to the last breath, they fight. You cannot predict the twists and turns. There were more of them than there are on a serpentine road in the mountains. And the wrong knight to c5. It's the age-old problem, Peter. Which piece to put on a particular square?
Exactly. Yeah, but he should have spent more time. Yeah, it's just this what will drive him crazy. Yeah, that if he would have spent there extra 10 minutes, then probably he would have understood everything. That of course the knight from d7 has to go to c5.
And two of these saves in a row. The emotional baggage that Gukesh now has to process, to internalize, and then to set aside. Because the pivotal stage of the match is still ahead, and we are still deadlocked. For the 18-year-old, for whom this is his first World Championship match, unbelievable, unspeakable amounts of just resolve and concentration and work have to be put in order to bring your mindset to the right place going forward. It's 4-4.
Yeah, it is 4-4. There is one thought that I want to share very quickly, is that I feel that we have seen a very disappointed Gukesh, leaving the playing hall. But once he knows that actually after knight e1, there was a moment when with knight e1, Ding could have maybe won the game. That will help him overcome this very difficult psychological situation that, again, he missed a big chance because actually he also saved his life.
Indeed. Well, we got John in the studio here. I'm kind of out of words and out of breath. I can't imagine how the players are feeling. How are you feeling?
You know what? Not much better. I was pretty much as speechless as you guys while watching this game unfold. Now imagine having to play the game as well. We have a little bit of a different situation in this fighting draw, Peter. We've had a few where Gukesh has been pushing and Ding saves the day. Ding has been pushing and Gukesh manages to hold out for a draw. In this particular game, depending on when we look at it, either Gukesh or Ding could have pressed for the win. It truly was the most dynamic game we've had so far.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it was an up and down game with a very interesting opening. Yeah, right from the beginning, one could see that Ding came with a fighting approach. Yeah, he wanted to challenge Gukesh, but Gukesh had a fantastic opening idea, luring Ding into a position where he wasn't familiar with. And then the game had everything. It was such a fascinating game to witness live. I'm so happy for given the chance. I was enjoying every single second of it.
And now, as the game concludes and the dust settles, the score is 4-4, and faster than a speeding bullet, we have our bullet master himself. Danya, would you like to take us through the twists, turns, and, for goodness sake, the loop-de-loops that we had in this game number 8?
Well, as I said yesterday, John, I will do even less justice to yet another scintillating game. And what an honor it was to once again have the best seats in the house and watch the action unfold. Huge shout out to the players. I'm not going to hide it. It's hard to start commentary at 4 a.m. I'm exhausted, so I will do my best to hit on the important moments. But definitely, this game deserves a far more extensive and comprehensive coverage. So without further ado, here we go with Game 8. Ding starts with the English opening, 1c4. It is so named after Howard Staunton, widely considered the greatest player in the pre-Paul Morphy era. Gukesh immediately responds with the most principled response, 1e5. We have a reverse Sicilian, and a variation that is quite a rare guest at the highest echelons of chess. This bishop b4 line, previously in a blitz game against Aragaisi, a5 was selected by Gukesh. After bishop e7, it already appeared that Ding was a little bit outside his comfort zone. He chooses the second most popular move, and after a set of totally reasonable theoretical moves, Gukesh plays the novelty f6, setting up a London system-like pawn triangle, preparing to put the bishop on e6, and later in the game expand in the center with d5. This is also prophylaxis against d4, which can be met with e4, followed by d5, a really annoying concept that prevents Ding from achieving an ideal central setup. So they continued their development. Some very interesting decisions were made here. Gukesh correctly refrains from grabbing the pawn on c4, instead prioritizing his development, grabbing space on the queen side, and an excellent flexible move, rook e8. Ding plays very creatively to open up the center, which makes sense because he has the bishop pair. Gukesh responds very accurately, and now the truly interesting stage of the game begins. This rook on e4, not something that you see every day out of an opening. Ding finds this move, knight c2, stabilizing his position. We were very surprised at Gukesh's response to this move. At several moments, he seemed to miss a more concrete approach that would have yielded a big initiative, knight e5 in this position. And then the bigger surprise came a little bit later. First, it was Ding's turn to falter with knight f3, and knight d7 was a move that probably no commentator in the world could understand until Gukesh demonstrated the genius concept that was behind this devilish move. Instead, bishop g6 would have probably yielded a pretty sizable advantage. Once he retreated, Ding, unsuspectingly, plays the move rook b1, pressuring b7 and stopping knight b4, and missing the genius b5. This is all based on the intermediate move queen b6 check, after which Gukesh picks up the b5 pawn. He has a pawn majority, and suddenly Ding's pieces look a lot less coordinated, and Gukesh's pieces look a lot more imposing. In fact, White's situation immediately becomes critical. So instead of rook b1, it was necessary to start with queen d2, or maybe even move the king aside. But who could have thought that such a quick turnaround is in order? Ding finds an incredible defensive idea, bishop to d4, an intermezzo of his own, hoping for queen b8, rook a1, and picking back the pawn with a good position. But Gukesh correctly determines that he needs to put a knight on c5, except he chooses the wrong one. He plays knight a c5. This is the moment that will be discussed for so many days to come. Knight dc5 would have yielded a decisive advantage. Rook moves away, bishop drops back, and these passed pawns should decide the game. The knights defend each other perfectly. Instead, by putting the a knight on c5, he gives Ding Liren a chance to attack this knight formation. Bishop h3 is now in play, and just in general, Black's coordination is much worse. Gukesh making another mistake, and now, after bishop b3, setting up the threat of d4, Ding had an incredible winning move, completely unfindable, which was knight e1, setting up a million threats, but chief among them is the idea of playing d4 and blocking off the tactical resource knight takes d3, which no longer exists. Instead, he played knight d4 and secured an extra exchange, but it turns out that this option gave Gukesh tremendous practical counterplay, and after a further series of moves, it was actually Gukesh who declines a repetition, causing me to fall out of my chair with queen a2 check. Ultimately, though, the position remains dynamically balanced. As crazy as it is, there are so many lines to explore, but the players demonstrated great precision. Ultimately, a queen trade was initiated, and this trade came at the cost of white's extra exchange, which black picked up, leading to a dead drawn opposite colored bishop endgame. This is where the players shook hands. A draw. A crazy, crazy game. Gukesh probably the more disappointed one, but let's take our hat off for the players for yet another absolute dogfight. What a pleasure this was to watch. And the best part, the match is tied 4-4, John, and we have the biggest action yet to come.
Thank you so much for that, Danya. I don't actually understand how much more ramped up these games can get while still ending in a draw. Tomorrow is going to be insane. We're going to have to take some extra medication. We'll have the blood pressure monitors on standby. But speaking of being on standby, Morris Ashley is now getting ready to start the press conference from game number 8. And my goodness, is there a lot to talk about today. So let's go ahead and hop to the conference center live to see what the players have to say about today's game.
The game was a draw, as you all know. The score is currently tied at 4-4. The games are getting incredibly complex. I'm sure fans are at the edges of their seats, and seconds are having heart attacks, and I'm losing hair from my head watching these games. A question for the players. I'll start with the world champion. You have had some incredible games, and very few people in history can speak to the pressure cooker that players are under when they're playing in a world championship match. How does today's game reflect the growing intensity that this match is providing and the kind of maybe internal pressure you're feeling as your opponent and you are playing games that are just absolutely mind-bending?
Well, as in the last World Championship match, there are a lot of ups and downs. There are not so many perfect games, and in last World Championship, only also one game there, he's winning at some point, and then suddenly I'm winning at the end. So, but today during the game, I didn't realize I was winning at some point. Yeah, I think he missed some important details. Let me get back to the game. Before that, he would totally outplay me again. And actually, I didn't feel so much nervous during the game. I just feel uncomfortable out of the opening.
Before we get to actual moves, I'd like to ask the challenger, how is it that you're turning down draws in positions where, again, your seconds must be thinking, why doesn't he just take the draw and leave? And you're just continuing to play positions that look like potentially you would risk losing?
Yeah, actually, this position where I didn't repeat, I didn't think I was in much danger. So, I mean, I always thought with this weak king and my strong pawn on b3, I should have played. I thought maybe even I might have some chances, but okay. Yeah, it was just a misjudgment of the position.
If we can get to just a few moves, we could analyze this for hours. Obviously, the game was so fascinating. But at one point, the move f6 seemed to give you pause. Was it a surprise to you?
I want to play something like b4 to create space on the queen side. Maybe writing mistake. D5, maybe queen c2. Gain some space on the queen side, but then I decided to play nature move castle.
You played this move f6. Many people in the VIP room, including one of your mentors, Anand, said he was quite shocked by this move and surprised, wondering if it had ever happened before. Is it something that you had well, it looks like something you had deeply prepared. What can you tell us anything about this move?
Yeah, I mean it was part of my preparation, and I would like to also mention my team. They have been doing a great job. Not only Gayu, but my other team members as well, and we managed to surprise them in the opening. So doing a great job. I'd like to thank my team so far, and hopefully more such interesting ideas will come.
I'll continue on that vein. Later in the game, it seemed they had a fantastic position. You even took a pawn on A2, which seemed like maybe even a winning move. But just a second later, you chose to play your knight on D7 to C5 instead of, sorry, your knight from A6 to C5 instead of the knight from D7 to C5, which looked like a very powerful move. Did you consider that move, and what was the minus in your mind? Why you didn't play it?
Yeah, actually, this knight D5 move just looked weird to me. So I was mainly considering knight C5, and I thought what I did in the game must be winning. But clearly he has, I guess with the knight on D7, he always has some tricks with bishop H3, and I need to watch out for the unpleasant pin. Yeah, I just didn't realize knight D5 was that strong. I mean, it was also based on the fact that I missed queen E1 instead of in the next move, knight C5, rook C1. I mean, I thought queen D2, B4 is just winning for me, but I just missed queen E1.
Queen E1. Yeah. Was it because of knight takes?
Knight D3, queen C3, yeah. And it was actually very impressive that my opponent found this queen E1 so quickly. So yeah, great defense by him.
Did you spot this knight D5 in this position as a serious move? Once he played knight, the other knight, you seemed to just be on autopilot, playing all your moves pretty instantly. Very strong moves at that. But had you noticed this other idea of playing this knight to this square, which would have...
Just when I was calculating knight D5, he played knight A5.
I go rook C1. Queen C2. The same position with the knight on C5.
Yeah, it looks like your pawns are moving. Even if you lost this piece, these pawns...
Not so sure, actually.
It looks like a very strong pin along these lines, and which it is, but it's hard for white to exploit anything here.
Yeah, just a very tricky position.
Then the game turned quite dramatically, and suddenly you were winning an exchange. Did you feel that now, when you were winning the exchange, you had some winning chances, or it looked like it was always going to be on balance?
Did I miss some win here? Knight E1, but if you just go bishop F7.
Yeah, bishop F4, tricky and strange move. Sort of weird computer moves that seem to apply pressure.
Take and go back. Finally grab the piece. I thought here he can play B4.
Yeah, but bishop F4. D5.
Bishop E3 is coming after rook C8. So did you have the feeling you might be winning and you missed something, or did you feel like you were just moving and going with the flow? Chilling, if you will.
I'm just trying to develop my pieces and to see what happens.
Did you feel like you were busted? Like when suddenly the game completely turned around and you were defending, you had to start finding some only moves almost. Did you feel like you were in trouble or that the game was still within bounds?
I mean, I kind of felt that I lost control, but I never thought I was losing because I mean, it's just a very concrete position. You either see the trick or not, yeah. But yeah, I mean, I saw this position which happened in the game with knight c6, take bishop c5, and I thought, okay, probably all my advantage is gone. But I mean, next few months, yeah, I probably thought all my advantage is gone, but I did not think it was even bad for me. Yeah, probably after. Yeah, now that I see the position, it's quite obvious. But during the game, it was not.
Someone, I think it was my client, asked me, you're a half full kind of guy, glass half full,
Yeah.
optimistic. Was this another case of your optimism, or are you generally just fearless? Because a lot of players would have just taken a draw, especially later on here. It just seemed to make sense to just repeat, and you
Yeah.
decided maybe I'll have a chance to win, and you still kept playing.
Yeah, as I said, I didn't think it was like I was in a lot of danger. So, I mean, obviously, if I knew the position was bad, I would have taken the draw.
All right. Well, those are my questions. May I invite the press to come and ask their questions. Please line up at the microphone. Restrict your questions to just one at a time, please. We may have a chance to recycle.
Abhidaya from Chess Base India. My question is to Gukesh. Did you think you were better after you played b5?
Yeah, I thought I was much better, probably close to winning. Yeah, since my opponent also played rook b1, b5 just looked like a very, very strong move. And yeah, probably I was better, but yes, soon he found this bishop b2, bishop d4, and the position got very tricky. I had to be very precise, which I did not.
Just a little follow up. Like, what were your thoughts when he played bishop to d4? Did you think which knight to put on, like c5?
Yeah, I thought knight c5. I mean, I was mainly thinking knight a c5, which I played in the game, but basically I missed his queen e1 resource. So I thought what I played was winning, but yeah, I missed queen e1. If I had seen queen e1, maybe I would have spent more time in knight dc5. But I still I'm not very sure. I think the position still has some tricks, but yeah, probably knight c5. The knight dc5 was better.
Yes. Just last question off the chess. Today, the World Rapid and Blitz 2024, the players list came out. We did see Gukesh in there. Question to both the players. Gukesh, I think you'll be playing that, and also Ding, are you considering playing in New York?
I don't know. I didn't think much about it, but probably after the match I'll think.
Will you be playing in New York?
Mike Klein with chess.com. Just want to thank the players for the last 48 hours of chess. It's been great on our end. My question is for the world champion, Ding Lijian. When you gave away the A pawn pretty much right away, you got a lot of praise on the chess.com commentary from Daniel Naroditsky and Peter Lecco that you gave yourself the best practical chance. So I'm curious if you thought giving away the A pawn was objectively the best move, or if you thought it was just the hardest path for Gukesh to prove an advantage.
It's based on miscalculation. I mean, he can cover the queen with knight c5, both knight. I only thought queen c6, and I have rook a1. b4, queen d2, something like this. I have great compensation. I thought he cannot take the pawn, then I think it's the best way to activate my pieces.
Okay, thanks for that.
வாசுதேவன் தரன்சியா மற்றும் ட்ரினிட்டி மிரர் திரு குகேஷ் அவர்களுக்கு இந்த கேள்வி. முதல்ல என்னுடைய பாராட்டுகள் என்னென்னா முதலேருந்து கடைசி வரைக்கும் வந்து ஒரு த்ரில்லை வந்து விடாமல் மெயின்டைன் பண்ணுறீங்க. ஒரு ஹிச்காக் படம் மாதிரி வந்து எல்லாரையும் வந்து ஒரு டோஸில் வச்சிட்ருக்கீங்க. அதுக்கு பாராட்டுகள். அதே சமயத்தில் வந்து அதில் இருக்கிற டேஞ்சர் அது ஒரு பாயிண்டில் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா உங்களோட 41வது மூவ் வந்து குவீன் G2 அப்படி சொன்னால் அது வந்து 3-fold ரெப்படிஷன் வர வாய்ப்பு இருந்தது. ஈவன் மௌரிஷ் ஆஸ்லி சார் கூட கொஞ்சம் வெளியே ஓடி வந்துட்டார். ஏன்னா முடிய போகுது நம்ம ஒர்க்கை ஆரம்பிக்கணும்னு. ஆனால் நீங்கள் கொஞ்சம் நேரம் யோசிச்சுட்டு குவீன் A2ன்னு வச்சுட்டீங்க. அதை பற்றி சில வார்த்தைகள் சொல்ல முடியுமா?
அந்த பொசிஷனில் நான் லைக் அட்லீஸ்ட் ஆல்மோஸ்ட் என்னோடய அட்வான்டேஜ் போயிடுச்சுன்னு எனக்கு தெரிஞ்சது. பட் அந்த பொசிஷன் எனக்கு லைக் லூசிங்காக இருக்கும்னு நான் நினைக்கல. மேபி ஏன்னா ஸ்டார்ட்லேருந்தே ப்ரெஸ் பண்ணிட்டு இருந்ததுனால மேபி அது லூசிங்காக இருக்க வாய்ப்பு இல்லைன்னு நினச்சேன்னு நினைக்கிறேன். பட் அந்த பொசிஷன் குயின் G2 அப்ஜெக்டிவ்லி பெஸ்ட். நோ பட் ஐ லைக் குயின் A2 ருக் C2 குயின் E6 எனக்கு இப்போ B3 வருது. ஓப்பனண்ட்டோட கிங் கொஞ்சம் வீக்காக இருக்குன்னு பார்த்தேன். ஸோ எதுவும் அட்வான்டேஜ் இல்லைனாலும் கொஞ்ச நேரம் ப்ரெஸ் பண்ணலான்னு நினச்சேன். ஐ மீன் ஒபியஸ்லி மைனஸ்ன்னு தெரிஞ்சிருந்தா ரன் ட்ரா எடுத்திருப்பேன்.
The question was I had mentioned about when Queen G2 was objectively best, and even I found that Maurice Ashley was running towards the conference room, getting ready, and then suddenly the challenger thought for some more time and made Queen A2. So as you had earlier said that he is fearless, I was just about checking on that. அதே மாதிரி அப்ஜெக்டிவாக பார்க்கும்போது குயின் G2 வந்து நமக்கு நல்ல மூவ் அப்படின்னா அதை விட்டுட்டு வச்சுருந்தோம்னா ஒரு -1ன்ற போகக்கூடிய சான்சஸும் இருந்தது இல்லையா? அதை யோசிச்சிங்களா கொஞ்சம்?
எனக்கு -1 மாதிரி இருக்கும்னு எனக்கு தோணல ஆக்சுவலாக. பட் ஓகே.
அந்த ரிஸ்க்கு தேவையில்லை அப்படின்னு தோணிச்சா உங்களுக்கு?
அந்த மொமெண்ட்டில் அந்த ரிஸ்க் எனக்கு ஓகேன்னு தான் தோணுச்சு.
ஆனால் அதே நேரத்தில் அந்த ஃபேன் ஜோனில் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா நீங்கள் குயின் A2 வச்சோன்னே ஒரு பெரிய கிளாப் இருந்தது. அதாவது அவர் ட்ராவை விட்டுட்டு விளையாடுறாரு, ஜெயிக்க விளையாடுறாரு சொல்லிட்டு. ஸோ what I had mentioned is that in the fan zone when he played finally Queen A2, there was a huge round of applause that he sidestepped the draw and went on to play for a win. Thank you.
Yes, I was actually all the way here when you finally played Queen A2, and I had to go back all the way. So that did surprise me as well. May I ask, there's a lot of obvious interest in this game. May I ask the press that you just restrict yourself to one go around, because there's such a long line and the players are going to need to have dinner and get some rest, because tomorrow is yet another game. Thanks.
Charlie is asking on behalf of Fide social media followers for both of you. Gukesh, we've seen you here with your dad. Ding, you have quite a few family members. So my question is, how is your family supporting you in this journey?
Yeah, as usual, I'm here with my dad and Gayu. Yeah, my dad pretty much takes care of everything other than chess, so that I can focus fully on my job. And my mom is also supporting me in her own way back from home. Yeah, all my family, friends, my team, they're doing a great job, and really thankful to them.
Mother accompany me as usual, and she wake me up, and she sometimes provide food for me. So she's doing her job.
Hello, I'm Katarina from the German Chess Federation, and my question is to Ding. With the time management, we've seen kind of the same pattern as yesterday. When you were really low on time, you managed to play really good moves. When you look at your games, do you want to change anything with your time management, or were you happy during the game when you were so low on time? Yeah.
It's hard to say. If I can the quality as in the time trouble, I prefer to stay in low on time.
Hello, I'm Nemo on behalf of the Singaporean Chess Federation, and this question will be for both, but I'm going to ask Ding Liren first. So, 这个问题是给你们两位，但我先用中文问一下丁立人。要是你必须跟 Gukesh 一起去一个，你会选哪一个和为什么？冒险水上公园、环球影城、海洋馆。And please feel free to answer in English or Mandarin. Oh, sorry, I didn't ask in English, my bad. This question is for both of you, but if you absolutely had to visit one of the following with your opponent, which one would you choose and why? The Adventure Water Cove, Universal Studios, or the Aquarium?
没什么区别，都是那个，都是儿童乐园。
Ding says that there's not much of a difference, and all of them are for kids. So same question for Gukesh. If you had to choose one of the following, which one? Adventure Water Cove, Universal Studios, or the Aquarium? With Ding.
None.
No. Okay, thank you.
It should be an ice cream factory. So, Maria, Photo Chess Kick Channel, I'm revisiting my yesterday question because I think we need the help of Nemo, kindly agreed to translate. Lurian, do you have a feeling that in the last two games, your calculation and time pressure improved and you intuitively make much better moves quicker than in the first few games? And if you have that feeling, do you think there is an explanation to that? Thank you. And you can reply in either English or Mandarin.
你觉得这两盘棋，第六盘和第七盘，你是不是时间上稍微好用一些？你的步子是不是来得快一些，比你前面的六盘棋？可以用英文或者中文，谢谢。
对，第三盘在时间紧张的情况下，我有几个严重的漏算，让他的局面能够很好的发展。然后这盘棋可能我的局面比较好下吧，然后我就走了比较自然的走法，但也并不是最精确的，我可能走得更好，能有优势。然后还是会犯一些错误吧。
Ding says that in round 3, he feel like he struggled a little bit with the moves, but in the more recent games, he's felt like he's played a little bit smoother, but not certainly to perfection, and he's working on making the best moves.
Next question.
Matthew Griffin, The Saturday Paper, Australia. This question's to Gukesh. I'm just interested, I'm sure you must have really mentally prepared for the experience of, or the intensity of the World Championship. Now that we're more than halfway through, is there anything particularly that's been surprising in terms of the experience that, not the games themselves, but just the experience of playing under such an intense environment?
Yeah, obviously, for the World Championship, one of the main things that I focused on was mental preparation, and since I'm working with Paddy, we discussed a lot about this, and we prepared as well as we could. I guess the difference is that, like, firstly, this is a one-on-one match, which it's not very usual in just such a long match, especially. And also, obviously, there is a lot more at stake in this tournament than any other tournament. So, I guess there are more nerves and more pressure, but other than that, it's still a interesting match against a lot of interesting games against a very strong opponent.
The question is for Gukesh. As somebody, till the age of 12, 13, you were completely raced without the engine. Just on that line, how has that helped you in the last 2.5 weeks? You don't need to go into specifics, but is there any move that you've just made just because of the the training that you've had as a child?
I guess it's yeah. I don't really think it makes a difference, especially in this match or anything like that. But in general, my style I guess, has been shaped in a certain way because of the uh, work that I did before I started using computers. And yeah, I don't know. I mean, going into details, I guess, is too much. But yeah, I don't really see anything that has like been especially for this match or anything.
Hello, Abhinav from US Chess. I think the entire chess world can say that this is a fantastic game, and more uniquely, one of the first where we've seen both of you demonstrate some incredible resilience upon being surprised. Ding upon reacting to f6, and Gukesh, you upon reacting to queen e1. Without getting into the moves, can you describe a little bit about what is your thought process to find resilience or inner strength in these moments that you didn't expect? Or to put it more bluntly, how do you react to surprises?
Well, we need to find the best move to, in the worst position to stay in the game. And yesterday I run out of any ideas except f6 to have the threat rook d3. And today, queen e1 is the only way to create counter plays. Yeah, in worst position, we have to be patient and to wait for our chance.
Yeah, I guess. Okay, in this game it was a bit different because I did not think I was much worse. So, but yeah, in general, when you're worse, it's pretty much the same. You just try to make the best move and hold on for as long as possible, because generally the opponents make mistakes at some point. So yeah, I think that is the best way.
Thank you both.
I believe we have two more questions.
Hi, I'm Kyla, representing the local organizing committee. My question goes to both players, but I'll ask the world champion first. Now that we are more than halfway through the match, if you had to rate your own play so far, would you say that you're exceeding expectations, meeting expectations, or underperforming based on expectations? And if you could just elaborate on why you would say so.
It seems recently every time I play a match, no matter online or the board, it's a very tense match, and even if I win with a very small margin, so it was on my expectation.
My play so far has been, I mean, the first game was shaky, but yeah, especially the last few games, I think my play has been quite good. Just a couple of moments where I missed my chances, but overall I think I'm playing really well the last few games, and but yeah, there's still room for improvement, hopefully in the next games.
Okay, thank you very much.
I am Ajit Kumar from The Hindu. My question is to Gukesh. Gukesh, you faced quite a lot of different openings from Ding so far in this match. Which are the other, have there been ones that surprised you a bit more than the others?
Not really. I mean, like when you're preparing for a world championship, you try to be as thorough as possible. So yeah, all the openings that we have played so far are good openings, and they are sound and solid openings. So nothing came as a huge surprise really. But yeah, there has been some really interesting stuff going on, and I'm glad about it.
And Ding, have you been surprised by any of Gukesh's choice of openings here?
Yes, considering the time I used in opening phrase, you can see fairly I'm surprised by the opening choice.
I have a very quick question for the players. As someone who has played in many tournaments myself, but never played for a world championship match or came close to, are you, both players, I'll start with you, Ding, are you having fun?
Today, just out of the opening, it's kind of turgid. But the first game was I enjoyed most of the parts.
Yeah, I mean, playing in the World Championship has been my childhood dream. So, in that sense, yeah, I'm here where I always wanted to be. In that sense, I'm really happy and I'm enjoying the moment. But obviously, there is the games are very tense, and obviously there is pressure. So, yeah, I guess a bit of both.
Thank you for your frank answers. That concludes the press conference. We have Game 9 tomorrow at the same time. It'll be the day before the rest day. Thanks, everyone, and have a great night.
Thank you very much, Maurice, the players, and everyone who contributed to that session. Peter, look, we go through the openings. We're trying to second guess what each of the players are doing. We take a look at what sort of structures they can get set up. Some really critical junctures in the middle game. We're wondering if one player is going to win, the other player is going to win, whether it's going to be a draw. We have heart attack moments. We need to sort of calm down. We don't have time to do so because of the time control. But are you having fun?
Well, as a commentator, certainly I have fun. As a player, I don't know if you can really enjoy it. Yeah, there is so much tension, there is so much preparation. When the game is finished, you're already thinking about the next game. But what we have witnessed here in this World Championship, especially the last 3 games that I had the privilege on commentating, this had been fantastic action. It's just crazy. I really felt like, okay, I need a doctor because the situation is getting out of control. That's what we love. I think the whole chess world is enjoying this match, and this match is still only heating up.
See, Danya, that's the passion shining through right there. Not once did I hear the word torture. So that's an excellent tell, right? But in all seriousness, there's only so much more a game can heat up on both sides and have the result not be decisive. I feel like we're reaching some sort of tipping point.
Apologize for that. I was muted. Thank you, John. I would obviously have preferred a different start time for the match. I'm not going to hide that fact, but there's not a lot that will get me out of bed at this ungodly hour. Maybe an international flight if I don't want to miss it, and definitely the chance to cover a world championship that has been absolutely fascinating. Yeah, you can slice and dice the accuracies, and you can argue that Magnus is better than both of these players. Obviously, Magnus is better than both of these players. What relevance does that have to the match? I think we owe the players our full focus as chess fans and spectators. And no matter what you think of the quality of play, you cannot fault the absolutely incredible effort and total and complete just energy that is spent on every game. It's been awesome to see. And I can't wait for the denouement, for the resolution of this match. Big hats off to both players.
Here for that. Thank you very much, Danya. And we've got plenty more of that to come as well. So we close today with the scoreline still even. But Peter, I didn't actually think it was possible for the tension to continue ratcheting up. I was completely wrong. It really has. At some point, we're either going to have a wild decisive game or a super quiet one. What's your pick for tomorrow?
Well, looking at the decision that Gukesh has taken, that again refusing to repeat moves, even in an unclear position when it looked like he's taking enormous risk to continue, and he will have the white pieces tomorrow, quite clear. He will be super ambitious. He's also very happy with his play. We could hear that he was creating chances for himself in both of these games, and he wants to carry on the momentum. And from Ding's perspective, I think like somehow slowing down Gukesh, that would be the main aim with the black pieces. I can't wait for the game to start. I think everyone, the whole chessboard is already thrilled with this match. And what an honor, Danya and John, to have been commentating all these 3 games. Okay, not all 3 games, the last 2 with you, Danya, and previously with Robert. Sensational action.
Thank you so much to you both. It's unstoppable force, immovable object, Gukesh versus Ding. What's going to happen tomorrow? One more time with the white pieces before the next rest day. Gukesh might have an opportunity, but will Ding strike again with black? Plenty to talk about as we pop back to our wonderful timing screen here to show you when the games will begin tomorrow. They start at 5 o'clock in the afternoon local time in Singapore, which of course means, as Danya mentioned, unfortunately it's quite a late night if you're in North America or South America for that matter, early in the morning for most of Europe, and then in the evening towards Asia. Make sure you set your clocks. We do have a game tomorrow, and after that it will be our next rest day. So we're looking forward to welcoming you back on stream then. All right. Final thoughts before we close out. Danya, to you first. Gukesh, one more time with the white pieces. Can we read into that at all before the rest day?
Well, I mean, obviously he's been applying and ratcheting up the pressure of the white pieces, and I'm super excited to see what he does tomorrow. I will be joining from the sidelines this time, but it'll definitely be a pivotal moment. Can he set aside all of the emotional baggage, the regrets? Why did I miss knight dc5? Why did I miss stuff in the previous game? Can he push all of that aside and carry forward the momentum? 2 fighters, 2 absolute lions duking it out, and I can't wait to see what happens tomorrow.
And Peter, a word from you about the emotional state of both players. Ding's been here before. Gukesh, maybe his first time on such an emotional roller coaster in a world championship match. How does that change how they're thinking tomorrow?
Well, but we see him during the press conferences, and we are always getting this feeling that Gukesh just loves to play chess so much. He loves to fight, and well, he's an optimist. Yeah, we keep on hearing this. He is seeing chances for himself, and I think that he will be going forward. He will not look back at missed opportunities. After all, there was also a scare at some point during this game. I'm of course hoping to see 1e4 and to see the French defense on the board. But on the other hand, this is exactly against the opening against which Gukesh lost during this match. So there's a lot of psychology involved when he will return to 1e4. In any case, it will be a thrilling fight, and both players are giving their absolute maximum.
All right, so there you have it, folks. Will we see a return to 1e4 tomorrow? Are we going to see the French defense once more? A huge thank you to Grandmaster Peter Lecko and Grandmaster Daniel Naroditsky for joining us on the broadcast today. We will be saying goodbye to you gents for now, but tomorrow we are back here, same time, same place. Grandmaster Robert Hess is back alongside Grandmaster Anish Giri. It's going to be an awful lot of fun. Thank you all for watching. Stay safe wherever in the world you are, and we look forward to seeing you back on stream tomorrow. Good night.
This championship surprises us each and every day. Really hoping we're gonna see some very powerful game.
And we have C4. Looks like we're getting something different once again.
In your honor, John, in English, and whoa, I mean, on move 1, you take off your blazer. We're ready for a fight, and the speed with which Gukesh responded 1e5, it's as though Ding has played nothing but C4 this entire match. It's like he's waited his whole life to respond to this move in game 8.
And we are seeing the players blitzing out these moves. And F6 right away. All right.
Wow.
Very interesting. So this is the first official novelty. And we have short castle on the board. Okay, great. It shows also that Ding is fearless.
Ding says, bring it on, Gukesh.
Ding goes B3 and D5 blitzed
Instantly.
out.
Whew. Okay.
Incredible.
Is there anything this guy doesn't know? Ooh. Spicy.
Wow.
Bishop A3 right away.
It's a very complex position with lot of tension, extremely complex strategy battle. My feeling says that right now he's happy. He finally got this D2 D3 move in.
Ooh.
Knight
Knight
F3.
F3.
That's a surprise.
Allowing bishop G6 and trying to solve the problems very directly with a series of exchanges. Knight D7.
Knight back to D7. Why?
Why? I mean, the rook on C1 is simply unemployed, and he's played it.
And it's a bad move according to computer. Wow.
Why? Why?
Incredible.
Why is the computer such a party pooper?
And it will be played. That was the trick. That was the devilish trap by Gukesh. Wow. Ding really needs a miracle to survive this.
Bishop B2 played.
What? Knight AC5 happened. What a missed
AC5.
opportunity. This is a serious mistake. It looked like Gukesh will win the game. He is up on the clock. He managed to trick Ding. And all of a sudden, couple of moves later, I'm really worried for Gukesh.
Bishop E3 is findable, and he might blitz it out, and he does.
On the board, Knight E5.
Oh.
Gukesh is fighting back.
9 lives Ding Liren. What absolute incredible grit.
Queen D4 on the board.
Already.
and the players are checking the score sheet.
Huge
but he goes
wallet!
Queen A2. Yes. Oi, oi, oi. Queen G2, an ambitious move again.
But also a draw, for right? Queen E4 check is a forced draw. And I think having realized that Ding gulps down some water.
I don't know if the players have the nerves. No, Queen E4. Correct. Absolutely correct.
All's well that ends well.
And the handshake. Draw agreed. What a fight.
Gemini, can you help me plan my 3-day vacation? Generate a photo of a muscly capybara.
Explain the concept of supply and demand with OpenStax.
Hi Gemini, quiz me on the rise of industrialization.
Can you help me find an email?
Yeah, I can help with that.
This December, the world's top chess minds clash in the heart of New York City at the Fide World Rapid and Blitz Champion. Witness world number 1 Magnus Carlsen and other stars from across the globe. Rapid and Blitz, chess in its most thrilling form, unpredictable and unforgettable. Fast moves, tactics and blunders, and moments that will keep you on the edge of your seat. Witness the pinnacle of chess excitement. Get your tickets now at worldrapidandblitz.fide.com.
This is the Google Pixel 9 with Gemini, and this is a look behind the scenes of a heated Fantasy League group chat, where Gemini's already made an image of a quarterback with noodle arms, a running back that's a snail, a Swiss cheese secondary, that's a new one, and now coming in hot, some wide receiver gloves made out of butter. Oh, let's see how they come back from that one. Still anybody's game, or anybody that has Gemini.